All right, we are going to get started. And I'm told the live stream is already up, so we apologize to folks on the live stream that we didn't tell you what was going on. We're giving people a couple of extra minutes to get here. So I am just incredibly excited about this panel, which as you know, is focused on how we protect nature by changing the way that meat and milk are made. We have an all-star panel to have this conversation. The panelists that you will hear from, and each person will introduce themselves and just after the initial presentations. But we have Nancy Harris is going to kick us off with a presentation about land use. Nancy is the research director for the Land and Carbon Lab at the World Resources Institute. We've got Ambassador Gideon Bahar, who is Ambassador Special Envoy for Climate Change and Sustainability at the Israeli Minister of Foreign Affairs and an excellent partner to the Good Food Institute Israel. We've got Aidan Mahar, who is the policy manager for FAIR, which is Farm Animal Investment Return. Okay, I'll let him talk about that. Fengru Lin, who is co-founder and CEO of Turtle Tree, which is a cutting-edge cellular agriculture based out of Singapore, and Didier Tubia, who is co-founder and chief executive officer of Aleph Farms, an Israeli cultivated meat company. So it's an all-star panel to talk about how policy can facilitate more sustainable, to talk about how governments can facilitate more sustainable agricultural practices. And I am very excited to welcome Nancy Harris to Level Set and talk a little bit about land use and what the problem is that we're all here to discuss solving.
Can I have your clicker? Where do I want to stand here? I can't really see anything. Does anybody care where I stand? I can stand over here. Oh, okay, so I need to be up here. Okay. Good? Yes? Okay. All right. Okay. Is this working? Yes? Okay. All right. Thank you for the opportunity to speak here. I'm going to talk a little about sort of a quick overview of where we are and what and the extent to which the human footprint continues to into natural. Is there some feedback? Yeah.
Test. Yeah, that's good. And it seems
Better? Okay. Should we start over? Okay. So again, just to warm us up, my normal sort of audience icebreaker is to ask everybody to look outside at a tree, any tree outside the window. And I tell you that about half the weight of that tree is carbon, and that is supposed to sort of give you an idea of what we mean by carbon stored in lands. But we're in the desert, and there are not so many trees outside to look at. So this time, I'm going to ask you all to think about what you had for breakfast this morning. Maybe you had a coffee, maybe you had some eggs at your hotel, or a breakfast pastry, sat down at a wooden table to eat maybe, wiped the crumbs off your face with a napkin. So all of that involves land, right? And so everything that I'm going to talk about in these slides, all of these dynamics, are representative of this sort of balance between global supply chains as well as the demand from all of us and what we choose to buy and consume and eat. So if we look at the sort of distribution of land use on the planet, of the 29% of the world's land that is, or of the world that is land, only about 71% of that land is habitable, and of that, we use a full 50% of it to grow the world's food and feed ourselves. And so of that 50%, we use about a quarter of that land as cropland, and about a quarter of that land comes from provides more than 80% of the world's calories and more than 63% of the world's protein. The other 3/4 of agricultural land is used to supply just 18% of the world's calories and 37% of the world's protein. So if we just convert these statistics into map form, this map always sort of bothers me because I'm a tropical forest person, and those tropical forests I'm so used to seeing as green. They are white here. It's very odd. But what's striking about this map here is just the extent to which agriculture has already taken over the planet in terms of both cropland and pasture land. And so as we are clearing these lands, I mentioned carbon at the beginning. The carbon stored in those lands is released into the atmosphere. And so if we think about how much carbon that is, if we clear just a single hectare of tropical rainforest, that is equivalent to driving our car 35 times around the Earth. That's a lot of carbon. And so our emissions, our CO2 emissions today are dominated by fossil fuels. 12% of CO2 emissions come from agriculture, 12% from land use change, and we think a lot about reducing fossil fuel emissions. But cumulative CO2 in the atmosphere also matters, right? So cumulatively, about a quarter of the CO2 emissions emitted into the atmosphere since 1850 come from land use. And so when we're thinking about assigning national responsibility for our climate targets, we really can't forget the fact that a lot of the areas that we see as agricultural lands today used to be forests. They were just cleared a lot longer ago. And so what's been happening over the last 20 years in terms of agricultural land expansion? This is a map showing the global extent of cropland change over the past 20 years or so. This is data from our partners, the University of Maryland's GLAD Lab. And this is showing the extent of cropland expansion. So we have stable croplands in yellow, green expansion areas in green, and red sort of loss areas in red. And so you can see the expansion of cropland is really happening all over the tropics. And so when we look at, okay, so how much expansion? So we've globally over the last 20 years, we've expanded croplands about 100 million hectares. And so just to put that into perspective, it's taken us, 8,000 years to put 1.1 billion hectares of cropland on the planet since 2000. And then it's taken us only another 20 years to expand that number by 10%. And so we are really expanding cropland areas at an unsustainable pace. So if we look at what kinds of lands those new croplands are replacing, the left side of this graph here shows that about 50% of those new cropland areas are replacing natural forests and other natural ecosystems, with the other 50% replacing pasture lands and abandoned agricultural lands. And so if we look at the dynamics across continents, here in Africa, Africa is the continent with the largest absolute area increase of croplands. And this is mainly related to demographic pressures in places like the Democratic Republic of Congo, which is expanding its population, going from roughly 100 million people today to a projected 400 million people by 2100. So they will become the fifth, I can't remember what it is, fifth or sixth most populous country by 2100. Same with Nigeria. Nigeria is creeping up. Also here in Egypt, population cropping up. So these dynamics are really like a continent of people feeding themselves on the landscape. If we look at agricultural expansion in South America, it's a similar story, but it's a very different reason why. So if we look at agricultural expansion in South America, this has had the largest proportional increase in cropland area over the last 20 years, with Brazil increasing its cropland by something like 150% over the last 20 years, and Argentina about 47%. So really a lot of cropland expansion, and the dominant crop that is expanding into these areas is soy, where you see the red colors on the map. And those soy areas are replacing, this legend is a little bit hard to see, but these green and blue areas are the replacement of natural forests by soy, and then these brown areas are replacement of pastures by soy. And so we really start to see an interesting dynamic here if we look at maps of cropland dynamics, where we have a lot of forest conversion to pasture in those gold colors. And we also have some direct forest conversion to soy. Those are the blue areas. But then we have a lot of soy moving into those pasture areas, which is pushing those gold areas further and further into tropical forests. And so the question is, where is all this soy going, right? And the main place is China. So this the maps on the left show the percent of Brazil's commodity trade volume going to China in the year 2018. So the big one is soy. 78% of Brazil's soy is going to China. And Brazil's pig industry is really taking off. 57% of the pork is going to China. And so soy is the largest supplier of animal protein, and the second largest oil after oil palm. And so Brazil has really been filling the demand that we're seeing from China to increase its meat consumption. So this top graph shows the increasing per capita meat consumption in China over time. And that's really due to the fact that a wealthier population moving into the cities and demanding more meat. So this bottom graph shows the demographics of the Chinese population over time, with the green line showing the percent of rural population. So that went from roughly 80% in 1980 down to 40% in 2000. And so as all of those dynamics are happening, croplands are being abandoned in China. People are no longer growing food locally, and therefore they need to import their food from other places like Brazil. So the next question is, well, what is China? All of these land uses are increasing to industrialized and commercial land uses. Those are the higher value land uses. So where are all those products that China is making going? As an American, we consume a lot of products and that China makes. And so if we look at croplands in the United States, we see a relatively stable yellow cropland extent. But as I mentioned in the beginning, these commodities are not deforestation free, right? We just cleared all of these lands a long time ago. About 90% of them used to be hardwood forests. On the left, these commodities are also not conversion free. The map on the left shows the expansion of croplands into native or natural grassland areas in brown. And those grassland areas are being plowed up and converted into croplands that have yields about half of existing croplands. So we're plowing up these grasslands, and it is Biodiversity Day. So what's happening to the biodiversity in these areas? Well, these grassland areas are a place for monarch butterflies, and the milkweed is being plowed up and replaced by croplands. So not great for biodiversity. I haven't talked much about palm oil, because the maps that I've been showing you represent permanent row crop agriculture. Palm oil is not a row crop. It is a tree crop. And so I think we all sort of know the story of palm oil in Indonesia that has been causing a lot of deforestation. So second only to cattle in terms of how much deforestation is linked to the production of that commodity. One potential good news story is over on the right, where we see the total area replaced by palm oil globally going down in recent years, particularly down in primary tropical forests. So that is a good news. The last thing I'll mention is that the way that we convert land is relatively inefficient. This was a paper that came out recently that shows that only about half of deforestation actually becomes productive agriculture within a few years. So there's a lot of land that gets converted but doesn't actually get converted into anything due to land tenure issues. It was just land speculation, just general mismanagement. So there are really opportunities here to improve the efficiency in which we produce the world's foods. And so all of that is to say that competition for land is only intensifying, where if we're going to both meet our feed the planet and meet our climate and biodiversity goals, we really need to think closely about how we are producing our food. So if we look at projected business as usual land needs up through 2050, we have population growth at 40%, and demand for all kinds of things is going up: crops, meat, dairy, wood products. And so all of that requires the expansion of these areas, of urban areas, of pasture land, and of cropland. And so under a business as usual scenario, agricultural land to supply all of that demand would have to increase by 600 million hectares. That is not compatible with a 1.5 degree pathway. To achieve a 1.5 degree pathway, that agriculture land not only needs to stop expanding, it actually needs to contract by 600 million hectares and be restored back into forests. And so what can we do? This is the global land squeeze, right? What can we do to try to solve this problem? And we have sort of 4 interrelated strategies: produce, protect, reduce, restore. WR, we call it PPRR. So we need to reduce humanity's land footprint by shifting consumption patterns and lowering food loss and waste. I think that's what Bruce is going to talk about a little bit more. We need to sustainably produce more food and fiber from existing production lands, also relevant to Bruce's next segment. So if we can do that, then we can protect remaining natural ecosystems from conversion and degradation, and we can restore degraded areas into healthy ecosystems or productive lands. So with that, I'm setting Bruce up for thinking about what can we do to actually practically implement these sort of 4 high-level strategies. So I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you very much. And I will take the clicker. All right. That was an incredibly arresting talk, showing us what it is that we're up against, what the situation is, and really appreciate, Nancy, the work that the World Resources Institute has done as the absolute NGO thought leader in this space, making clear what we are up against and what needs to happen next. So I want to underline I think Nancy's slide said beef and lamb up 88%, meat and dairy up 68%. So this is a slide that basically underlines that concept. There have actually been 11 peer-reviewed studies to indicate how much more animal agriculture we're going to need by 2050. And of those 11 peer-reviewed studies, the lowest increase predicted is 62%. The highest increase predicted is more than 3 times as much meat, dairy, and eggs by 2050. Most of them hover at around double. And I think as Nancy made incredibly clear, we are not going to be able to protect and restore nature. We're not going to be able to restore, we're not going to be able to protect if we're going to go from right now using 3 billion hectares of land for animal agriculture out of the 4 billion hectares of land that are used for agriculture writ large, if we're going to have to double that by 2050. We absolutely need to reduce, we need to sustainably produce, and if we're going to protect, we need to stop that massive increase that Nancy was talking about in terms of land use needs. And just to illustrate what it means that of 4 billion hectares of land used for agriculture, 3 billion are used for animal agriculture, that's the size of China plus India times 2 plus Indonesia. So really good luck finding land to restore and protecting land if we're going to go from that to double that by 2050. At the Good Food Institute, we work on something that we refer to in shorthand as alternative proteins, and that's what this panel is about, protecting and restoring nature, essentially by changing the way that meat, dairy, and eggs are produced. And the brainstorm of the plant-based side of this is very much not convincing people to pay more for something that they don't like as much. So all of us who have been attempting to cut down on our meat production, on our meat consumption for a number of years, we've probably been eating veggie burgers, we've been consuming maybe even plant-based eggs. And what we know to be true is that they don't taste very good and they cost too much. And the reason for that is that all of the sort of version 1 plant-based products were made from the waste products of the soybean oil industry or the carbohydrate bread and pasta industries. So they took the soy protein that was left over, they took the wheat protein that was left over, they crammed it together, and they forced vegetarians and vegans to eat it. And that was the plant-based industry up until fairly recently. Plant-based meat, dairy, and eggs builds on the observation, just focused on meat for a second, that meat is made up of lipids, aminos, minerals, and water. That is everything that exists in meat. Plants also have lipids, aminos, minerals, and water. And up until recently, the ingredients were not aligned to the needs of the products and the needs of people who really like and want to eat meat, dairy, and eggs. So the brainstorm here is we can get food scientists, we can get tissue engineers, we need meat scientists if we're going to make meat from plants, and we can figure out how to biomimic the precise experience, but with a fraction of the direct emissions, a fraction of the land use needs. And because this way of making meat is so much more efficient, as it scales up, it should be able to cost less. So World Resources Institute statistic, the most efficient animal at turning crops into meat is the chicken. It takes 9 calories fed to a chicken to get 1 calorie back out. With feedlot beef, it's 40 calories in to get 1 calorie back out. So when we're thinking about something like food waste, there's literally, in the most efficient animal at turning crops into meat, there's literally 800% food waste. We're not personally throwing away all of those extra calories, but that is essentially, at a macro level, what's happening, and that's why the land use needs are so much greater if we're going to make meat, dairy, and eggs by feeding crops to animals, which is what we've been doing for 12,000 years, as opposed to either A, turning those crops directly into meat, or doing what Didier and Aleph Farms are a pioneer in, and that's cultivated meat. Cultivated meat is super simple to understand. If you want to grow a plant, you can take a seed or you can take a cutting from the plant and you bathe the seed or the cutting in nutrients and the seed will grow into a plant. With cultivated meat, you can take a small collection of cells from a chicken, pig, cow, salmon, whatever, and you can bathe those cells in nutrients and the cells will multiply and grow. And you're not growing all of the bits of the animals that you don't want or need, and you're not wasting the vast majority of the caloric intake of the animal on raising the animal and keeping the animal alive and the animal walking around or whatever. So it's a far, far, far more efficient way of making meat with far fewer land use needs. One thing that I want to note about both if we're going to do biodiversity preservation, if we're going to protect and restore forests, we have to address how meat is made. And at GFI, our observation is that we have been talking about this issue. The book Diet for a Small Planet basically made this point 51 years ago. The global health community and the environmental community have been begging people to eat less meat for 50 years. And yet this is what per capita meat consumption looks like. And that's why we need to give people the products that they love and desire, but because the products are so much more efficient, we can do it at a lower price. We are not going to protect and restore nature. We are not going to preserve biodiversity if this happens. And then on methane, the methane pledge, like the two things that the first two pledges that came out of COP26, one was protect and restore forests, and the other was methane. So I just wanted to take a second and point out that enteric fermentation, in other words, ruminant digestion, causes more methane globally than all oil and gas combined. And if we're going to have Nancy's slide, something like 80% more ruminants by 2050, this is going to go up as we solve for oil and gas and as we shift to renewable energy. So the fact that, it's so exciting to see food systems on the agenda at this COP, but alternative proteins really need to be more on the agenda. Our hypothesis, which we'll dive into a little bit on the panel, is that alternative proteins are the one food and agriculture solution to the harms of industrial animal agriculture that analogize to renewable energy and electric vehicles. And what do I mean by that? With renewable energy, it is great to encourage people to use better light bulbs, to turn off the lights, to consume less energy. But what renewable energy recognizes is that inexorably, globally, to 2050, energy consumption is going to go up. And the solution is not to beg the whole world to consume less energy, especially in developing economies. That's, smacks of neocolonialism. We developed on the backs of energy consumption, but you don't get to. But it also just defies human nature. If people have the capacity to consume more energy, they're going to. But we can eliminate fossil fuels and move toward renewables. We can vastly slash the adverse impact of energy consumption. It's the same thing with electric vehicles. The goal is not to convince people. It's great. I ride a bike. I live in Washington, D.C. I use public transit. Those are, public transit systems are important. But inexorably, more cars are going to be sold and more miles are going to be driven. But we can shift away from combustion engines and to electric vehicles. Exact same thing with alternative proteins. Instead of trying to defy human nature and convince the world to eat less or no meat, which hasn't worked and is unlikely to work, we can make meat, dairy, and eggs better. The last thing I want to underline before I invite the panelists up here is this report that was launched at COP26, ClimateWorks Foundation and the UK Foreign Commonwealth and Development Office. The numbers were crunched by Vivid Economics, which is an economics analysis think tank owned by McKinsey. And they found that with limited government support, we can be looking at an industry that adds $1.1 trillion to the global economy by 2050, creates 9.8 million new jobs, and because it requires so much less land, decreases land costs by 10 to 12%. So we need government support, and that's what we're going to be talking about on the panel. And I would like to welcome up to have a conversation Nancy, Gideon, Aiden, Fengru, and Didier. And I will say that we are going to have a panel discussion, but please raise your hand if you want to jump in or clarify something. And okay. And but first, I'm going to ask Gideon to say a few words, if you wouldn't mind chatting a little bit about what Israel has been up to. And I will, just by way of introduction for Gideon, say the Israeli and Singapore governments have been the absolute leaders on alternative proteins. A big part of that is food security, and our partnership with Gideon and with the Israeli government is just absolutely essential to us, and we are so grateful to you for all you are doing to raise these issues on the global stage and to really be a shining light about the importance of this kind of transformation. So it's really an honor to have you here, and I look forward to hearing a little bit from you.
Thank you, Bruce. Toda rabba. And shalom. Well, if we are talking about who should get appreciations, I think that you guys should get most of it because your work is really amazing. And actually, what you are doing, you are showing us a path to come out of a climate crisis. The climate crisis, to a large extent, is a result of what we are eating. What we are eating causes the climate change. This is very important to understand. There is a direct link between what we put on our plate every morning when we eat breakfast to what's going on outside with global warming or the floods in Pakistan, or in Nigeria, and in other places. And we must cut and shift this connection in order to create something which is more balanced. And we have really to move from making food systems a source of solution and not a problem, because our food systems today are a major source of a problem. Okay, in my, how do I change slides? Okay, that's it, good. So in my short presentation, I would like to speak about few things. First of all, just to show you this map. I do not know how many of you are familiar with this map. This is the hunger map of the FAO, of the United Nations. What do we see here? We see that the number of people suffering from hunger, to that degree or another, is still huge. About 1 billion people are still suffering from hunger around the world. And 3 billion people are malnourished, do not eat enough, do not get enough proteins, do not get enough vitamins, do not have a balanced diet. I was ambassador in Senegal in Africa, and I've seen it. I've seen people striving to have 1 meal a day. 1 meal a day. And this meal was very poor, unbalanced, with not enough vitamins, nutrition. There were almost no proteins in it. And if we want to change it, we have to change the way how we produce food and how we make it. And this is your message with GFI and partners around the world. So not only that alternative proteins are a way to solve the climate crisis, they are extremely important in the prevention of the food crisis and to create food security. And I would like to say a few more things about it. Sorry. Here we see a slide that shows us how the prices of major commodities rose in the last 2 years. This is again a slide made by the United Nations. And we see that there is a significant rise in food prices around the world. Prices are going up in the last 2 years. The war in Ukraine gave it an extra push. We live, and this is very important to understand, we live in a volatile world where food chains and supply chains are not secured as in the past. It means that every global shock, sometimes big, sometimes minor, can destabilize whole chains of supply. And we live in a world where each one of us buys food from another place. In Israel, most of our imports in grains are coming from abroad. Indeed, we do produce vegetables, we do produce fruits, and we do produce also milk, eggs, chicken. But the production of milk and eggs and chicken is actually a sort of an import, because the food for the animals, which I want to reduce and wish we all move to another source of proteins. I'm not coming to say that I'm in support of continuing the use of livestock, but the import is what makes it available, what makes it happen in Israel. But it is also elsewhere. So if we can maintain local productions of proteins, local productions of the food that we need, then we secure ourselves in the face of the future shocks that will come in the future, because we have suffered them during the corona, the war in Ukraine, and afterwards. So just to say, that alternative proteins are extremely important in creating food security and making us more resilient to global shocks in the supply of food. I will not speak about these slides because it was very well done before me, but I would like to say a few more things. First of all, this is a possible future. We see that if we move in this direction, we can really bring to half the demand for meat, milk, eggs, etc., products which are made from animals. And this is a huge economic potential for companies, for startups, for nations who work in this field. In the last 3 years, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in Israel took the issue of alternative proteins very seriously as a way, really, to solve the climate crisis. And we have been introducing alternative proteins in international arena in different occasions. Here you see our ambassador to the United Nations, Gilad Ardan, holding an event in the UN headquarters with alternative proteins. Ambassador were there, other dignitaries, etc. Here in the middle, you see a meeting of all the resident ambassadors, foreign ambassadors in Israel that were invited for an event on alternative proteins, where they heard, some of them, most of them even, for the first time, the idea of alternative proteins. And what are the possibilities? I had the honor also to speak there. And this is another event that we held in Rome for the United Nations organizations again. And I can tell you that there is a huge interest in the United Nations for alternative proteins. They understand the importance of that. And just after the COP, we will host a delegation of FAO and United Nations organizations from Rome in Israel. They will come to see what Israel can offer in terms of food security. Big part of it will be around alternative proteins. Now, I want to say a few more things before I finish my presentation. First, the first one is that we need to ease up regulation. If we want to move, we really have to move quicker in the issue of regulation. The second thing is we need more investment, okay? Investment is extremely important, and we need government to invest. We need international organizations to invest. We need to find new sources to invest, and we need to make it more publicly known. Okay? More money and investment will flow into the field, the quicker we'll be able to make the shift. Now, there is one big one in this issue. So far, the issue of alternative proteins have been an issue of the developed world. And while we were holding this meeting with ambassadors in Israel, some of them rose up and said, well, this is really good, but it will create or it will increase the inequality in the world, because this is a business of the developed world. The development of alternative proteins happens in the West. The consumption is happening in the West. So we really have to think, in these early stages, how we make it more balanced. How can we include people in Africa, in the Indian subcontinent, in Latin America, in this big revolution? We don't want them to be outside. We want them to be part of it. We want that center productions of alternative proteins will be located in Africa, for instance. We don't want to increase their dependency on food imports. They are already importing most of their foods, so we cannot allow ourselves to create another dependency or to deepen it, and we have to make sure that things are also happening there. Another aspect that will help is to develop products, alternative protein products that can be used, stored, and shipped without electricity or without the need of cooling, okay? If we need electricity to store the products in refrigerators. It means it will not reach large populations in the world that need it to balance their nutrition. Okay, so future products in the field and must be dry ones, like in powder, like in the form of snacks, things like that, that can be shifted without electricity. And I want to tell you that this is also economic opportunity, okay, because it will open new markets. So finally, I want to say that we see in alternative proteins an important component in the global fight against climate change and creating more food security in the world. We, as the government of Israel, are committed to it. We are investing and we are enlarging investments in this field in Israel. It amounts now to big quantities of money that the government is putting in startups to encourage it, and we will continue that. And I want also to invite you to the Israeli pavilion, where we are showing also alternative proteins as one of the solutions that Israel is offering the world. So thank you very much for your good work, and we will continue to do that together.
All right. That was incredibly inspiring, Gideon. Thank you. And I also just, the UN event that Gideon flagged, where the UN ambassador from Israel and the president of Israel spoke, was their 74th Independence Day. So they celebrated their 74th Independence Day with basically a focus on alternative proteins. And then the ministerial event that Gideon addressed was a Rosh Hashanah celebration, I believe. So they celebrated Rosh Hashanah with a focus on alternative proteins. So that is absolutely Israel leading the way. So I'd like to invite Nancy, Gideon back up, Aiden, Fengru, and Didier up here, and we'll have a conversation. I'll say again, so I do have questions. I can fill our remaining almost hour very, very easily. But I hope that the panelists will engage with one another, so feel free to ask one another for clarifications. And I hope folks in the audience will also feel free to engage. I'm going to start by asking Aiden from Farm Animal Investment Risk and Return, FAIR, to introduce yourself and say a few words about what FAIR is doing in this space. And then we will move to Fengru and Didier. I think Nancy, Gideon, and I have already told you what we're up to, and then we'll have a conversation. So,
thank you, Bruce. Hi, my name is Aiden Maher. I'm from FAIR, which is Farm Animal Investment Risk and Return. I'm part of the Color Foundation. FAIR is the fastest growing ESG investor network that focuses on ESG risks, and we have an intense focus on animal agriculture specifically. And that's just a bit about FAIR. Who am I passing this over to?
you can pass to Fengru.
Fengru?
Hi, everyone. My name is Fengru Lin, and I'm the CEO and co-founder of Turtle Tree. We are a biotech company, and we're able to produce milk and milk ingredients without the animal. So we're able to use precision fermentation to produce our first protein. We hope to launch it next year. We're going to talk about the regulatory challenges around that, but we're going to launch lactoferrin next year on the market, targeted at the US and Singapore as the first markets. And we work on a B2B2C model. Currently, we're based with our HQ in Singapore, but we have labs and offices in Boston and California.
Good morning, and great to be here with you today, and thank you for those great introductions and presentations. Aleph Farms is a company growing beef steaks directly from their cells, from their building blocks, the same building blocks of the meat we know today, outside of the animal, using non-modified cells, meaning non-GMO, without any animal component inputs except for the cells. We're intending to launch a first product, which is a thin cut of beef, which put a lot of focus on nutrition, but also on culinary properties and sensory properties.
Hopefully we can get the other microphones up here. I'm not sure if that was actually the source of the feedback or not, but so I think if Fengru and Nancy could get one of them, yeah, maybe it was. How about that? That's craziness. Or maybe it's that they're so close together because now it's back. All right. Yeah, let's see if. So I'm going to start, Nancy. What you laid out was, I thought, incredibly stark, and yeah. One of the sort of one of the sort of discussion points for this panel is the question of what it looks like to end deforestation and to reverse the land use predictions through 2050 that you laid out. I'm curious what you see as most promising. So obviously my hypothesis, the GFI hypothesis, is that we're going to need to give consumers meat, dairy, and eggs that they love at a lower price, and the way to do that is alternative proteins. But basically I'm inviting you to agree or push back vigorously, and also to talk about anything else anything else in the sort of solutions bucket that you're particularly encouraged by or enthusiastic about.
I think alternative proteins are definitely part. Oh, it's this one. Should I?
Is it just that one microphone?
I think so.
Fascinating.
I will just continue to talk. Yeah. Okay. So I think alternative proteins are definitely one of the tools in our toolbox for solving this problem. I don't think there is a magic bullet solution to solving the climate crisis. And what encourages me about the situation is we have a Food Systems Pavilion here at COP. We have not had this in past COPs, or not recently anyway. And so you really do see governments, companies, private sector, everybody, NGOs, we are all starting to talk about the need for sustainable food. And that gives me some hope that we have gotten the message across that it's not just fossil fuels, it is how we are using our lands, how we need to protect our forests, how we need to produce food more efficiently. And that is step one, right? We have to monitor what's happening so that we can understand how to change it.
Can I jump in with a quick question?
Yes, you're setting the tone. Jumping in is encouraged.
So, Nancy, of all these different things that you're talking about, which one which one of these levers would make the most impact in sustainability?
You're forcing me to choose one. I do think the private sector has a big role to play. This is where a lot of the innovation happens. This is where a lot of the economy is happening. And so if we, as a collective, as collector eaters, can push corporations towards demanding what we actually want to see them growing rather than what they are deciding to feed us, I think that does have hope.
Please.
And thank you. To this point, I want to mention an industry-wide LCA study performed a couple of years ago with the 16 actors and players of the cultivated meat industry, showing that producing beef sales and beef steaks versus farming the whole animal can reduce the use of land by 95% versus conventional livestock, which is a huge impact of cultivated meat on land use and reverting the land use change and potentially promoting reforestation.
Excellent, and yeah, that's so I will attempt to be sort of scanning. So just raise your hand if you would like to jump in or ask a question or make a statement. And similarly, that is how I'm here, which is terrific. Ambassador Bahar, the NGO world has been trying for decades to convince the world to eat less meat, and even in developed economies, people are eating as much meat as they've ever eaten, including in the US, including in Singapore, including in Israel. as you laid out beautifully, is like such a leader on alternative proteins. It's one of the key tractable solutions, not a silver bullet, but essential. One of the essential tools in the toolbox. It's been so interesting to see you using your platform at the UN, using your platform in Israel, and I wonder if you have thoughts on what in particular other governments with, you're talking about developing economies, so other governments with different assets, different economies, challenges that maybe developed economies don't have, what lessons can they learn from progress made in other areas of the world, like Israel, like developed economies? Do you have thoughts, a prescription at all?
Thank you, Bruce. I think that essentially what we can share with the world is solutions, okay? And we are not only facing climate crisis, we are also facing biodiversity crisis, water crisis, pollution crisis, and soil erosion crisis. So we are living amidst a world of multiple environmental crises. It's not only the climate crisis. And alternative proteins is an answer to all of these crises. If we reduce the amount of land that we need to grow cattle, it means we will be able to free huge parts of the world, of the earth, which are used today for cattle growth, and rehabilitate them, rewild them, and create them and use them as a sink to absorb CO2. In that way, not only we will absorb CO2, but we will increase biodiversity in the world. If the trends that we saw before will continue, the demand for beef, eggs, etc., will continue like that, this is a self-suicide, I'm telling you. It cannot continue like that. I mean, so we really have to move into that direction, and we have now solutions, and the solutions are in the form of alternative protein. I think that the lesson can be learned from Israel is to have a look. Our country is now ranked second in the world. Israel is second in the world in development of alternative proteins and attracting investment. Okay, it really exponential, the numbers of startups, companies, Aleph Farms. You will say later on how much you have raised in the last year alone, your company. So we see more opportunities are coming, and we must understand that this is a huge economic opportunity, and that we should also portray that. We should not only speak about how we are saving the world with alternative proteins, we must show to investors that there is an economic opportunity for them here, and it is that they can make money. And together, we will make the shift toward a more sustainable food production and to more investment in alternative proteins around the world. And this is what we need to do. And I think this is what Israel is doing very successfully.
Yeah, absolutely. And that is like the perfect handoff for Aiden, talking about investors. So, Aiden, obviously, FAIR, Farm Animal Investment Risk and Return, has been an absolute leader on both the making clear what some of the jeopardy is in the current system across climate, across antibiotic use, across weak supply chains, and then also the opportunity, the return that can come from alternative proteins. And I'd love for you to talk a little bit about what you're seeing now. And I hope you'll also, as you talk about what you're seeing now, hit a little bit on what looks to a lot of people like a little bit of, like we're hitting some rough spots in the acceleration of alternative proteins. But go wherever you will with that.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Bruce, and thank you to my fellow panelists today. I mean, let's just be honest. The corporations are not doing enough in this space that we need, and this is despite investor pressure that we have already. But if we want to really figure out why the investor pressure is not working, it's because the investors are being inhibited by poor government policy choices. And that goes down to alternative protein spaces, just transition, agricultural subsidies, and I'm sure we'll touch base on more of that later. You know, fairs always focus on alternative proteins because we feel like they're a great opportunity to avoid risk, especially in the ESG world that we are in today. And at FAIR, we have a protein index, which we looked at 18 companies that source cattle from high-risk regions, and only 3 of them have a time-bound zero deforestation policy, and only 2 of them have illegal deforestation commitment policies, which essentially says they will obey the law. And so if you look at these, it's a massive risk to investors into the system because, you know, the way that we are currently farming and producing our beef and our crops that feed our cattle is a potential risk to investors because it is a climate risk and it is an investment risk. And what we know is if we want to meet our climate goals, we have to end deforestation. And if we want to end deforestation, we have to stop producing this much meat. And I think I would love to get more into how policy and governments are being hindered in the alternative protein space, but I think that is part of our discussion a bit later.
That is actually the perfect segue to our discussion right now. And since you have the microphone and we only have 2 microphones, I will go ahead and let you kick that off.
Yeah, that's fine.
So yeah, I mean we're having, I mean, yeah. What do and I will be then going to Didier and Feng to ask for your thoughts on that as well.
Well, there's multiple things that governments are doing wrong, I think, but some of the things that we've been highlighting here at COP27 as FAIR is the first one, the call for a clear roadmap. And thanks to the work of Jeremy Kohler and my colleagues at FAIR, we have commitments from the FAO to work to a roadmap for COP28, which is a tremendous success for anyone that wants to see us meet our climate goals, especially in this space. And also puts food back on the agenda for COP28. So we were able to get guarantees on that, so that's a great first step. The second thing is what we've heard a lot in this COP27 is just transition. We have $500 billion in subsidies that go to agricultural practices that are archaic, that destroy our planet, that degrade our natural world, and put poor nutritional health in people that inhabit our earth. And so we need to transform these agricultural subsidies to unlock private investment. But not just transforming agricultural subsidies to unlock private investment. We would love to see more countries lead like Israel in the alternative protein space. But we also need them to move out of the way. I'm from the United States, and far too often we have state governments trying to tell you what a burger is and a burger isn't. And you see that now in Europe and in Central Asian countries. And, the government needs to get out of the way and stop inhibiting the alternative protein space to unleash innovation, to unleash investment, and to really build a public-private partnership. And so, if you want to talk about how investors can make an impact and how they can change our food systems, the money is sitting there right now at FAIR. We have 70 trillion in, our members have 70 trillion under asset management. The money is there and the money is ready to go. But we need clear signals and indications from international organizations, which is like a roadmap from the FAO. And then we also need local, state, country governments to move out of the way and allow innovation, because that is what is going to help solve this climate crisis and solve our food systems crisis.
Great. Didier and Feng Ru, I'm going to ask you to first level set for people super quickly where you are in terms of stage of production. So where you are in terms of, pilot plant production, where you're going, and what would be most useful to you for governments. And then Nancy, I'm going to ask you to chat on the sort of background WRI's experience. What can governments do to incentivize companies that are, excellent for food security, excellent for climate? So. And I'll ask Gideon to sort of close us out on this little discussion.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Ale Farms is in the process of scaling up a first pilot plant facility in Israel. We should go through a second phase of scale-up next year. We're actively working on regulatory approvals in a couple of countries outside of the US to start with. We aim at launching first out of US next year, and then in the US second half of 2024. We're developing a few different platforms and product lines for cultivated steaks, positioning those new products as a unique value proposition within the meat industry. And that's important because when we're talking about land use and the impact, the positive impact of alternative proteins, it's important to understand that we're not talking about the grazing areas. We're talking about the land which is used to produce animal feed primarily for intensive agriculture, primarily intensive cattle, beef production. Based on the slides Nancy showed before, we can clearly see that in the US, for instance, a lot of the land which has been deforested has been allocated to grow corn and soy to feed animals. In Brazil, which is another country Nancy mentioned in her presentation, we know that most of the deforestation is intended to grow soy as an animal feed, used both locally in Brazil but also exported to China or other parts of the world. So if we can produce animal proteins of high quality with a fraction of the resources, we don't need that huge amount of soy and corn to feed animals, and we can revert those lands to forests and revert to biodiversity. I want also to mention another point which is important in terms of land management, is that most of those feed for those harvests used for feed, and 42% of the global harvests are used for feed. It's huge. Involve monoculture of monocrops with the heavy use of pesticide and of insecticide, which is destroying the soy ecosystem, which has a strong role for capturing carbon, as Gideon mentioned. Meaning that we release a lot of carbon from the soil. It's not just cutting trees which are capturing the carbon, we're also releasing a lot of carbon from the soils, especially with the deep tilling, which is destroying completely the ecosystem of the soil and releasing a lot of CO2 to the atmosphere. So cultivated meat can really help mitigating and reverting this process. And this is why we believe that if governments are serious about reaching their net zero goals and leveraging this transition toward net zero economies to build a better food ecosystem, we need to rethink the way we produce animal products.
And thanks, Didier. So for Turtle Tree, we are using precision fermentation to produce different milk ingredients. Now let's double click on the dairy industry. It's one of the largest food industries in the world. It's $700 billion. It's bigger than meat and poultry combined. So the impact is massive. For Turtle Tree, we want to recreate the proteins found in milk, protein by protein. And what we found that our partners are looking for are really these high value proteins that are found in milk. High in value, not just in dollars and cents, but also in human health. So lactoferrin, that we're targeting first, has a lot of functional benefits for your gut, for your immunity. And we are launching lactoferrin on a B2B2C model. So we are looking at working with contract manufacturers at the moment, working with contract manufacturers in the US and in Europe. The good thing about precision fermentation is it's an existing technology. All the different scale-ups, all the different seed trains, the technology is pretty well established. It's not a new process, no new equipment. The downstream processing is something that we need to invest a little bit in, but by and large, it's something that we can hit the ground running. Precision fermentation today is being used to produce things like vanilla extracts, granites for cheese, as well as human insulin. So we can work with these contract manufacturers to scale pretty fast. Now, there's a GFI report that says tank space is running out. Everyone is trying to use precision fermentation to produce a large variety of different proteins. So we do need to take this into our own hands as well as Turtle Tree. So we are planning out our large-scale manufacturing over the next 3 years or so. But what is key, like what Didier say, is the inputs that go into this whole process. Some of it is sugar, nutrients, but a large part is energy, utility cost. So I come from Singapore. I was on a panel one time and we were really excited about sharing about novel food proteins with one of our ministers, Chan Chun Sing. And he said, well, what you guys are doing is great, but have you thought about the energy costs required to power these plants? Essentially, you are converting energy into food. Singapore, we have not a lot of land, so we don't have a lot of access to renewable energy. how are you accessing these energy sources? So Singapore is actually pulling a massive wire all the way from Australia from a solar farm to try to tap some of that renewable energy into the country. So for us, for Turtle Tree, we are looking for places where we have access to renewable energy, good sources of glucose and sugars, and also great talent. We are looking to launch first in the US and Singapore sometime next year with lactoferrin as our first ingredient, partnering up with our B2B partners in the adult nutrition market.
Right, and Nancy, so obviously the WRI is super partnered with lots of governments all over the world, looking at sustainability and land use and climate and everything else. Based on the work that you're doing, what are your thoughts on like what government should be doing, how governments could be incentivizing the companies that are working in this space?
Yeah, I think it's taken, 40 years to talk about climate change. I think bad subsidies for bad agricultural practices have been in place for even longer than that, right? And so there's sort of the inertia doing that we've always done because of these subsidies to incentivize that. There are options to change those subsidies for better outcomes. So, rather than propping up large corporations to produce more food on less land, we also need to think about, as was mentioned before, soil health, right? We need to do these things in coordination with nature. So we need to design government programs and subsidies, for example, for regenerative agriculture practices that restore the soil as well as grow food. And I think that is also starting to take root in many governments.
All right, and Gideon, so you're Minister of Foreign Affairs for Israel, and you're here on a panel talking about alternative proteins. 2 weeks ago, I was in Israel at a conference. There were 1,800 people at basically an alternative proteins conference that was sponsored by the second largest food company in Israel, Strauss. The day before, I was talking to the largest food company in Israel, Tenova. And your whole country has gone all in on alternative proteins. And really, of the first 8 cultivated meat companies, one of them was Aleph, 3 of them were in Israel. In terms of a country punching above its weight, it's just unreal. What is your message when you're talking with other countries about how they can sort of replicate your success and make all of these positive differences in the world?
My message is innovation. Simply, one word, innovation. Be innovative, think out of the box, be creative, have a long-term vision, look at how things are developing in the world, and understand that we must come with solutions. The issue is solutions. We are sitting here at the COP. The COP is not discussing solutions. Not enough, let's say. Let's phrase it like that. We need more practical solutions, scalable solutions, affordable solutions, cheap solutions to the climate crisis. This is what we need. And alternative proteins is one of these solutions. I want also to say that we need also, and we can also develop in lab and produce in labs or in factories other agricultural products which are extremely important to reduce our carbon footprint, like the development of or the making of palm oil by fermentation or other methods. So we need also to think how we go beyond alternative proteins into other commodities that are impacting our climate. So to say that agricultural production for the first time is moving more and more from the field to the factory, okay? This is a trend. The trend will be strengthened. It's not that everything will be produced in the future in factories, on labs, but this is one of the future trends, and we have to understand it and strengthen it. And just conclude by saying 2 things. First, an Israeli company called Remilk, which produces alternative milk, is now opening It's a first ever facility abroad to produce milk on large scale. It is happening in Denmark, and this factory will produce milk which is equivalent to the production of 50,000 cows. I repeat, one factory will replace 50,000 cows with all the emissions that they emit, with all the food that they eat, with all the water that they need, only one factory. And just to conclude by saying that our slogan, you know, Israel is the land of milk and honey. So we say that nowadays Israel is the land of alternative milk, alternative honey, alternative meat. So thank you.
Yeah, it is completely inspiring. And Benjamin Netanyahu was the first head of government to consume cultivated meat. It was Didier's product at an event co-organized by Aleph and GFI. And at that point, he declared that to be an alternative protein powerhouse. So it's really inspiring. Yes, please.
Hi there. My name's Kelly. I'm representing the University of Sheffield in the UK. But I wanted to pick up a bit more on that subsidies kind of conversation. It just
Can
feels
you hold
like,
the microphone?
Sorry. Yeah, it just feels.
I think I can repeat the question.
Hello?
I think I can repeat the question. I can hear you.
With the policy, oh, there we go. So just kind of, it's hard to imagine. Like, since I can't wait for the big companies to want to make the shift, but they have such power. What options do governments have to incentivize realistic?
So the question has to do with the massive government subsidies and the degree to which big companies have such power. And I think probably what can NGOs do, what can companies do, what can governments do in light of that reality. And it looked to me, Didier, like you were excited to answer that question. So I think I'll hand the mic to you.
Yeah, thanks for the question. We believe that for cultivated meat and alternative proteins in general, to really drive the transition and achieve the impact which is required, we need to work very closely with the governments, what we do at Ale Farms, including in the UK, on three different levels. The first one is to reallocate and to make sure that we incentivize the right farming practices, and the UK has been one of the pioneers with that, with the 5-year plans, which has been published a couple of years ago, to make sure that we stop subsidizing practices which are detrimental to the environment and account for externalities within the support of the farmers. And in our views, that's the first step toward accounting for the true cost of food. The true cost of food is really the direction we should go for in the food ecosystem. We can't continue to oversee, to overlook the real cost of the food you're producing and pay cheap for food which is very costly. The second aspect which is important for us is to work on financial support for cultivated meat, for instance, which is a very capital-intensive industry. Same as in the renewable energy or electric vehicle space, where those new technologies benefited from tax breaks or off-take agreements or direct investment in scaling up those industries. Cultivated meat will need the support to go to the first phases of scaling up and reduce the cost to be competitive on the longer term. And third is regulation, which has been mentioned here. We need to make sure that we have frameworks which do not impair or prevent innovative companies to launch their products in those markets. And with respect to working with the industry at Ale Farms, working with 6 large meat and food producers, including Cargill in the US, which is an investor in the company, BRF in Brazil, CJ, Migros, Thai Union in Thailand, working with Mitsubishi. And I can tell that the large meat and food companies are very supportive of cultivated meat, not only from the angle of climate change, but also from the angle of increasing the resilience of the food system. We've seen the fragility of the food system over the course of the last 3 to 4 years during COVID and then during the war in Ukraine. Today, the food system is very concentrated in specific parts of the world geographically, but also in the hand of few large companies with uniform production practices, which make the system very much interconnected and very fragile to change in the environment. In order to make the food system resistant to shocks, we need circuit breakers. We need to have a diversification of the supply. And cultivated meat is exactly a way to achieve that. So we believe it's a strategic goal, not only on the climate change angle, but also from an food resilience and the food security angle as well.
Can you hear me? Yeah. So I think subsidies is an important thing and is, of course, driven by the government. But we have been in the Singapore booth for the past couple of days, and there was a lot of discussions around transition finance. And I think that's an important part as well. There's a lot that the private sector can do, because in order for us to build a sustainability business, first of all, the business has to be sustainable. So understanding what the financial implications are to help the communities shift to the new technology is extremely important. We can give out all the subsidies that we can, but how sustainable is it for the country? That is one point. So Singapore, we have this goal to produce 30% of our nutritional needs within the country by 2030. And this is a large goal. Currently, 95% of our food is imported. So the whole country, from the banks to the businesses to the startups to the regulators, they're all aligned behind this goal. And this is really important. So for the regulators, the Singapore Food Agency, as a startup, these guys on WhatsApp, just communicating with them so regularly, and that has been instrumental to why cultivated meat has still only been approved in Singapore. And so many different other startups are flocking to Singapore to try to launch their food products. I think it's all of these different pillars coming together to help transition our economy of food to something that's more sustainable.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. I just one quick sort of level set. I think it's important to ask when you're thinking about government policy, two questions. And the first question that you're asking is, how important is it? And the second question is, how tractable is changing it? So there are lots and lots of people at NGOs in the United States, I don't know, dozens, maybe hundreds, who are trying to eliminate farm subsidies. People are coming at them from the hard right. The Heritage Institute hates them. People are coming at them from the hard left. The entire food community hates them, or at least the way that they exist. And every president since Ronald Reagan, except maybe Donald Trump, unclear, said unkind things about agricultural subsidies. Bill Clinton ran on agricultural subsidies and abandoned his platform within like 2 weeks of taking office because he realized it was not tractable. So it's important to, at GFI at least, we're not opposed to anything that is happening now. We're basically asking for equal treatment for alternative proteins. So the two things we lobby on, and our global battle cry is lobbying. It's our largest line item. We think that alternative proteins should be incentivized by governments in the same way that renewable energy and electric vehicles are incentivized by governments. And we're looking for open access science, largely from NSF or USDA. And we're looking for private sector incentives to help companies like Olive and Feng Ru's company buy tax credits for R&D and help with infrastructure and manufacturing build out. And just to note, Elon Musk says Tesla was saved at least twice by government support for that company, even before they had a vehicle. So those are the sorts of things that we lobby on, and I would love to hear, Nancy, from your experience as well.
Yeah, just on the tracking side, not necessarily on the subsidies side, but at WRI I work a lot on developing monitoring tools to track deforestation and supply chains and so forth. And so a lot of companies, they really want to make these net zero claims, right? And to do that, they need to reduce their Scope 3 emissions. And many companies have no traceability into where they're sourcing anything. And so that's really hard, right? They need to take deforestation. We keep forcing them to say, take deforestation out of your supply chains. Well, where am I sourcing anything from? That's a problem. Under the Science-Based Targets Initiative, the Net Zero SBTI, they are now requiring many food and beverage companies to set a separate land-related emission reduction target. And so many companies say, okay, how do I do that? But they don't have the data to be able to understand what their emissions are now, let alone how to set a target towards those. And so we are working at WRI to facilitate the process of corporate reporting for both deforestation-free as well as emission reduction targets, so that once companies can actually see progress of how they are changing and going in the right direction to reducing Scope 3 emissions, then consumers start to have a choice of, okay, this company, this large giant corporation, they are actually making progress towards what they say they want to do.
Great. I'd like to shift briefly to a conversation about the Global South. So just to level set on the Global South, I think the title of this panel I think brings in the Global South. When we're talking about making space for nature, we're also talking about making space for pastoralists. We're talking about making space for subsistence farmers, smallholder farmers, et cetera. And part of the land use change that Nancy level set for us so well, I think the implication is obvious. If we're going to need 60 to more than twice as much land, that's going to make it really hard for pastoralists, really hard for smallholder farms, really hard for folks in the Global South who are relying on animals at a small scale to survive. One of the statistics that I think is just super interesting, and I think Gideon nodded at this a little bit in his presentation, is in 2010, we fed about 785 million metric tons of corn and wheat to farm animals. By 2020, it was north of 1 billion metric tons of corn and wheat fed to farm animals. Didier was talking about the fact that we saw the soy chart. More than almost 80%, more than 75% of global soy is also fed to farm animals. So about another 270 million metric tons of soy is fed to farm animals. So the war in Ukraine disrupted 50 million metric tons of wheat, and suddenly fear of famine was on the front page of every newspaper in the world. We're literally feeding more than 25 times that much crops to chickens and pigs and other farm animals. So the implication to people in the Global South is super stark, even before you get to the tautologies around the people who did the least to contribute to climate change, or the people who are going to have their lives completely destroyed by it. Even before you get to that, just talking about land use, just talking about food security. But there is also just the question of, what do alternative proteins offer to the Global South in terms of we looking at feed chains, looking at supply chains, looking at cold chain, looking at those sorts of questions. And I would love to hear from each of you. You're welcome to pass, but when we're thinking about the Global South, how are you thinking about alternative proteins? And for those who are working on it in a really deep way, how are you thinking about your specific company and alternative proteins? And I'll start with you, Aiden, if that's all right.
Fair, we're not a company, but I'm not going to comment too much on this, but I will say one thing. I'm going to reiterate your comments. We create risk for investors. We create risk for our climate. We create risk for the people that live on Earth when we feed a massive proportion of the food that we produce to farm animals. And I'll just say that because this is the biggest risk we have, and I think the Ukraine crisis put that and exasperated it. But if most of the grain that we are feeding to farm animals is leading to the degradation of our environment and putting us at climate risk, it should be right there in front of us for what the path forward is. And I'll leave you there.
Yeah, thanks for this question. I believe that the Global South is very important from two different aspects. First, a large part of the environmental impact of the food system occurs in the Global South. We saw the impact of soy production in Brazil, palm tree and deforestation associated with palm oil in Southeast Asia. So we really need to make sure that this part of the world is included in the transition. Second, the global south is also the primary driver for increase in food consumption, especially meat, for instance. APAC should represent 60% of the global population by 2040, Asia Pacific. And at Alphonse, we're working on the global south strategy in 2 steps. We're currently very much involved in Latin America, for instance in Brazil, working with BRF, one of the largest food companies locally. Brazil is the second largest beef producer in the world and the first largest exporter in the world. So making sure that we can change the way animal protein and beef products are produced in this country is very important to us. Second, we're very much involved in Asia with the partnerships in Thailand, with the Thai Union, working very closely in Singapore as well, but also with the Mitsubishi, a global company, but with a lot of activities in Asia to make sure that we can address the increased need for animal proteins in Asia, providing more food security and more stability of the food system while tackling inflation in the region. Our next stage will be to go to Africa, and that's a project we might want to discuss with our officials here in Israel, which are very much involved in this region.
Thank you. Just a few reflections. One is that animal feeds compete with human food in terms of prices, okay? So when people consume meat or milk, they actually make the prices of commodities higher, especially for poor people in Africa and other places. So the more meat, fish, chicken, eggs, milk we eat, the higher the prices are getting people in the global south, and the more malnourished they become because they have little access to food in affordable prices. So this is a very important point to understand, and I can witness it firsthand as an ambassador in Africa. So alternative proteins can also help fix these problems. Also in my presentation I said few sentences or remarks about it, Bruce. You know, every success creates a crisis, okay? The nature of success is a crisis after it. Why is that? Because the system is suddenly changed. It's not the same as it was before. So the system, the whole system, is in a crisis. Now, we must make sure that the future success of alternative proteins doesn't create harm, doesn't impact negatively the poor people of the South. And it's already now in these early stages of the development of alternative proteins to foresee that and to understand that and to take the necessary measures that this will not happen, that the farmers in Africa or in other places will not suddenly lose their livelihood, okay? So what did we do if we, eat here in, I don't know, in Israel or America, Europe, alternative proteins, and other people go hungry in other places? So we have to fix the problem already now. We have to, must have a long-term vision on the effects, and not all of them will be positive, okay? But we must foresee also the problem and fix them now. And I think that one of the ways to fix them is to produce in the global south and help them have their innovation centers, research centers, etc. There are some good countries that can do that. Not everything should stay in Israel, the United States, the UK, and other places. We must make it more equitable to prevent the problems. And also, other lines of production are important. In India alone, there are 600 million with no access to electricity. In Africa, this is the same number of people. So people in the global south will not be able to consume alternative proteins if these are fresh ones, or they need to be refrigerated, okay? So we must develop alternative proteins in the forms of powder, in the forms of dry products that do not require electricity, that can be stored for months or even longer, and make them accessible for the very, very poor populations of the world. Thank you.
And so to add to these gentlemen's points, I think what is interesting to note is when we talk about alternative proteins, they're produced in enclosed environments. So these are giant steel tanks, these are fermenters, and the food can be produced and delivered directly to the city in close proximity. The amount of land use, water use, and resource usage is over 90% more efficient than conventional ways of producing meat and seafood and milk. So if we're able to build these mini facilities compared to mega farms, mini facilities close to big cities, it means that we can cut down on costs and resources required for transportation, costs and resources required for logistics, warehousing, all of these, and deliver food in a more just-in-time manner. This makes everything a lot more efficient.
Yeah, just in terms of the global south, we need to remember that we live in a global economy, and so as the U.S. soy industry is screwed around with tariffs and bad weather and droughts and things, that demand for soy is still there, and somebody's going to fill it, right? And so Brazil has really stepped up to fill that demand, and so we are going to continue to see deforestation. We are going to continue to see expansion of cropland until we shut off that demand for meat. So,
thank you. So the theme of this panel obviously is making space for nature. We're almost out of time, so we need to move to the close. I'm very sorry. Is making space for nature. I think one of the things that I take from the conversation we've had so far is that ending deforestation by 2030 is going to be extraordinarily difficult if we stay on our current trajectory, and making meat and dairy in new and better ways could be a key part of the solution. I did just want to underline the biodiversity theme a little bit, so I think this will be the closing question, and then I'll say like 60 seconds of wrap up. When people think about biodiversity, people generally think about polar bears and bees and flowers and turtles. Aside from the huge potential of alternative proteins in mitigating climate change and halting deforestation, are there any other immediate ecosystem benefits that you see from this shift in how we make meat and milk? I think each person has a little north of a minute if you'd like to take it. And if you didn't like that question and want to give some sort of other closing thoughts with your just north of a minute, please feel free to do that. And since Feng Ru, you have the microphone, maybe you can speak, then pass to Nancy, and then we'll come to the ambassador, Didier, and Aiden.
Absolutely. So a couple of days ago, I was part of a panel with another company. They're using insect feed to produce feed for animals. So what is interesting is in the bioprocessing for cultivated milk for my company, when we are producing the biomass, a lot of it, the biomass could be fed to the insects, which then ingests the biofeed, and then those can be acting as animal feed for animal agriculture as we transition bit by bit to better ways of producing food. And also, in addition, the animal feed has a lot of positive microbes like prebiotics for these animals, which means less methane gas, better conversion into proteins.
yeah, I guess my final statement is we talk a lot about deforestation. About 80% of the world's biodiversity is in tropical forests. And so as we continue to lose about 5 to 10 million hectares of that forest every year, there are not good implications for biodiversity.
The biggest ecological system of the world is the ocean. And this is where most of life happens, and this is where most of CO2 sequestration is happening. So if we want to help our ecosystem in the ocean, we should really put emphasis on the production of alternative fish and alternative seafood in order to reduce human impacts on the oceans.
I would say that the main resources for us to thrive on Earth are the soil. The soil is really the basis for us to be able to produce food and to thrive as species. Reducing the amount of soy, corn, wheat intended to feed animals is a way to revert those lands to polyculture, to forest, to restore the soil, which is really the best. We lost 30% of our arable land over the course of the last 50 years because of monoculture and intensive agriculture. And alternative proteins can help reaching this goal for a better soil health. And the second resource is water. We're just in the front of the water pavilion here, so I'm looking at all the video running. Cultivated meat can produce animal protein with 78 less water. And as you know, agriculture is the primary user of fresh water withdrawals. Every year, 70% of the water withdrawn every year is used for agriculture. So producing quality animal protein with less water is a way to better manage the water resources, and those two resources, soil and water, are key for us.
FAIR, actually, we just published a biodiversity report, I believe 2 months back. And we also looked at byproducts that come out of massive animal producing, like manure. Manure has horrible implications for biodiversity loss when it's run off into lakes and streams. We see this in places like North Carolina all the time. But also, there is opportunities to leverage this and use these byproducts for good. But anytime that we're using, intensive animal agriculture, monoculture crops, we're going to destroy biodiversity loss. And that's, as I keep hitting on, it's a risk for investors and it's a risk for our climate.
Well, you all were significantly more concise than I expected, and we have about 3 minutes, and I need one of them. So if you want to ask your question, please do.
Yes, so very quickly, I am from Peru, and we're very behind on alternative proteins, really. Only a couple of years ago, we started a process to have better regulations to boost innovation and take into account environmental and social impacts when developing new regulations and new technologies. But I find that it's very difficult for me to talk in my country about alternative proteins because it's very related to culture and to livelihoods. And I started a project to try to retrain people to move them away from harmful livestock to better practices to transform our food systems. And I really struggle in the process to find the best skills that I could teach to people. And I'm talking about very vulnerable, poor people, not people that can go to university and perhaps study science. So I was wondering if you have, for example, in Israel, examples of how can we retrain people, because I think that's a big barrier for people actually accepting alternative proteins because it's linked to livelihoods.
Is there anybody who wants to? Great.
I think that you are very right in what you are saying. I think that one of the biggest challenges of this field is how we make it possible for small farmers to produce alternative proteins with very simple means at home. Maybe one of these possibilities is fermentation. But I think that it's a challenge for all of us is to think about small farmers, small holders of land, how they can be part of this revolution and not leave them behind.
All right, excellent. I think we will. I want to close by singing the praises of the panel for about 60 seconds. At GFI, we are so inspired and excited by the collaborative nature of people who are working on alternative proteins. And I'm just blown away by the quality and the collaboration of everybody on this panel. So Nancy and WRI. WRI is the absolute OG of giving us the information that we need to even have these conversations. So from the formation of GFI, my introductory PowerPoint presentations, and every PowerPoint presentation builds off the work of Nancy's organization. And I mean, you said governments need to be, and when they do, governments should be doing this work, but governments aren't doing the work. So Nancy and WRI are doing the work, and it allows everybody else in the NGO and government ecosystem to even understand what we're talking about. Fengru and Turtle Tree, absolute trendsetters in the precision fermentation and cellular agriculture, absolutely raising the specter of dairy and how we can transform dairy, and working with industry in ways, and governments in ways that are inspiring, absolutely essential to the work that's happening in Singapore and around the world. Gideon, I wish we could clone you as government officials. I mean, like, you are like an NGO representative who this is your entire life, except that you are equally expert on like 9 million other things. I want your brain. But your dedication to this and your knowledge of it and your willingness to call other ministers together and just be globally collaborative because you recognize the problem is a complete inspiration. Didier and Olive Farms, such a partner to GFI in Israel and such a partner in our work with the Israeli government and such a partner around the world. The reports that GFI is putting together would be a shadow of themselves if not for Aleph's collaborative nature and willingness to just share all of their information to help rise the entire sector. And then Aiden and Farm Animal Investment Risk and Return FAIR. The trillions of dollars that you guys represent and the quality of your reports with a focus on alternative proteins and the fact that you have existed for, I think, 7 years, about as long as GFI, and just keep churning out. This is why the world, this is why the private sector needs to get behind this. As I said to your patron, Jeremy Collar, the other day, when GFI shows up in the, the halls of power, like, we're an NGO, and people kind of, look askance at us, and yes, very nice. And the power of our ideas is powerful, but the power of $1 trillion of investment, like just the work that FAIR is doing is absolutely an inspiration, and it's also just completely ecosystem building. So I think when alternative proteins become no longer alternative, it's these 5 people who will have made it happen with all of the benefits that we talked about today. So thank you all so much for everything that you're doing, and thank you all so much for coming out to this panel and everything that you're doing to save the climate. It's an inspiration, and all of us at GFI are grateful. Thank you.
I've got Vina.
morning, everyone, and welcome to this morning session at the Food Pavilion. Can you hear me? Hi, can you hear me? Okay. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this morning session at the Food Systems Pavilion. Our panel discussion for this morning is going to discuss a restoration handbook. What does socially and ecologically responsible restoration, ecosystem restoration look like? We have a really excellent lineup of experts to discuss this topic, and we think you'll really enjoy this session. We also have handouts that you can request my team to give to you, or you can pick them up on that chair on the way out or the way in. But let me just start by giving a quick introduction to how this handbook came about and where the journey started from. So we started. Our journey started 3 years ago, before the pandemic, where a group of organizations got together to form the ARREST consortium. ARREST stands for the Alliance for Restoration, for Reversal of Ecosystem Service Threats. And this is an alliance that consists of ATRI, which is our parent organization, ECRAF, EDF, Columbia University, and the Foundation for Ecological Security in India. The idea behind this consortium was to bring together various players to try and understand what ecosystem restoration can look like in a country like India, which has a lot of challenges. Well, once we started developing the handbook, we realized that actually these problems are pretty widespread across the world in terms of wherever restoration, ecosystem restoration is being planned. So we then decided to put together this handbook, the 7 steps to restore ecosystems. I would now like to invite Anuja Malhotra, who's a policy analyst with ATRI, with the Center for Policy Design at ATRI, and she'll walk us through the 7 steps and how we put this together. Anuja, please. Thank you.
Hi, good morning. I'm Anuja from A3. As Abhi already mentioned, the idea behind putting these steps for restoration together was that we understand ecological restoration to be a complex socio-ecological process, and am I audible? Yeah?
One, two.
Is that better? Yeah? All right. So how we understand restoration to be is a complex socio-ecological process, and to design interventions and to implement restoration projects require context-specific planning, and we thought it's a good idea to put together a framework, broad steps that can be followed in any landscape, in any context, to do socio-ecologically responsible restoration. To begin with, the first step would be to map degradation across ecosystem types. So the map that you see here, it's of peninsular India, is where we are focused. That's a semi-arid and subhumid landscape in India. The idea being that for us to identify interventions, we first need to map the land that's degraded over the years. We've attempted a long-term study in which we've looked at indicators of browning over 20 years and to see which are the areas that are broadly can be identified as being degraded. The second step would be to validate that type of degradation on the site. So while the spatial analysis would tell you broadly the areas that can be potentially restored, what do those areas look like on the ground? So depending on the ecosystem, we focused on 3 ecosystems. The first is open and natural ecosystems in India, such as grasslands. The second is agricultural landscapes. And the third is riparian habitats. We identified that there would be different types of degradation that are present. It could be soil erosion, loss of soil organic carbon, salinization of soil, or encroachment of invasive species. And that you can only know when you actually go down to the level of ground truthing. So once on a broad level we know which are the areas that can be targeted for restoration, the second step would be to validate that on the site. This is from two of our pilot sites actually in Karnataka in India, where we are looking at agricultural land and common property resources. Like we said, we understand restoration to be a complex socio and ecological process. So an important step would be to understand aspirations of communities so that communities and people can actually own the process of restoration, and it is not something that's being driven by civil society or the government alone. And for us to understand how they perceive the landscape to be, what is their vision for the next 10 years for the landscape, we've attempted, of course, to look at household level data for socioeconomic factors, but also, interestingly, to look at people's aspirations. We are attempting an aspirational study in our pilot districts to look at what is it that, how do people perceive the vision for the landscape, what is it that they want from that land in the next 10 years, so that the interventions that we introduce or design can be co-designed with them, keeping in mind their view of the landscape. And then once we know the baseline of degradation, the type of degradation, and what the communities aspire for that land, the next would be to come up with a bouquet of interventions largely that are applicable to that landscape. So for us in semi-arid and subhumid zones of peninsular India, these range from agroforestry and reforestation to assisted natural regeneration, conservation where necessary, soil health improvement using community-centric efforts, and of course removal and management of invasive species. So these are a bouquet of interventions that are applicable to our landscape, and depending on the context and on the site, one or more of them can be implemented. Next, and importantly, is to map the stakeholders and institutions that are relevant for the landscape. So the land tenure, is the land being owned by farmers, or is it a common property resource? Which government departments are relevant? In India, usually restoration flows across government departments. So it might range from Ministry of Environment to agriculture, rural development, tribal affairs, and so on. So to map which are the relevant government departments that should be part of the process in the co-designing. Who are the grassroots facilitators who can actually do this? Includes Gram Panchayats in India, which is a village council, NGOs, labor groups, civil society organizations who are relevant to actually facilitating such a process on the ground. And finally, funding sources. So for us, in India, it'll range from a rural development bank such as NABARD, CSR, which is corporate social responsibility funds, and so on. So we envision restoration to be a 5 to 8 year long process, which means that we need to identify financing options for the transition. So for us to move from a degraded state to a restored state would require a transition period of 5 to 7 years. And that's where corporate financing, foundations, government agencies, carbon financing, and so on can come through. There are various experts on this on our panel, and I'm sure they'll talk to us about this a little more. But for us, the idea is that we need to understand who can finance that transition to move from a state of degradation to a state of restoration. And where does and once it's a restored economy. It can take it from there. But how do we actually create that transition? How do we enable that transition as we design restoration projects? And so once you've identified the interventions and the right finance mechanism is when you can scale up from pilot projects to large-scale restoration efforts as we've identified. And finally, once we know what are the interventions that we want to implement, that we've co-designed, it's important to set protocols for monitoring and evaluation so that we can see what success looks like. We can iterate our process depending on what's going wrong, and we have a baseline to begin with. So these are also from our pilot sites where we've deployed the LDSF framework, which is the Land Degradation Surveillance Framework. It's been developed by ECRAF, and the idea is that we start with a baseline and we train communities. So the picture that you see is from a university in Pune, from one of our pilots, where we've trained people, locals, to actually be able to conduct a baseline survey and to carry out monitoring and evaluation so that we know over the years where our efforts are leading. So I think I'm going to stop there and ask Abhi to take it from here, and looking forward to the panel.
Thank you, Anuja. And now that we've got an amazing, excellent description of the process itself, we're going to invite some comments. So one of the first people we're going to bring on stage, well, virtually, is Professor Ruth de Vries. Unfortunately, Ruth couldn't join us either in person or online because she's traveling. So she sent us a recorded message, and we're going to play that for you right now. Ruth de Vries is a professor of ecology and sustainable development at Columbia University in New York and co-founding dean of the Columbia Climate School. Thanks.
Greetings to everyone in the room and beyond. I'm sorry I am not with you in Sharm el-Sheikh. Rather, I am in the midst of fieldwork in India to assess the outcomes of restoration and carbon market projects. One thing is abundantly clear from the ground. Restoration can only be successful if the people who are doing the hard work of restoring the land benefit directly from their efforts. As the 7-step plan for restoration in India, the topic for this panel, makes so clear, planning restoration needs to start with the livelihoods and aspirations of the people who manage the land on a daily basis. Climate resilience and ecosystem health are only abstract goals. The ambitious restoration targets will only be achieved if they center on everyday livelihoods for diverse crops, fertile soil, and forest resources for communities. The Arrest 7-Step Plan takes this approach and illustrates it through case studies. I'm sorry to miss the panel. I'm sure the discussion will be lively and informative. Thank you again for joining, and I hope to be with you next time.
Next, I would like to call on stage Milind Bunyan. Dr. Milind Bunyan is a fellow at Atri, and he leads the Eco-Informatics Lab at Atri. So he's going to be talking about digital tools that will enable us to choose the right species to direct at these restoration efforts. Milind, thank you.
Thanks, Abhi, and great to be over here. Thank you, everyone, for joining us. So let me start this way. When you are considering climate action, one of the first things that people think about is planting trees. It's logical. Trees absorb carbon dioxide. They release oxygen. It's relatively easy. You plant it, you water it for a few years, and then the tree starts growing. But what if I were to sell you a product or an investment that had a 70 to 90% chance of failure? Would you be interested in taking it? It's got a 70 to 90% chance of failure. Most of us would not want to take that product. Most of us would not want to take that risk, right? What if it was really critical and I sold you the importance of that? Maybe then you'd be willing to risk it. But you'd still want to find ways to reduce that risk. You'd want to find ways to bring down that risk so that that's not the odds that you have of failure. But that's what's happening with tree plantations around the world that are being established to capture carbon dioxide. Across the world, there's a 70 to 90% chance of failure that these plantations have. And that's why at A-Tree, we have been promoting the concept of what we call socio-ecologically responsible restoration. And that means the right place, we call it the 3 R's, the right place with the right species mix and for the right reason. Now, what do I mean by the right place? What I mean by that is not every place is ideal for establishing a Miyawaki plantation. They're great for many ecosystems. They work really well in Japan. But they don't work as well in semi-arid India and in arid India and sub-humid regions where rainfall is really a limiting factor, right? And so we need to think about the right place, like what is the species mix, which brings us to the second R. What is the right species mix that needs to be planted in these places? And when I say right species mix, we want to encourage you to start thinking beyond trees, right? When you go into a forest, you don't only see trees over there. So what are the trees, what are the shrubs, what are the grasses that grow in that space? And how does restoring socio-ecologically responsible restoration think of these different components that go in when you're talking about restoration? So thinking beyond trees is what we mean when we talk about the right species mix. And finally, the right reason, the last R that we have, right? Why are you planting that tree? Are you planting that tree for carbon sequestration alone? Because if you're planting it for carbon sequestration, you may actually be driven to pick an alien tree species that may become invasive. You may think of taking a eucalyptus and planting it in the semi-arid parts of India. And it'll grow well as long as it has water, but it'll start competing with the crops and other native ecosystems and native plants that are over there for that water at the cost of the growth that you're getting. But if you want to think about the right reason, then you'll want to pick trees that provide other ecosystem services. Are they providing ecosystem services to the communities that live in that area? Are there other benefits that are coming out of it? What is the cost of the water that is being used to support this growth? That's a very important consideration when you think about areas where water is a limiting factor, which actually encompasses large parts of the globe, large parts of Africa, large parts of Asia are water-stressed areas. And these are important considerations when we think about socio-ecologically responsible restoration. Now, these are not easy challenges, right? We need to think about what are the enabling instruments that need to come in? What are the policies that need to be considered? Where are there synergies that need to be put together across different ministries, across different arms of government? What are the policy levers that need to be pulled for people to be able to incentivize people to do this? Where's the money for this going to come from, right? And I think later in the discussion, Kavita will be sharing insights on that, on where there are potential sources of money for this kind of restoration. But also what I wanted to leave you with is the digital tools that we can start thinking of, that we can deploy when we're talking about socio-ecologically responsible restoration. These are, again, it's not a trivial challenge. If you look at the area of Bangalore itself, there are 10 species 10 tree species, 10 shrub species. There's a lot of information that we need to put together. But with the right geospatial tools, when you stand in a location and you give your location, it'll tell you these are the list of species that you can plant. That's what we are promoting when we talk about socio-ecologically responsible restoration. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Milind. That's excellent. You mentioned about the need to balance promoting tree growth with water, and that's exactly what our next speaker, Dr. Veena Srinivasan, will be talking about. Veena is a colleague, a senior fellow at A-Tree, and also the director of the Center for Social and Environmental Innovation at A-Tree. And I invite Veena to come on board and talk to us a little bit about carbon water trade-off in semi-arid ecosystems, and how we balance this, and what can we do to keep this in mind when restoring ecosystems. Thanks, Veena.
Thanks, Abhi, and thanks, Milind, for those really, initial remarks introducing the issue of trade-offs between carbon and water. And one of the things that we've seen across India in all of these, what we are now calling carbon plantations, which are funded by carbon funds, there is a drive to basically maximize the density of the plantations as much as possible in order to increase the carbon tons sequestered per hectare. What we're seeing in some of these places is that a lot of these forests are being irrigated for the first 3 years, supposedly for the first 3 years, using deep bore wells, often pumping groundwater from 1,000 feet. And this is actually going to become a ticking time bomb, because when we actually speak to a lot of these groups engaged in these plantations, their argument is that we're going to stop irrigating after 3 years. But I don't think we've got enough long-term data to say what's going to happen to these extremely high density plantations when in 3 years we suddenly stop irrigating. Are they just going to become tinder boxes, or are they going to be kind of carbon biomass filled areas which provide no other ecosystem services? So I think that in addition to what Milind talked about, which is in terms of looking at the right trees, the right species for the right reason, I think we also need to start looking at these from a watershed perspective, because you might be able to get away with a handful of trees in a landscape, but if you're going to convert entire landscapes, including places which have rainfall of 400 to 600 into very dense plantations with irrigation, you might actually have unintended consequences that none of us expected. So one of the things that we really are proposing along the lines of Milind's digital tools, to continue on that theme, and we're actually working with Milind's team on this as well, is to develop water budgeting tools to kind of see how can we kind of do a reasonable water budgeting exercise for agroforestry and land use conversions from field crops or single millet crops to agroforestry. There is a lot now. I want to caveat these remarks by saying that we're not against irrigating plantations completely. And there's a lot to be said in terms of justice. For justice reasons, about 40% of India's farmers, 40 to 50% of India's farmers are smallholder rain-fed farmers. And to tell them that you have to live the rest of your life just growing a single field crop, when there are opportunities to transition to permaculture, to transition to mixed field cropping agroforestry systems with a small amount of protective irrigation, it would be unfair to kind of say that no irrigation ever in any of these systems. But the point is that we need institutional models to figure out how do we allocate scarce water to be able to reach some of these farmers so they're able to get both the benefits, multiple benefits from the land, as well as perhaps a small amount of carbon credit to sustain them for the first few years while they're transitioning from a field cropping system to a mixed agroforestry system. And there's lots of interesting models emerging in these kinds of protective irrigation systems of communities investing, for example, in a shared tanker, where the tanker goes to the local tank and then they get one irrigation a month based on this kind of a shared infrastructure service. So finally, I think the only other thing that I would think about is in urban areas, I think and peri-urban areas, there's a real opportunity to kind of look at circularity with wastewater. Most of our wastewater in India continues to go untreated, and our overall levels of treatment are very, very low. But as India kind of transitions to increasing urbanization and increasing wastewater generation, particularly with massive pipe supply schemes like the Jal Jeevan Mission, there's a huge opportunity to think about how can we use some of this wastewater that's being generated with minimum, with some minimal treatment to ensure public health, but to transfer that, both the nutrients as well as the wastewater, to some of these plantations systems around some of these smaller towns. So there's opportunities on the wastewater side that we haven't completely considered as well. Thank you so much for, for inviting me, and over to you, Abhi.
Thanks so much, Veena. We'll please do stand by. We'll come back to you at the end for a quick round of discussions. Now that we've gone through a couple of whats, maybe we'll jump into some hows. For this, I would like to invite Ms. Ruchika Dral. She's a Deputy Secretary for the Ministry of Environment, Forests and Climate Change of the Government of India. And I would like her to come on stage and talk to us about how these kinds of programs can help fulfill the vision and the mission of the Government of India, and maybe talk a little bit about the policy side for restoration in India. Please.
Good morning, everyone, and a very warm welcome to this important discussion on ecological restoration. It was my absolute pleasure to be part of this discussion, and I thank the ATRI team for having me here and talk about a subject which is so closely linked to our lives that our mere existence depends on our ecosystems. So India, as you know, is supporting the second largest population in the world with only 3% of the land resources. So we can, from these facts, we can very much understand the kind of pressure that is there on the land resources and what kind of challenges the country must be facing in maintaining the health of the ecosystems and at the same time meeting the developmental needs of a developing economy. So it is a great challenge in front of us to adopt a net zero nature positive development pathway so that we can meet the aspirations of our citizens and help them achieve the living standards that they are they expect and they are very much required of. India, as everyone would know, I would like to reiterate that has had a long tradition of preserving and conserving environment. Different elements of the nature are worshipped by us Indians in various forms, in various occasions. And there have been several examples of community participation for the conservation of environmental resources, be it the Bishnoi people in the country, in the state of Rajasthan, who gave their lives to save their forest more than 2 centuries ago. And recently, we had women from the state of Uttarakhand who mobilized the Chipko movement in 1970 to save the trees in the state. So with this philosophy of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, which means the whole world is our family, India has always been the leader in taking up climate action commitments despite its limited contribution to the global climate change. Amongst many ambitious targets that we have taken for ourselves to combat the issue of climate change, one of them is to restore 26 million hectares as part of its degraded land degradation neutrality contribution under UNCCD. And through some of the very flagship schemes that the government of India has launched, namely the Green India Mission, the National Afforestation Program, CAMPA, which is the Compensatory Afforestation Management Program, then soil health programs such as Paramparagat Krishi Vikas Yojana, Jal Jeevan Mission, concerted efforts are being made throughout the country in various states and ecosystems to ensure the restoration to the original health. Now, India is also home to one of the richest mangrove ecosystems in Sundarbans, and we have demonstrated expertise in the past to demonstrating activities nearly 5 decades and restored different types of mangrove ecosystem both in the eastern and western coast of India. With that experience, at the Mangrove Alliance for Climate last week, our Honorable Minister of Environment, Shri Bhupendra Yadav, highlighted that India can actually contribute to the global knowledge base due to its extensive experience in mangrove restoration. And we also look forward to get benefited from the experiences of our other partner organization to develop cutting edge solutions and make a better world for the next generation. We are open to exploring the financial instruments to ensure the conservation of our ecosystems, because we all understand that these kind of investments do not usually make a business case. There is no direct or tangible financial return from these kind of investments. So there has to be a very dedicated source of financial resources for these kind of activities. And we urge the financial community, the MDBs, the donor agencies and multilateral institutions to come forward and provide resources for the adaptation and restoration kind of activities. India's vision is to enable restoration that will benefit the local communities and also sequester the carbon and improve the biodiversity of the country. So restoring soils and land will sequester millions of tons of carbon and improve food and water security, enhance biodiversity, and safeguard the livelihood of millions of the people. In order to fulfill this vision, we require collaboration between governments, civil society organizations, and also the people. In particular, the scientific organizations can help us create the evidence base so that the socio-ecological relevant and robust restoration programs can be taken up. The projects need to be designed keeping in mind the biogeographic zones, the social cultural biodiversity, and the locally relevant hydrological cycles. These programs need to be designed with close involvement and consideration of the communities around these ecosystems to ensure the maximum benefits out of it. Research, innovation, and technological advancement is one of the keys to developing solutions that can be successful in achieving our environmental commitments. That is the reason our Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi gave the call for Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and Jai Anusandhan. Anusandhan means research and development. So it is the call that has been given by our Prime Minister from the ramparts of Red Fort on the 76th Independence Day of India. From this, it is very evident how much importance is being given to the research and development in the climate change space. I would like to conclude my remarks with final thoughts that a healthy ecosystem is prerequisite to the life on the planet. So the different ecosystems across the biospheres do not function in isolation. They rather interact in very complex ways. So restoring one ecosystem is actually linked to several others, and there needs to be a concerted and joint effort to do the same. Therefore, it is important to preserve ecosystem irrespective of their importance and size. Each one is equally important. All the countries, communities, and individuals need to employ all their levers that are available to bring back ecosystems to their original health. That is not something we are doing for the environment. This is something we need to do for ourselves. And on this platform, I will quickly take this opportunity to reiterate the major goal or the major theme that India has come up with to COP27, which is the mission life, that is lifestyle on environment. We urge all individuals to make responsible and sustainable choices in everyday life that they are leading. And with the mission life, we are trying to democratize the climate action so that each individual can take a part in it. Thank you very much and look forward to a meaningful discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ruchika ji, for that really excellent summary of the Government of India's vision for restoring ecosystems. Now that we've gone through some of the what's and we've started, we've got a policy in place, let's find the money, because it makes the world go round. So I'm going to invite Dr. Kavita Sachwani. Yeah, she's with the Water Resources Group of the World Bank, and she's going to talk about financing some of these opportunities on the ground, and especially for self-sustainability, because it has to be able to pay for itself in the long run. So, Kavita.
Thank you, Abhi, and very good morning to all of you, and many congratulations to R3 for launching this panel, and also the handbook for restoration and many other such very interesting tools that R3 has been launching over the last couple of years. I'm Kavita Sachwani. I'm from the 2030 Water Resources Group of the World Bank, and I will be talking to you about some financing mechanisms for ecosystem restoration. So FAO estimates that worldwide land degradation costs about $40 billion per year. Research shows that for every $1 invested in restoring degraded land generates an estimated $7 to $30 in economic benefits, including renewed economic opportunity, livelihoods, improved food production, improved water supply and water quality, carbon sequestration, and climate resilience. But making this happen at a scale that we are talking about is complex and requires favorable policy environment, which Ruchika just spoke about, multi-stakeholder action, public-private partnerships, supporting small and medium-scale enterprises, smallholder farmers, financing investments, and transitioning finance. On financing, I think we need to be mindful that different investors expect different returns, and they also have varied risk appetite, and therefore accept different levels of risk. So there are financing mechanisms which can be designed to suit stakeholder expectations on financial, environmental, and social returns, or a combination of financial returns and impact. Two such instruments are, one is carbon financing, which is gaining a lot of momentum around the world and is expected to grow exponentially. India has seen a rapid rise on carbon projects across sustainable agriculture, agroforestry, organic amendments to soil, water, and directing some revenues or proceeds from carbon financing to climate solutions such as restoration is one clear source of finance. The second is self-sustaining mechanisms like payment for ecosystem services, which can be scaled up. And I think my colleagues also spoke about CSR and other financing sources from NABARD, etc. But I think, combining CSR sources with blended finance instruments like mixing development and commercial finance into specific funds can create opportunities to address issues of aggregation, network strengthening, and technological innovations. Two examples that come to my mind from India, because India is themed around landscape restoration and using the payment for ecosystem model very well, one is the Narmada Narmada Land Restoration Project, which was launched in Madhya Pradesh to demonstrate the impact of sustainable landscape practices on water quality and quantity of the river Narmada over a 4-year period. This was conceived as a payment for ecosystem services model where the end users of water in Indore, which is the city in the state, will pay to the catchment community for enhanced water ecosystem services, primarily water. And the project intends to develop capacities and provide incentives for sustainable land management by local communities in the upland watershed and create awareness of the importance of ecosystem services and sustainable land management. The stakeholders included the beneficiaries, of course, the farmers and the forest communities, the urban population of the region, and the government. So USAID and NTPC, the National Thermal Power Corporation of India, are the funding partners. And then there is GGGI, which is the Global Green Growth Institute of India, and the Indian Institute of Forest Management, which are the implementation and technical service providers. They have set up a project management unit to implement the Narmada Land Restoration Project. And they also have a project appraisal committee to assess the project and guide future steps. So in this case, the payment is made by the beneficiaries, which are the urban communities like like industries in Indore and the Indore Municipal Corporation. And the payment is made for ecosystem services, which is clean and adequate water, reduced cost of treating water for municipal supply, water security against increasing demand for water in the long run. And the payment is made to forest and agriculture community in the river catchment for adoption of sustainable practices that ensure ecosystem services like water. In terms of the planned outcomes and impacts, forest and agriculture landscape, enhanced livelihoods. They're working on restoring 10,000 hectares of mixed agriculture, including forest and agriculture cover, sustainable non-timber forest produce collection, increase in soil organic carbon, and certified organic products. The second outcome, or the planned outcome, is water conservation, which is basically 25% reduction in runoff pollution and 20% increase in quality of water through natural resources management. And the third is livelihood diversification for communities, leading to improved income from payment for ecosystem services. So that was the first example. The second one is in Uttar Pradesh, which is called the Uttar Pradesh Sodic Land Restoration Project. It's managed by the UP Bhumi Sudhar Nigam. Bhumi in India means land. Sudhar is improvement. So Bhumi Sudhar Nigam is the agency in Uttar Pradesh which is managing the project. And these are large-scale impacts which were observed over a 20-year period when the UP Sodic Land Reclamation Project was conceived by the UP Bhumi Sudhar Nigam in 1993 through World Bank assistance. And over 3 phases since 2001 to 2020, about 330,000 hectares of sodic land was reclaimed and cultivated. There are also a couple of other projects in the southern part of India, which are the Bhu Chetna project, which was conceived in Karnataka. So basically, landscape restoration and many other examples, of course. These are 2 that I thought I could share in this forum. So landscape restoration is complex, but so was investment in renewable energy 20 years ago. There are viable financing models being implemented, like we just heard, but these need to be brought to scale. And to do this, we need to create an enabling business environment and work on institutions, investments, and incentives to drive efficiency, effectiveness, and equity. Thank you very much, Abhi.
Thank you so much, Kavita. So from the India scale, we want to go global, from hundreds of thousands of hectares to millions of hectares. Let's find the really, really big money out there. I would like to welcome Paul Chatterton. So a quick introduction to Paul. He is the lead and founder of the Landscape Finance Lab, and also is part of the 1,000 Landscapes initiative.
Thank you very much, Abhi. Can you hear me okay out there? It's pretty noisy, isn't it? It's, yeah, so I'm really honored to be here. I lead the Landscape Finance Lab, which aims to get large money into large landscapes for a long period of time. We're doing that across the world. I want to give a bit of a picture of some of the lessons that are coming. And first, congratulations to Anuya and to Abhi and the team for this handbook. It's really crisp and clear and a simple methodology. I think that's tough. Doing restoration in dry lands is very tough. And to do it over 10 million hectares is pretty ambitious. So congratulations. I think the world can learn from India. I was just thinking about the scale of the US, the whole of Europe, Indonesia. They're all about the same size, but they're a quarter of the scale of India, and probably 100th of the complexity. So what you're learning, I think, and the lessons that are coming from India, the rest of the world should be looking at very, very closely. I'm learning as I talk to you guys. Just recently, there was a conference in Scandinavia on the poly crisis, and I think that's a very good term. The crisis in climate and the crisis in biodiversity come together. The UN has accepted that. But there's a crisis in water, there's a crisis in food, and India is feeling that as much as anyone. We need poly solutions. we can't work on each of these things individually. We need solutions that answer all of them together. And that's what the landscape approach allows us to do. It allows us to look at each of those in an integrated fashion and at scale. And I hope we can do it fast. So as Abi asked, where's the money? Well, there's about $200 trillion floating around the world every year. 0.5% of that comes from government and foundations and multilaterals. That's where most of the money for restoration comes from today. The good news is that that other 99.5% is getting interested in restoration in a very serious way. I've been having conversations here over the last few days with the World Business Council, many large corporates and so on. They are very interested in restoration. So how do we make that happen? How do we get that money onto the ground, into India, into restoration? Well, as we've heard of some of the methodologies from Kavita, carbon programs, they've been offsets. They're moving towards insets, where companies are committing to address their own emissions and those of their suppliers. The Scope 3 emissions world is booming and will become a very large source of money for restoration. So take note of that. There's some very interesting methodologies. Gold Standard is bringing out its value change methodology, which encourages corporates to get together in a supply shed and do their carbon accounting together to get better credibility and lower costs. And this will bring a lot of money into landscapes like the ones that we're looking at. So I'd encourage you to look at that. What's also coming is the world of biodiversity credits. I've been talking to quite a few banks in London who have asset managers asking them, and pension funds asking them for biodiversity products. There is no biodiversity credit today. Conservationists can't agree on what the metrics are, so they need to get their act together quickly and sort that out. But get ready for that. And this is something that will pay for nature actions in restoration areas. So start thinking about that. And then we've got some really big business opportunities coming from restoration as well. I just heard from Diageo, the world's biggest spirits manufacturer. In their whiskey distilleries, they're thinking water and peatland, looking after entire river catchments above their whiskey distilleries and investing in protecting and restoring peatlands. That's the sort of thing that's going to be happening with all sorts of food producers, beverage producers and others across the world. So can we plug into those for restoration? A few examples of how to do this at scale. Millions of hectares and above. So we help build what's still the largest forest carbon program in the world in the Democratic Republic of Congo. That's 14 million hectares of land, 9 million hectares of forest. The forest is coming back, the water's flowing, the women are walking less distance to get the water. It's really exciting, and that's carbon payments. But that's the old world. What the new world that's coming is pure commercial investment. We helped Michelin Tire Company in Indonesia develop an investment program to create wildlife-friendly rubber in their plantations in Sumatra. You might think that's a contradiction in terms, but it's actually quite exciting. They're letting the rainforest grow back around their rubber. They're investing in ecosystem restoration concessions where the rainforest grows back next to them, and investing in the national park. So orangutans, tigers, and elephants are all found in this area, and we create greater habitat. That's $215 million, a sustainability bond, and there's no carbon in that. So can we do that sort of thing for restoration in Indian landscapes? What's starting to happen is bringing those two worlds together of large carbon and large commercial investments. In Ireland, we're working with the government of Ireland and most of the progressive companies in Ireland to create a program to protect and restore 700,000 hectares of peatland. This is the greatest source of carbon in Ireland. It'll be one of the greatest stores of carbon soon, and we estimate there's about a $500 million worth of carbon value there alone. But this is very valuable for the companies in Ireland who need to decarbonise very quickly, particularly the dairy industry. Milk is a very high carbon product, so they have to work out how to decarbonise. Abby's standing there, so I'd better finish up. So a few things to think about. One is the landscape approach. Don't reinvent the wheel. 1,000 Landscapes has some very good methodologies. The 4 returns framework makes it really simple for doing the landscape approach, and we can help you. Think about zoning. Restoration can be 2 things. It can be restoring nature, or it can be restoring the productivity of farms. Those 2 things are very different. Have a zone for nature and a zone for productivity, and maybe a zone in the middle for regenerating soil, but don't try to mix up those definitions. You'll get into trouble. Good standards like gold standard are critical to give business confidence if you want to get the money in there. And just the last thing, these big carbon programs are making the rich much richer and the poor miss out. Start right from the beginning thinking about how the small people benefit first. And that's a principle that we wrote into the Democratic Republic of Congo program, that the smallest actors get the first payments, and then the bigger actors, and then the bigger actors. And that way everyone feels fair and the whole thing works. So from a poly crisis to a poly solution, and congratulations to A-Tree, and thank you for letting me speak.
Thank you so much, Paul. We're almost out of time, but just enough to maybe bring in Dr. Richie Ahuja for a final set of comments and wrapping up of the session. He's not there? Oh no. Okay, so Richie is in Goa and he's lost power. So unfortunately we are not able to bring him online. But maybe what we can do is just use that opportunity to take a couple of questions from the audience, if you have any, to any of our panelists. We have one there. I hand over this mic. Thank you. Please introduce yourself and let us know who the question is to.
Very quickly. My name is Richard Taylor. I'm a professor of hydrogeology at University College London. I'm just an observer here at COP27. My question is this: A-Tree and the project, Arrest and others, present an excellent kind of conceptual and process-based way in which they have actually, field-tested way of delivering impact. What I see, but maybe I'm wrong, is a sort of almost entire misalignment between that process base and the financial structures that might support it. And I'm just wondering, and this is not a criticism of the bank or any I'm talking about the financial landscape. You very optimistically, optimism, but I'm just wondering how this tremendous amount of resources, how fund managers in London about biodiversity, how is that going to connect and get rooted into supporting those who need it most? I just see this alignment, and I'm just misalignment. I'm just wondering whether we can see ways of addressing that.
Maybe Paul, you want to take a shot at that, and then Kavita, you want to, yeah? Okay.
All right, that's a tough one. I think the landscape approach gives you a very nice way to bring all sorts of different actors together, look at the problem and the possible solution, and then work out how to finance it. And having the bankers there right from the beginning is really important. They'll help to guide you to work out, okay, that might be profitable, that's worth looking at. This is a business case that can be explored further. That one's definitely profitable. Let's follow that one a bit further, and then let's think about how to put those things together into a larger program that gets their bosses excited. Most bankers don't get out of bed unless you're talking $100 million. Certainly the ones in London. So how do you get it up to that sort of scale? And you've got the scale of land here that we're talking about to get to that scale.
Absolutely. I think I couldn't agree with you more, Paul. But I think if you talk about scale, we can't do anything without the government. I mean, we heard that from Ruchika. But I think what's important to do is blend private commercial finance with catalytic capital. And that's where the private sector comes in. And that's where we talk about blended finance and instruments like resilience bonds, which combine both the capitals. Right, so I think that's what's really required. As far as business cases are concerned, I think there are investors who look at impact as the core sort of area to look at, not just commercial commercial interests. So I think a combination of the two is what we really need to look at if we need to look at scale.
Thank you for that. Any other questions? Maybe a last quick one. If not, then we are out of time. All right. Well, please join me again in giving a really big hand to this excellent team of panelists and my colleagues at Atri who helped put this wonderful plan together. And thank you, kind audience, for sitting through all of this and for being so attentive and patient. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. We will get started soon, once everyone is in the room. Deur even dicht moet doen. En iemand er lijkt echt op te letten. Ja? Ik schijn dat wel. Okay, hello everyone, and welcome everyone here. So my name is Mariliek Nijmeijer. I'm a policy officer at Climb Eat, and Climb Eat is one of the co-hosts of this pavilion. We had really envisaged the Food Systems Pavilion to be a space to showcase solutions for food systems and climate. And that is why it's such an honor to host this wonderful event where we will be celebrating the cookbook in support of the United Nations for People and Planet. So you will hear more from me later, but first please introduce Dr. Reem Abdelmajid from the Egyptian government to formally open this event.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm so honored to be among you tonight. I'm representing the government of Egypt, and this is such a historic moment for us all to be launching this cookbook in COP27 in the Biodiversity Day. The cookbook is indeed a very important because it promotes sustainable foods from around the world, showcasing what Kitchen Connection likes to call the gastro diplomacy. And let me tell you more of my background. I'm a management consultant that works in corporate wellness. And it gives me a great pleasure to be taking part in the launch of such a sustainable recipe book that has been put by so many passionate chefs from all around the world. I work in the sustainability business and I work in the corporate wellness, and I'm telling you, lots and lots of people out there are looking forward for a book like this. It's very custom to find a book with calorie calculation. It is extremely unordinary to find a book with carbon calculation, and this is what is so unique for all the sustainability passionate lovers out there in the world. Food production, as we all know, has a great impact on climate change, and it's estimated that over a quarter of the gas emissions in the world are produced from food production. So you can understand the impact of a book like this. Today is a great moment, as I said, for all of us and for UNFCCC also. And I hope that we can all apply what is written in the cookbook in our lives and inspire our families and friends and colleagues to do the same. We all have taken action now because there is no other planet for us to live on. And without further ado, I would like to introduce Ms. Laura Lopez from the UNFCCC, who has been instrumental in supporting the launch of this cookbook. Ms. Laura,
Thank you very much. Thank you, and it's really a pleasure to be here. I'm the director of conference affairs, so I have spent over a year working on this COP with my team. Many of them are here. They're a fantastic, amazing team. Just want to say that we are about to hit 50,000 badge participants, which is never happened before. So you can imagine that our sustainable food challenges continue to mount because it's difficult to even bring food in for that many people when you were expecting about 35 or so. So yes, it continues, but it is a very important part of our process. I think this is being launched at a great time because there's been just an explosion of interest in sustainable options for food and agriculture. This presidency has 10 thematic events on agriculture and food security, food systems, 5 pavilions, never before. 5 pavilions are dedicated just to food security, food systems. We have 35 pavilions that are hosting food security and food systems. So it continues on, 9 exhibits and several hundred side events that we have, 34 are dedicated to food systems. So it's not something we've seen before, but it seems to be very current and certainly something that will appreciate the cookbook. I just wanted to mention how we consider sustainability in producing COPs. We work with the host country, and we have a host country agreement. Up until COP25 in Madrid, we had a recommendation that the hosts would have a sustainability plan. As of Madrid, it's an obligation now. So my team works very closely with the host country to look at sustainability options, social, environmental, and economic. Catering is a huge part of what we have to do. So what we found is the issue is not as much finding locally based sources, finding plant options, it's actually changing mindsets. So a couple of examples that show you how difficult it is that when we were at COP23 in Bonn, the Environment Ministry, our partner, they said, well, we're all vegetarian, so we'd like to have a vegetarian COP. We said, okay. Before it was even announced, there was huge backlash from many participants who called and said, hang on a second. You know, we live in places where we don't have meat. We understand the issues, but we think there are better ways to do this, and we'd like to come to Germany and have pork knuckles. That's what we come for. So we'll do other things to be carbon friendly, but don't force this on us. So we, of course, had to adjust, and we had a lot of plant-based options, but it was not a full vegetarian COP. COP24, we were in Katowice, Poland, very similar, where people wanted to come, and yes, they would have cabbage and vodka, but they wanted to also have a lot of meat options. So part of it was raising the awareness, making the food, the plant-based options available, and a lot of communication around it, but forcing was not going to change the mindsets. COP25, I mentioned, we started having it as an obligation in our host country agreement. We were going to Chile. I'd lived in Chile many years. We had all sorts of suppliers and food networks we were going to work with. And then we had to stop and go to Madrid 3 weeks before the COP. We landed in Madrid. We had fantastic partners, but we had one problem in the venue. There was a huge Burger King right in the middle of the venue. So we said to, again, brand new best friends, the partners, could we possibly close the Burger King because it's kind of a bad signal when we're talking about sustainability. And they said we can't because we have a long-term contract with Burger King, so it stays open. So we worked with, you know, the way that we put the crowds through. No lie. The vegetarian, you know, the food carts and the options did not sell out. The Burger King queue was so long that by the second week, Burger King had to close in our venue because they'd sold more than they'd sold in the entire year, and they ran out of supplies. Again, it's not that people are not willing to make choices, but some of these people said, listen, I will do many other things to save the planet, but I still want my Whopper now. COP26, another good example. We worked for 2 years because of COVID. We had 2 years to plan. Fantastic support from the convention center. Food and beverage chief spent 2 years finding locally sourced products, looking at the plant-based options, low-carbon options. What was offered was very, very healthy. We did a survey after. What was the #1 complaint? The food. They said it was boring, it was bland, don't do this to us again. So here we are in COP27. We have worked very closely with the government of Egypt, planning on about 38,000 people with some good options. And then we had some supply chain issues and we had some labor issues. So the first 2 days, if you were here, you may not have found even water or bathrooms or food. So it's getting better. We know that we have a lot of good food options on here, but again, we need your help to raise awareness, help us from the participant side, encourage countries to do the right thing. So we're with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura. And now our next speaker is Arlene Cruz from Kitchen Connection. And Arlene really is the driving force behind this amazing book. So before I hand over to her to tell you more about the book, I want to give her a very warm applause.
Can you hear me? Okay. Yeah, I'm just like taking it in. Thank you so much for being here. I'm gonna thank you a bunch of times, especially if I forget what to say. Just divert to thanking. Yeah, hi. We're so glad that you joined us at the launch of the cookbook in support of the United Nations, and I'm happy. Hello, hi. I'm happy to take credit for being part of the effort, but it's really not our book at Kitchen Connection. It's not anyone's book. It's all of our books, and hello, if anyone owns it, it's all of the contributors who supported it, writing chapters. Hello. Do I need to? Can you hear me? Yeah? Who really supported it, writing recipes and supporting with the data and the science, the carb calculations and the nutrition calculations. You can imagine with just the list that I've shared that it's, you know, a big effort. I'm going to start with a moment of gratitude. Hopefully it's not 2023 by the time I'm done, because really there are so many people that I need to thank and want to thank. And I guess the point is that, you know, I opened the book the other day and I was trying to count how many people were involved, and it went to over 200. I mean, if you look at the 75 contributors, their teams, the people who wrote the chapters, the scientists that I mentioned, it was really a big effort, and we stand here as one of the few faces that actually made it to the COP. We were surprised to see there's actually 5 other contributors here with us that came that we didn't know about, so we had a really surprising moment and a nice picture earlier. And again, even us, like, we're just a small part of the effort, so thank you so much for being here. I have to start by thanking the Egyptian government, supported by Mr. Mohammed Ahmed. I don't know how many thousands of WhatsApps I sent him at this point, but his phone is probably blown up just by our messages. Dr. Reem Abdel-Magid for being here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for just the honor and the support, and I know it's genuine given your work personally and professionally. Thank you for being here. As well as Ambassador Ashraf. I'm not sure if he's here, but thank you so much. The UNFCCC, Ms. Laura Lopez, who's here on the stage, thank you so much. And your team, Juliet and Regina, I've seen you running around, but you're here. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for making this happen. Hi, can you hear me? Yay, okay. Yeah, thank you so much to Climate for this space, for literally giving us this space, and for working your schedule around. I mean, GFI had an event scheduled today, and they were gracious enough to accommodate us, so thank you so much for that sacrifice. It means so much. And to Daniel at the Convergence for capturing this special moment in time. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Of course, gratitude to the contributors and to my team, Salma Marzouk, who's not here because she's making stuff happen, to the publisher, culinary editor, the recipe testers, our core partners at FAO and the UN Department of Global Communications, the government of the Netherlands, the Rockefeller Foundation, and the EAT Foundation. Thank you so much for being the best partners. And to Kimball Musk for his introduction. He graced us with his words and with his passion and experience, so thank you so much. And of course, to the World Food Forum, a special, special thank you. This deserves a round of applause. To the chefs, partners, and indigenous people who shared not only their recipes, but a bit of themselves and their culinary cultures with us. So thank you so much. If you're watching, if you're listening, if not, we'll send you this later. Thank you so much. And I see Dr. Theo Dieger in the back. He is the president of the World Farmers Organization, and one of the main reasons why we were able to get farmers from so many different parts of the world here with us today, including Sota and Katya and her nephew. They worked together on a pancake recipe, and it's fabulous. So thank you so much for being here. Lastly, I'd like to thank our board, Dr. Hans Hugeveen, Ms. Sarah Farley, and Dr. Gunhild Stordelin. And our 2 newest board members, Ambassador Blanco from the Dominican Can you hear me? Ambassador Venups from Switzerland, as well as the government of Austria for supporting this. And I'm actually done thanking people now, so it's not 2023 though, right? We're still here. At Kitchen Connection, we have one very simple goal. Our goal is to educate, using food as a way to improve our collective actions for human and planetary health. That is it in a nutshell. And so our tools, our mediums are meant to be creative, to reach people where they are. Our goal was to create a cookbook that people would be happy to have on their coffee table, that people would be happy to gift. And it's not about selling books, it's about selling the message. And sometimes the medium is what sells the message. So that's why we chose to do a cookbook. And it's sort of a textbook in disguise. It has really deep topics that perhaps are not attractive to most cookbooks, but we believe that with support from our authors, our co-authors, that we've done something that hides the message and tells the message in a really accessible way. And that was the goal of this project. So thank you. Today we're at the launch of this project, which really started after our support of the Act Now campaign, which is a UN campaign that aims to incentivize all of us to act better, eat better, transport better, and dress better. That one I haven't figured out yet. Yeah, if anyone knows about sustainable fashion, like let's have one of these. But yeah, do all of those things for human and planetary health. That was the goal of that event. And we supported with recipes, and the goal was to culminate it into a cookbook with support from Ms. Umni, who is not here today. She gave us the push to really take this project forward, and so we did that with partners across the board, and that's why we're here today after supporting that campaign, which is still ongoing. It's one of the Department of Global Communications campaigns on climate action. We know that the mic doesn't like data, so we know the data. We know that up to 30% of all greenhouse gases are attributable to the food system, that 3 billion people don't have access to clean cooking mechanisms. And so we're not here to focus on the data. We're here to focus on solutions. And this, we hope, is a tangible solution that can help us to reverse that data in a positive way for human and planetary health. In this world of increasing conflict, where we don't understand each other, where we're misrepresenting each other, we believe that there are a few beautiful tools that can really help us to come together, including sports, including food, including the arts. And so, you know, we're using food as a way to promote what we like to call gastro-diplomacy, which is bringing people to the table, regardless of their differences. And once they're there, once we're here, I mean, this is a metaphoric table, let's talk about ways to make the food system better. So it's using the food as a way to improve our food system. We believe that when food brings us together, it has transformative power. And so we always try to have a discussion about food with food on the table. So we were able to, with support from many partners, have food for you today. It's not as much as we would have hoped, so apologies, but we hope that you can taste a little bit of it. And I'm excited to just start talking about the food and the chef and the recipe right now, but I'll wait a little bit. The book features 75 contributors from around the world, including Chef Manal Alalem, who is a World Food Program Goodwill Ambassador. If you want to stand. And her recipe today is one. Hear me? Again, but it's one of the lowest in terms of carbon emissions. So her recipe really is one of the lowest in the whole cookbook. Her recipe is accompanied by recipes from Chef Jose Andres, Daniel Bolud, Massimo Bottura, Grace Ramirez, Andrew Zimmern, and 70 contributors from indigenous communities and farms around the world. I mentioned some farmers that are with us today. I hope that if we get to come back, we can bring indigenous peoples, that we can bring more farmers, more chefs, like really have this be a more robust effort and have them guide us. I think, you know, Laura was telling us as participants to really push for governments to include these options, but I think it has to come from the experts. And I don't consider myself a culinary expert. It has to taste good, you know? And so that's why I think we need to follow those who know, and not necessarily sticking to the recipes in this book, but using it as a guide to inspire us to cook in ways that are local to us, in ways that are similarly sustainable, but not necessarily sticking to this as the prescriptive guide. Yeah. I promise I know all of this. It's just I don't want to forget anything. I want to make sure I share things that are important. I'd like to share one example. It's Lisa's story. And Lisa is one of our chefs in Antarctica. We have a chef who used to cook for the NASA scientists. And her recipe is a quiche recipe. And you know quiche has eggs inside. So this really interesting story where as a chef in Antarctica, you have to actually cook the recipe in 2 different parts to avoid cross-contamination and to avoid the penguins actually getting any access to the egg or the eggshell. And, you know, it's the challenge of cooking in a remote area like Antarctica, right? Like she has to literally walk with half of the dish to another facility and then cook it in a separate part. But what that goes to show is that whether we're in Antarctica, in a remote area, or we're in an urban area, or we're, you know, somewhere in a rural area, the point is that what we do in terms of our culinary habits, how we eat, how we dispose of our food, how we choose our recipes, all of that has an impact not just on climate change, but on our environment overall. And it starts with us. Food 20 video yesterday and film, which was phenomenal. It talks about how food is part of the universe and how we become part of the universe as we consume it. I firmly believe that. I mean, I really talk about the universe maybe way too much. My friends are probably annoyed about it, but I firmly believe that. And if you don't believe in the universe, at least believe in the land, in the soil. That is tangible, that is visible. We become part of what we eat. And that's something that is written in the sustainable chapter that Sarah talks about. In addition to talking about the food system, biodiversity, food waste, sustainable consumption and production, the book touches on complementary nutrition and carbon calculations in the book. And what we found through this research is that in the highest emitting countries in the world, we emit through our food choices about 3 kilograms of carbon dioxide per day. And so that means that in, you know, high emitting countries, we emit about 1 kilogram per meal. The recipes in this book were not calculated before they were included. They were included and then the carbon calculations were done. And we were surprised to find, or actually the contrary is true, we were not surprised to find that the recipes in the book reduce this by 58.6%. So we're very proud of that, but we're not surprised actually, because what it shows is that visually, when we eat in a way that is more plant forward, and it does not mean excluding meat, as Laura mentions, you know, many cultures need meat, some need more, some need less. It's about global balance. When we eat in a way collectively that is more plant forward, it's not just good for us, it's good for the planet too. So it's like the earth has a solution for us already, and it's been there forever. We just need to listen. We just need to go back. And that is the point. The book is printed on FSC certified paper, and it's sustainable from, we hope, start to finish. There are always gaps. There's always a climate cost. There's always something that's not perfect. But I have to say that as a collective, we really tried our best. So we hope that you see that at least. This book represents the beginning rather than the end of what we hope is a wonderful collaboration with all of you. So if you're interested, the doors are open. We hope to take this book, and not just the book, but the message of the book out into the world. So if you're having events, if you're having anything, please let us know. We're happy to join you. We don't just want to sell books, as mentioned, we want to sell the message. So if you have a creative way for us to do that, let us know. And yeah, our next event is at the UN bookstore. So if you're in New York, we hope that you can join us. Otherwise, hopefully it'll be live streamed. I'm not actually sure. Otherwise, if you follow us on Kitchen Connection on Instagram, you should find out about where we'll be and when. But we hope to see you soon again. And thank you so much. That was the cookbook for you. Thank you. I promise I'll be done very soon. Just 2 more things. I'm here just to introduce Chef Jose Andres, who couldn't be with us today. He's a humanitarian, director and founder of World Central Kitchen, and just an amazing human being. He couldn't be here because, to be frank, he decided to selflessly, and sacrificially be in Ukraine giving people food. And so instead of being here getting applause, he's out there helping people eat. And that is amazing. And we're very, very honored to, with the support of EAT, the Rockefeller Foundation, our board, everyone, be launching a TV series with him very soon based on this cookbook. And you're the first people to know about it. So we're going to show a little of him talking about it. And we hope that you'll join us. So thank you so much. We'll hope to get that on soon.
As a chef that feeds the few, for the last 30 years, I've been very blessed also to be part of trying to feed the many. And through my work, I began learning how helping people to get access to delicious and nutritious food during emergencies like those presented by the recent conflict in Ukraine, COVID-19, and other natural disasters. The key is to try to stop these emergencies before they happen. It is an honor for me to support Kitchen Connection and their work to educate and advocate for better food systems. By educating ourselves and each other on how to eat better for human and planetary health, we can limit the number of hungry people by preventing and stopping natural disasters before they happen. The cookbook in support of the United Nations for People and Planet is a wonderful example of that. With 75 fellow activists, indigenous peoples, farmers, and chefs from around the world who have signed on to improve our food system. I look forward to bringing this cookbook to life with an upcoming production with Jose Andres Media that sheds light on some of the challenges and opportunities we have to support the planet through our food choices. For me, this is only the beginning, and I hope that you, fellow governments, member states, and partners will join us in these efforts and leverage this unique opportunity to make sure that food is at the center of these discussions.
I promise this is the last you'll hear from me. But we based on this book, we're also launching a children's book, which should be out next year. And I promise we didn't want to take on all these projects all at the same time. Board was actually like, no, like you shouldn't do this to our team. And we collectively decided we just wanted to, because the projects to us, that's another story for another day. But based on this book, children's book that is launching next year, and you'll be the first to see it actually, even before it's out next year. So if the presentation comes, I think, yeah, this is it. And I'll just give you a cue for when to change, please. Thank you. I'm blocking it, right? Is it better if I stand here? Yeah? Okay. So it's going to be short, but the goal is that this book, How Our Food Grows, is sensitizing children to learning how to understand where their food comes from. Yeah, we're very happy that already we have endorsements from the School Meals Coalition, which launched during the Food Systems Summit last year. It's a World Food Program operated initiative of governments that aim to not only feed children, but to educate children on nutrition. And we're very honored that they are hoping to use this to implement curricula in schools around the world, as well as some ambassadors there, Ambassador Jose Blanco, Ambassador Mershik, and Ambassador Venu. So thank you. And the goal is that, again, we, through this book, will understand how our food grows. And essentially, you know, I've been told many times that children may not actually, especially in urban areas, understand that food doesn't grow in supermarkets. And I know it might seem silly, but if you're in an urban context, especially in a food desert, you know, you may lose that connection to the land. And so the point is for children in urban areas, and even in suburban, rural, and remote areas, to understand how food grows, but more importantly, the impact that climate has on the way that food grows. So for example, there's an ingredient here about zucchini, and the point is that zucchini needs a lot of heat to be able to grow. It needs a warm climate. So through teaching children that zucchini needs a warm climate, it's allowing them to understand that if it gets colder or if it gets a lot warmer, that the food may not actually grow, that this plant that they love may not actually thrive. And so it's making that connection in a very organic way without talking about greenhouse gases or emissions, because this is written for children that are 4 to 8 years old. We're grateful to everybody here, and you know, this book has been co-written by young people, children around the world, and 2 Egyptian children, so we're really happy about that. It was a coincidence that there were 2 Egyptian girls who helped to write the book, and including some children with developmental challenges. And so we hope that it will be inclusive, that we'll take these children with us to different parts of the world so that they could also be advocates for a better food system. And yeah, we can quickly go through it till the end. And the idea is that it does have recipes from the cookbook, as well as climate change, biodiversity, etc., definitions for parents to learn about and to teach their children. So the recipes have nutrition and carbon calculations, and we're very happy to have recipes from the book here, including one from, I see Danny Nierenberg is in the audience. Her food waste recipe is fabulous. It's emblematic of not just one chapter, but many, many chapters in the book, using waste or food that is imperfect to create what I think is a perfect ratatouille dish. So thank you so much. And again, that's all you'll hear from me. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
So next we will have an online video by Dr. Gunnar Sordal for the EAT Foundation. coming right up.
Hi, everybody. I'm sorry that I couldn't be with you today, but it's still a great honor to be able to say a few words as a proud Kitchen Connection board member. I think we all here in this virtual room share the same conviction that we must let the science guide our actions if we are to stand a chance to fix food within this decade and stand a chance to deliver on the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Climate Agreement. We also know what the science is telling us is needed, and that is no less than a radical transformation of our current food systems. So we are talking about major changes in the way we produce, the way we waste, the way we value our food, but also the way we consume. So we need to see shifts towards planetary health diets, so healthy plant-rich diets all around the world that are obviously not the same. And this is why the cookbook is such an important and timely contribution, because it will help show people that they can find their way no matter where they live, their local cultures and the local traditions, and even their individual preferences, because we know that people are choosing what's on their plate based on much more than whether it's healthy and sustainable and good for the local community. It also has to be delicious and it has to be aspirational.
Thank you very much. I will now hand over to Sarah Farley from the Rockefeller Foundation.
Well, thank you so much for letting me be a part of this just extraordinarily energetic session. I think as the frame was offered to us, it's been such a special COP with respect to food really taking its rightful place at last inside of this tent, because we know food systems are 1/3 of greenhouse gas emissions. We know that 1 in 5 preventable deaths is related to diet-related disease. We are eating our way into the destruction of the planet and our bodies. And it's not for the fault of farmers. It's really not for the fault of eaters. It's a system that wasn't designed to optimize for health, for a livable income for farmers, or for the health of our bodies. And I think that leaves a lot of people that really want to see transformation feeling overwhelmed by the amount of things that have to change that are so complex and so interlinked. And so part of why I'm so excited about this just extraordinary vision that Erlene tirelessly drove. One, I'm excited because it's so collaborative. I mean, 200 people behind this, indigenous people, farmers, chefs, scientists. I mean, what a beautiful example of how we're going to get through the mess we're in, which is through collaboration. I'm also excited because I think it's such an empowering thing to realize if you are someone who has, and it shouldn't be a luxury, but for some it is, the ability to make real choices about what you can eat, to choose recipe 27 versus 15. This is a way to see the union of health goals and planetary goals in single dishes. And that's so important. And as we heard, it's very rare to really get right down to the data of the amount of greenhouse gas emissions coming from the dish you put before your family and the food that is coming into your body. So I think this is an incredible initiative for empowerment, for lucidity, and for simplifying what often, and I know we're all in many circles, but sometimes we're in circles, even with our families and friends, where it sounds like we're doing too much. You put this book in their hands, and it's not too much, because we're all eaters. We're all making choices every day, and those choices really can drive for a more nourishing, a regenerative, and an equitable future. So I'm excited to give everyone on my holiday wish list this book. Just saying, I plan to go to Amazon and get it. And just tremendous gratitude to Erlene for her leadership and the amazing team that she's mobilized and inspired around her. So thank you.
Thank you, Sarah, for sharing your excitement with us and for making us all as excited as you are. I will now hand over to Laura Quiñones.
Thank you. I'm going to be extremely quick because I'm the only thing standing between
You and the food, okay? So my name is Laura Quiñones. I work for the Global Communications Department at the United Nations. And I'm just here to tell you, spread the message. Spread the message of hope. Why? I've been a journalist for over 12 years, and it's so easy. I used to work in what we know, the mainstream media. And it's just so easy to talk about the problem, to talk about all these depressing things that are out there, which they are there, and we have to tell people that they are there. But we also have to talk about initiatives like this book. We also have to bring hope to people. And I have to say that in the past 6 years, I've been at the United Nations. I've been trying to keep this at the core of the work that we do. And it's actually now part of our communications strategy to communicate solutions to convey hope. And this book is definitely one amazing example. In the past 6 years that I met Arlene about 4 years ago in the 2019 Youth Climate Summit. And I think that was one of the most incredible moments because I had all these young people coming with all these ideas, with all these solutions, with all these things that really, really can make a difference. And yes, civil society can make a huge difference, and working in partnerships with the UN and with chefs and farmers and all the indigenous communities that are here. I think that is the actual answer to save our planet. I think the answer to save our planet relies in all these initiatives. It relies in the indigenous people that are around us fighting against the mining projects, asking for the end of oil and gas. It also relies on the engineers that are coming up with ways to use plastic and make houses and schools with it, to turn problems into solutions. So that's it for me right now. I just want to tell you to please spread the message of this amazing book, of this amazing work that a lot of people present here in Arlene have been working so hard, because we need more of this. We need more hope. So yes, now it's time for the food, right? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Laura, and thank you to all speakers for sharing your thoughts and reflections on this great cookbook that we almost have in front of us. I think that hearing all of this, we all agree that this book is as incredible as it is timely, as it inspires all of us to take action for people and planet in our own behavior every day. So before the next segment, where you can experience what change tastes like, I wanted to reiterate two messages that really struck me. The first one is from Sarah, which is the message of collaboration. This is a message that we've been sharing and we've been reiterating this COP. We need to collaborate, and I think it's so amazing to see that if we do that, we can reach great things like this book. And the second is the message that Arlene shared with me before and that she shared with you earlier today as well, which is her message where she said, I'm not here to sell this book, but I am here to sell a message. And this is a message of urgency, as we urgently need to change our dietary patterns, but it's also a message of hope. This book showcases that it's possible to contribute to positive change with just incremental adjustments in our own behavior. So I think it's this message behind the book and the thought-through way and holistic way in which it's been reflected throughout the book that makes this so, so powerful. And before I hand over to Chef Manal Al-Alem, who will invite you to taste change, I wanted to invite you to let this book and its message be an inspiration to challenge the status quo, to challenge narratives, and to challenge yourself. Thank you, everyone, and please, Chef Manal Al-Alem, share your words.
Oh, thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum, mashallah, mashallah. First of all, excuse me, I will speak in English because most of the audience are English speakers. Thank you for being here, and I will really explore how really I'm happy to be in Egypt. Thank you for the Egyptian government for having this event, which reflects on all the international. I'm based in Dubai. I'm Palestinian, and I live in different countries. And every time I hear about how really important to have this event in Egypt. A big thanks for Egypt, please. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you so much. Thank you. You know, our life is stages. Let me start from very quick. I will mention my life stages. First one, when I was a kid, a very small kid, I used to cook with my mother and very simple recipes. When I get married, I said, okay, no problem, I can manage my life. I was based in Kuwait for many years. And when I entered the kitchen, I discovered that I don't know how to cook. My husband was so nice. He said, no, it's okay, it's tasty. But I know it's not the real recipe which my mom used to cook. And it's very important for the husband to support his wife. Number one, remember. Then he started to always encourage me like this. Then I said, I will teach myself. I start to collect Arabic recipes, different recipes from everywhere. It's not working because we don't have a written good recipes, you know. Then I start to practice. Maybe for each dish I make it 20 times. It's okay. I spend a lot of time, a lot of money just to buy a cookbook and learn cooking. Then all my friends, Manal, we want to cook. I said, okay, I will teach you. I invite them to my kitchen. I teach them. Manal, we will tell us the recipe. I said, no, I will never put you in the same situation to suffer like my suffer. I will write it for you and I will give it to you. Wow, this was the big change in my life. This is becoming more and more. My kitchen becomes smaller to have more than 10 friends. Then rent a hotel hall, more and more. Until this moment, hundreds of recipes. I still writing my recipe by my hand. And I test it before I teach it. This is one of my stages. Then I am on the TV and it's more and more. Then celebrity chef, more and more, millions of followers all over the world. Then another stage, another responsibility. Then I became, I'm honored to be Goodwill Ambassador for the World Food Program for the United Nations. Please, big thanks for them. I'm so proud that I'm a part of this organization. And I start to visit the refugees. I start to teach the housewives how to cook with very simple, limited food, how they can really give nutrition and healthy kids, not just like stop hunger. No, we are looking for healthy kids. Then start to also participate in Jordan with many programs for the World Food Program in the central kitchen to teach the housewives how they can prepare simple recipe for the school. Every day we have more than 5,000 of meals they have to prepare in a certain time to bring it to the kitchen, to the children for their lunch. This is one of the stages. Then I noticed that all my focus is only how to cook. And all my followers all over the world who learned and enjoy my recipes, I'm focusing on how to prepare the recipe, how to cook, what to put, and how to mix things, like cooking. Then I noticed that there is something I didn't really take care of. How to select what you are cooking. Thank you, Fair Eileen. Where is she? She's around. Thank you. Because, being a part of this book, they give me another stage in my life that we are here not only for cooking. We have to, of course, make a good recipe, but we have to be aware about what we are eating and what is the benefit and not only the benefit, what is the damage we are doing for the earth, and what is the benefit if we select a good food for the planet. So we are from land to land. This is what is really, I discovered this. Oh my God, it's amazing. So from this moment, I promise that I will start more awareness for our housewives to select the food on a purpose, and understanding, not only for a tasty recipe. Thank you so much for being here. And I would love to invite you to taste my recipe, the Borgol. And I hope you will enjoy it. And we will join the signing book. Thank you again. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah.
One, one, two. One, two. Wahed, Nien, Wahed.
I like operations. So you run the operations side of your things? Yeah, we're co-founder. Yeah. Gotcha. Yeah. Back end, front end. Yeah. Cool. And Kenzie runs our events. Yeah. How big door? No, we're five. Gotcha. Yeah. Nice. Yeah, it's tiny. Yeah, but it's fun. The small team is I love it. Actually. Yeah. And like, have you been to our summits or anything like that, or this is your first introduction? My first interaction with you guys. Oh wow. Yeah, we do a ton of programming in California, so we'll get you there. Amazing. We'll get you Love to see you guys there. Yeah, all the things. Yeah. Cool. All right.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm so pleased to see you all here. I'd like to welcome you. My name is Danny Nierenberg. I am president and co-founder with Bernard Pollock of Food Tank. We're a research and advocacy organization devoted to telling stories of hope and success in food and agriculture systems. I'm delighted to be here at the Food Systems Pavilion. I want to give the organizers a huge shout out for bringing food and agriculture to the table at COP. Let's give them a round of applause, please. And if you'd like to use their hashtag, it's hashtag #ActionOnFood to share today's discussion. I'm really excited to be the moderator for this session and very honored. This session is called Inviting Everyone to the Table, and we're going to hear from a great panel of experts about the ways that a diversity of bold new food solutions and stakeholders who are involved can enable a global recovery for biodiversity. And I want to repeat that because I think that's such a powerful phrase, a global recovery for biodiversity, which is much needed, not just because of the climate crisis, but because of all the other crises we're now facing. Allow me to introduce our panelists. Joining me is Bruce Friedrich, the CEO and president of the Good Food Institute. We have at the end Dr. Rupa Maria, a physician and professor of medicine at the University of California, San Francisco. She's also the executive director of the Deep Medicine Circle. We have Arjun Hausner, who is the impact strategy manager at Impossible Foods, and Jane Madgwick, who is the CEO of Wetlands International. A round of applause for them all, please. They really deserve it. This has been a long COP. So Rupa, I want to start with a completely not controversial question at all. And I'm wondering if you can explain to an audience how colonialism, particularly in the United States, but all over the world, has affected our ecosystems and contributed to biodiversity loss, the massive amount of biodiversity loss we're seeing today.
Yes, thank you for having me, Danny. Good to be here with everybody. So, as we're looking here at COP27, it's a trade show for the end of times, right? So 98% of people here are looking at how to make a buck off of the destruction of the planet. When the planet is being destroyed by systems that were set in place about 400 years ago. The dawn of colonial capitalism in Europe, first Europe had to colonize its own women and subjugate its own women, enclose its own lands, destroy its own forests before it went on to do that to the rest of the world. And we are currently living with systems in place that have been established in a time of colonial capitalism and that continue to perpetuate violence on our lands, on the earth, on ecosystems. The people on planet Earth right now, the 5% of the population, human population that is indigenous, that are living with culturally intact indigenous values that have not been destroyed by colonial capitalist cosmologies, currently steward over 80% of the biodiversity on planet Earth. So it is just, if we want to talk about biodiversity, we should be looking to the people who know how to do it and have been doing it for 30,000 upwards years in their territories. Unfortunately, that's not where this sort of situation is looking to those answers and solutions and how to cultivate resilient systems that can withstand the climactic shocks that are already here upon us. And so my work as a physician is to look at the health impacts of colonial capitalism on the planet and on our bodies. And what we see is human beings in modern industrialized societies that have been structured through colonial capitalism suffer from an overwhelming burden of chronic inflammatory disease. Body's immune system, I used to think the immune system, what we were taught in medical school, was to distinguish self versus other. But in fact, the immune system harmonizes the body to its exposome, which is the sum of lifetime exposures around the body. And when it comes to chronic inflammatory disease, such as cardiovascular disease, diabetes, all the things that we look to the food system like this is a problem, the exposome is more predictive of developing these diseases than the genome. But we talk to people about their diet and exercise. Just choose a better burger and maybe you'll have a better outcome in your health. That's not true. It's not about billions of people making bad choices. It's about the structures of colonial capitalism that prescribe our health to poor outcomes. So our immune systems are harmonizing to a toxic system of structures. And if we want to have better health outcomes for our body or the planet, we have to transform those structures, which means we have to look to people living with systems that are intact, which are indigenous communities around the world. one last point is not only do indigenous people steward the greatest biodiversity outside their bodies, they also have the most biodiversity inside their bodies. So the gut microbiota of indigenous people living with culturally intact values are more biodiverse. And that biodiversity modulates our immune system to not express the full range of chronic inflammatory disease. Those people don't have diabetes, they don't have cancer, they don't have age-related hypertension that we think everybody has. As you get older, you just get high blood pressure. It doesn't exist. So the proof is already out there, the data is out there, so that's why the work that we're doing is really looking to decolonize the food system, decommodifying food. And so that's where we start, and that's where we are going.
Thank you, Rupa. We've talked before on various panels. This is like the 18th time I've seen you during COP. This idea of going forward by looking back, and that makes me want to turn to Jane and the work you do with the wetlands conservation. You're working directly with smallholder farmers on wetlands restoration, obviously, but also other things that really will protect biodiversity. Can you talk about that relationship? I think Rupa's, explained how important these relationships with smallholder farmers, indigenous people, the people who actually care for the land, is so important.
Thanks. Some people might wonder why Wetlands International is on this panel, and I questioned it for a few seconds when I was invited, but then thought, no, this is absolutely right, because actually all food production depends on wetlands, because all food production depends on water, and wetlands are the water systems in the landscape. And we have a very big problem now, because more than 2/3 of the wetlands in the world have gone in the last century. And that means that these water systems that have been sustaining food production are now at risk. So Wetlands International deals with this on the ground, trying to marry up the value of these wetland systems for biodiversity with their natural productive values. So most wetlands in the world are managed and used. That's because they are naturally productive. And we're working, for example, in the Sahelian zone, which is partly rain-fed agriculture, but also strongly dependent on seasonal flood pulses for fueling the agricultural and fisheries production. And some of the poorest and most marginalized people in the world, the most vulnerable to climate change also, they are directly dependent on these seasonally flooded systems. So how we work is to bring the stakeholders together in the landscape, sometimes in the whole catchment, to understand why is the productivity going down in the food system? What are the root causes? And what needs to be done about it, sometimes through changing policies and investments far away. But on the ground, how can we better manage the water to bring together the ecosystem and food production values? And there's a lot that can be done. So recently we've been working on this ecological, sustainable water management concept, which is now more of a concept because it's tested on the ground and there's some guidance coming forward. And this involves mobilizing the community through building their capacity to understand what's causing the degradation. It may be erosion and sedimentation, it may be water diversions. There are many different causes. And then mobilizing them to play a part in restoring the ecosystems on which their food production depends. So really to play a part themselves and to influence policies upstream. And in return for their investment of their time and energy in restoring the ecosystems, which brings a longer term benefit, we help them to develop, for example, agroforestry systems which have a more immediate benefit, or to grow different vegetables, to vary the protein in their diet. And we help them also to get access to market and to produce the goods in the right way that they can do that and improve their well-being. And this is complicated, but this approach we have replicated right across the Sahelian zone.
Jane and Rupa, I want to ask you, we've often ignored indigenous peoples for their contributions to ecosystem services. We've just taken it for granted. And I wonder how you both look at sort of, Jane, you talked a lot about helping them and mobilizing them. These are folks who already often know the solutions, right? And so I wonder how we amplify that work in different ways. And I wonder if you can both sort of answer it.
Yeah, I mean, maybe I take it for granted. I mean, we work with the will of and the ideas of the people in the landscape. So when I say sharing knowledge, that's also sharing their traditional knowledge. And sometimes, yes, they do understand why, for example, the production's going down. Sometimes they really don't, because the cause is far away, and so we help them to understand, and then in that way enable them to act, enable their voices to get heard, enable them with knowledge that they can use to advocate for change. And we found this is a very powerful way to go forward. And they are completely in charge of what happens in the landscape. So we don't do anything. We enable local actors, if they agree, if they adopt a plan, to take action.
Thank you for that. What we do with the Deep Medicine Circles, we really advocate for power. So land back. That in settler colonial states like the United States, Canada, Australia, even Israel, like land back to people from whom it has been stolen, and then working together to create these bridges between different knowledges to heal the land and feed the people. There's a creek that runs through our ecosystem, our farm. It's a 38-acre land back project. And that creek, that river, is just choked with invasive species. I only saw one salmon laying her eggs last year. I only saw one juvenile coho salmon. And the work on that creek is to repair that zone. It's right where Portola landed when he colonized that whole peninsula. They all got sick at the mouth of that creek and were camped there for 4 days. And the people who lived in the village site, which is on the farm, brought their food and medicine down there. So there's a lot of important knowledge there, but it requires giving indigenous people power. And that power is land. The Catholic Church is one of the second largest landholder in the state of California. It needs to just give that land back. The Catholic Church enacted genocide throughout California, throughout the United States, as we're seeing with evidence of these buried children in these schools. And right now the Supreme Court is hearing the Indian Child Welfare Act case to possibly overturn the sovereignty of tribal people to decide where their children go in cases of adoption. This is all part of the same colonial mentality. If ICWA is overturned, tribal lands in the United States, which is 2% of the acreage of the United States, has about $1.5 trillion worth of fossil fuel assets in the land. And so the lawyers who are trying to overturn this case are the same lawyers who represented DAPL, the Dakota Access Pipeline, the same lawyers who represented Chevron in the Amazon. These are people who are deeply sick and want to overturn the rights of people to take care of their own lands. And so it's really critical that when we're talking about indigenous communities, we're talking about power. We're talking about land back. So that's how we work.
Well, and it's the power to bring this biodiversity back that is so important to indigenous communities. So I want to shift gears, but not shift gears. So Arjun and Bruce, I think people in this room might be wondering why, two experts on alternative protein sources are up here on stage. So I want to both give you a chance to talk about why it's important, why alternative meat might be a solution to helping protect our biodiversity. So Arjun, I'm going to start with you, if that's okay.
Yeah, thanks for putting this panel together. I think it's a great mix of people, and I love seeing someone who's doing active habitat restoration on the panel as well. So right now, the footprint of humanity is insane, and the vast majority of that footprint is in animal ag. And so I think where Impossible Foods comes in is reducing that footprint to make space for that habitat restoration. Right now, we use about 46% of Earth's ice-free land, so about half of Earth's ice-free land, to raise just cattle. And it produces substantially less protein than the entire soy crop, and substantially less protein than all the plant crops combined. So additionally, if you add up all the biomass of our pigs, chicken, and cows, it's about 13x that of all land vertebrates. So we functionally replaced biodiversity with 3 species, a couple of species. Honestly, it's mostly cattle. If you take just cattle, it's about 10x that of all land vertebrates. So that's disturbing for a number of reasons, and I'm glad we're talking about biodiversity because a biodiverse ecosystem is a resilient one. When you have a single species that is the dominating species, it's super susceptible to disease, to a bunch of different risks. And I think we saw that this past couple years with African swine flu in China, devastating, I think I forget the exact percentage, but a big chunk of the swine population in China. And we've seen that with the bananas in the past and other things as well. So I think biodiversity is resilience, and we need to make sure that's something that we remember. And then also, animal ag is the biggest part of humanity's footprint, and the smaller we make that, the more space there is for wildlife restoration and other things. So,
Thanks, Arjun.
Yeah,
Bruce.
just to build on that, in 2009, the UN Global Envoy on Food, a guy named Jean Ziegler, he said that biofuel production is a crime against humanity. That was how he framed it, a crime against humanity. And the reason he said that was that a UN report had just come out saying that 100 million metric tons of corn and wheat were diverted into biofuels, and that's driving up the price of corn and wheat and causing people to starve. In that same year, about 785 million metric tons of corn and wheat were fed to chickens and pigs and other farm animals. By 2020, that number was north of 1 billion metric tons of corn and wheat fed to chickens and pigs and other farm animals. It takes 9 calories of food into a chicken to get 1 calorie back out. It takes 40 calories of food fed to a cow to get 1 calorie back out. In both cases, those are World Resources Institute statistics. In addition to the billion metric tons of corn and wheat that are fed to farm animals, we feed about 270 million metric tons of soy. More than 75% of the global soy crop is also fed to farm animals in this fantastically inefficient system. There have now been 11 peer-reviewed studies looking at how much meat is going to be produced through 2050. The lowest prediction is 62% more meat by 2050 on our current trajectory. One of the predictions is over 3 times as much. Mostly they hover at about double. So right now we're using about 3 billion hectares of land for animal agriculture. So of 4 billion hectares of land used for agriculture, 3 billion are used either to graze ruminants or to grow feed, all of those crops that I was just talking about to feed to farm animals. We're going to need to produce 60 to 100% more animals by 2050, preserving and protecting biodiversity, working with the indigenous to learn from them about what biodiversity preservation looks like. I mean, right now, we are burning down rainforests and throwing indigenous people off their lands. We're making it much harder for subsistence fishers, much harder for pastoral farmers, much harder for indigenous people. That is going to get harder and harder and harder on our present trajectory. So far, we've been basically begging people to eat less meat. It hasn't been working. We've been begging people to eat less meat for 50 years. So at the Good Food Institute, we think a big part of the solution is giving people the meat that they love, but biomimicking that meat with plants, what Impossible Foods is doing, or using cellular agriculture. A fraction of the land, a fraction of the resource inputs, the same product at a lower price, which will make it a lot easier for people who are working with indigenous communities to do their work.
Thank you, Bruce. Go ahead, Arjun.
Oh, I just wanted to add one more thing. I think a part of the problem that I've begun thinking about recently is if you look at meat consumption and where it's happening in the world, 98% of meat consumption happens in what the World Bank describes as middle to high income countries. So that's 98% of the volume of meat consumed. And 85% of the volume of meat consumed globally is coming from high income countries. So what I think another factor that's happening right now is that the environmental cost of the middle to high income meat consumption is really being put on the entire world and the rest of the world. But it's specific markets that are driving the problem, and there are sort of key places to push the innovation around sort of meat alternatives and other types of consumption forward.
Absolutely. Go ahead, Rupa, please.
I think that when I think about this stuff as a physician, I think about the tobacco ban in California. So there was nothing that's been developed by private industry, pharmaceutical companies, all the scientists that have been more effective at lowering heart attacks, the risk of fatal heart attacks, than a tobacco ban. When the tobacco ban, the public smoking ban went into effect in California, it drove down the risk of fatal heart attacks and strokes. So just think about the power of policy. So if we know that these CAFOs, for example, the most egregious examples of animal violence that we have, the CAFOs, if we know that these places of mass production of animals for feeding, for human consumption are causing the degradation of our soils, are causing human viruses, animal viruses and illness, we could make a big leap by just abolishing some of these practices, right? That's one thing. The second thing is that policy has the ability to shift some of these things much more rapidly. That was the thing that was striking to me with the tobacco ban, is that the effect was immediate. It was seen in the next year, and then it persisted. And so it is time for our lawmakers to be bolder about what is causing public health deterioration on a climactic level. So we can do that locally, like in California, for example.
Thank you so much, Rupa. And I want to get into this idea of a just transition for those currently involved in industrial meat, maybe in a minute. But, you know, one thing that strikes me is I lead a very interesting life because I'm often on panels like this one where I get to talk to people who I generally agree with. There's nobody who I disagree with on this panel. But I also moderate panels with the meat industry, and they're very focused on efficiency and how to, you know, we're going to, you know, feed the world because we can make this more efficient with bigger animals and feeding them less feed and doing all of these things. But what they don't take into account, and what I'm looking for from this panel is for advice, how do we convince them of these externalities when we're losing our wetlands, we're losing our biodiversity, we're losing our indigenous peoples, we're losing the things that will make the earth whole again? And so I'm wondering from all of you if you can comment on that. Arjun, you look piped up.
Well, I mean, I love hearing about the language that other groups speak, and you know, if efficiency is the language that they're coming at you with, you know, that's great, because I can't think of another industry that exists where you lose at a minimum, you know, 24 out of 25 parts of the input that you put into the system. If you went to any other industry and said, hey, look, like, we're going to make this product, but you know, you're going to lose over 98% of your inputs in the process, that industry wouldn't exist.
Right.
So if efficiency is the language they want to talk, like, you know, I think that's a language that we can speak. And you know, if we can, would you rather use 40 pounds of soy calories to make, you know, 1 pound of burger calories, or would you rather use 40 pounds of soy calories to make 40 pounds of burger calories, right? If it's a question of efficiency, like, the animal's going to lose. I sort of come at this from an ecological, my background is, I'm an oceanographer, I'm an ecologist, a marine ecologist by training. And it's more or less a fundamental rule of trophic levels that every time you move up a trophic level, so every time something eats something, you lose at a minimum 90% of the protein and the calories. So what you're up against when you're producing meat with an animal is a true biological limit. It's not something that can be innovated on or made more efficient. It has been in our systems, and it's reached a limit, and it's not anywhere close to as efficient as we need it to feed the world.
Absolutely. Jane, I want to get to Jane because she hasn't spoken up in a while about that efficiency point. Wetlands, when they work and when they work well and are protected, are very efficient.
Yeah, I mean, I think there is a misconception that there's somehow a choice to be made between conserving ecosystems and producing food. Well, what we see from our, relatively small scale experience, but you know, in many regions of the world, is that actually more sustainable production, whether it's aquaculture and small-scale aquaculture ponds in Indonesia, or it's fisheries in the freshwater systems in the Sahel, or the rice production on those floodplains, if it's done in an organic way, so without bringing in fertilizers from outside, if it's done in a water efficient, lower consumption, which is more important than efficiency generally, way, if all of the factors are improved, actually the production is higher. So we can have restored ecosystems and more self-sufficient, food resilient, local and indigenous peoples. This actually goes together very well.
Absolutely.
So the choice is whether to really invest in that or not. And that's got to be a huge part of the answer. If you add up the areas in the world where these kind of efficiencies, these kind of win-wins could be made, it would be an interesting calculation that we should have. What would that contribute? And not just in broad numbers on how much food we need to feed the world, but it's about local resilience.
Absolutely.
Which in terms of climate, surely has to be more important.
Thank you, Jane. Rupa.
Jane, that's exactly the work we're doing on our farm, is to prototype a model that we call farming as medicine. And so our work starts with giving land back to Native folks and reasserting indigenous principles of care on the land, reframing farmers as stewards of health in terms of blending TEK with agroecology to grow food. So we're healing soil, healing water, and growing food through, I call it more organic, so it's better than organic. We're working to increase the biodiversity of our soils to be more drought resilient. The third thing we do is we decommodify our food. So once we remove it from the capitalist mindset, we can re-enter the sacred relationality that we've all had to our foods. So when we're talking about growing food in a lab, that is not an act of sacred reciprocity. And this concept of sacred reciprocity is lost on most people grown in Western cultures. But we all used to have a sense of sacredness with our food, so that when we killed animals, it was an act of it wasn't something that was just done on a factory level. It wasn't something that was just done in this crass way. It was an act of honoring another life that is being taken to feed yourself. The same thing when we harvest our foods. And we have to actually reawaken that sense of sacredness with our foods, not take it one step further and more removed as if we're just biological inputs and outputs. We're not. We belong to the web of life. We are deeply connected to the web of life. Our ability to take care of that web is what confers us with health or with sickness. And so it's important to remember that what I'm talking about is reattaching to those earth-bounded ways and not dissecting us another level further of, okay, here we're a CAFO and we're enclosing animals in this way. Now we're going to make lab meat, and that's going to remove us again from that sacred relationality. Eating meat, the fact of the matter is that we'll have to eat less meat, just like we have to smoke less cigarettes. Like, it's okay to go, something not good for you to do, let's not do it. Let's not continue this insanity. So human beings will have to learn how to live in ways that are consonant with the realities of the earth and what it can sustain and what it can't sustain.
Bruce, I suspect you have some comments on that, because you've said for the last 50 years, telling people to eat less meat hasn't worked.
Yeah, so I adopted a completely vegan diet 35 years ago. And I'll start by apologizing for the Catholic Church in California. A big part of my decision had to do with my Catholicism. And I was organizing fasts for Oxfam International. I spent about 6 years running a homeless shelter in inner city Washington, D.C. in the early 1990s, largest soup kitchen in D.C., and also a shelter for homeless families. We also did sanctuary work. This was the early 90s. And since I adopted a vegan diet 35 years ago, making a lot of the arguments that you are making in pretty close to the same terms, I came out of the Catholic left and the Catholic worker movement. And since that time, per capita meat consumption in developed economies has skyrocketed. Per capita meat consumption in developing economies has skyrocketed. And 99% of it is what you're describing as just morally reprehensible. So if you look at what's predicted to happen over the next 30 years, it's predicted to, mostly it's predicted to about double. The, most conservative is up by more than 60%. We can make the meat, so basically, from our perspective, alternative proteins is a food and ag solution that analogizes to renewable energy and electric vehicles. It might be ideal if people consumed less energy, but all of the predictions are that energy production is going to go up inexorably. I believe even in the United States, we're going to use more fossil fuels next year than ever before. The solution has to include both A, educating people in the way that you are to move in a better direction with regard to eating, but also B, for people who are going to continue to consume energy. Renewable energy is a significant improvement, far fewer external costs. Similarly, people are going to drive more. They're going to buy more cars. Electric vehicles help to mitigate a lot of the external costs, even as we fight for better public transit, encourage people to ride bikes, encourage people to walk. I think on alternative proteins, for people who are going to continue to eat meat on the basis of is it delicious and can I afford it, which is the vast majority of meat production, we can make meat from plants. We can cultivate meat directly from cells, and similarly with dairy and eggs. And it really makes all of the work that you're doing so much easier because it frees up land, et cetera. It makes the decisions and the education easier, and it slashes pandemic risk. It improves food security. It eliminates the use of antimicrobials in meat production. Massive benefits for climate, massive benefits for biodiversity. So it strikes us as something that makes the rest of the work so much easier.
Thanks for the counterpoint. Jane, you wanted to say something earlier.
Well, I think you said it very well. I mean, the fact is, if we're going to have a climate resilient planet, we have to make much more space for nature than there is now. It's a fact. It's not an opinion. So how do we do that practically? We have to change our food systems. And, I live in a very small country, the Netherlands, which is one of the biggest food exporters in the world. They do that in an increasingly environmentally sustainable way. And these kind of technology breakthroughs that are happening now on food production, not only meat and different substitutes for meat, but generally across the board, these are a huge part of the solution. Otherwise, we're just not going to have enough space. So we have to think about redesigning our landscapes. Where are the natural zones? Definitely the indigenous lands that are still in good condition, they're there. We need to sustain those. And part of the solution to that is, the buffer zones with regenerative agriculture, but also the very intensive production zones where, these kind of solutions that my two neighbors here are talking about will come in. And that's the only practical way to look at it, surely.
Go ahead, Arjun.
Yeah, I mean, I think we can and should continue to educate people to eat less meat, but also people are going to eat meat and have been eating meat and are going to increasingly eat more meat. And so it's about providing a meat for them, if they're going to do that, that doesn't destroy the planet.
Thanks, Arjun. So when I'm thinking about these solutions, I look at what Jane and Rupert are doing as very local and regional, and then I look at what Bruce and Arjun are doing as sort of this, more global, very U.S. based now for the moment, or Singapore based and Israeli based. But how can we sort of marry these two? Is there a way for Rupa for cultural relevance to come into this? Is there a way for these solutions that you're working with family farmers on, Jane, to sort of be part of this conversation in a way that makes it not either or, that makes it and? Rupa, you can go.
So in the history of the United States, there was a time where people were like, we need slaves to continue our economy. Our whole world is built on slavery. We can't imagine a world without enslaved people to pick our cotton and do our agriculture. We must create space. There will be slaves. This is how it works. This is how it has always worked. It was an unjust system that violated the culture and rights of so many people who were stolen from Africa, stolen from India, indigenous peoples. So I just want to bring that perspective as we're hearing this discussion, because we're at a moment right now historically when we're looking at the enslavement of other systems, our food systems. These seeds that have been with humanity for thousands and thousands of years are relatives of ours, and they have been enslaved in a system of global commerce. We are creating more food on planet Earth than we ever have through industrial agriculture, and there's a greater percentage of the human population that is going hungry. This is not about feeding the world. This is about a system of domination that food has been used as a tool to coerce the behaviors of certain populations of people, whether we're talking about the working class or we're talking about people in Africa or other countries that the global north is trying to subjugate. So I just want to offer that when we're thinking about this, because I don't think there needs to be room for all perspectives. I don't think you can have a system of violence and call it put it on an equal field as a system of care. And indigenous communities around the world that are attacked have been involved in a system of care for thousands of years. So instead of saying, well, of course the forest will be felled for more agriculture because people want meat, there's got to be a time that we as a global community and step up and say, no, those are the lungs of the earth and those people protect those lungs. The Amazon has more fresh water than anywhere else on planet Earth. Those people need to be protected at all costs, at all human costs, because our lives depend on that. So it's not, I feel like there's allowances being made for the behaviors of colonial mentality that need to stop. We need to, at some point, we need to go, actually, this is not the right way. We need to re-enter a relationship with the web of life and all of humanity, especially those people who have been protecting our ecosystems since the beginning of time. And so that's just, I just want to offer that.
Thank you. Jane, did you want to comment before?
No, I think you posed a very challenging question there. So, yeah, my answer to it, how to bring this all together. Yeah, I think we need to connect the narratives at the global level. You know, in order to have a resilient planet, there's a whole huge number of system changes that need to happen. You know, and one of those is on biodiversity, another is on water, but a huge one is on agriculture. And these are actually connected. You cannot deal with them separately, as we've discussed. So I think we need to have a connected global narrative. It doesn't quite exist yet. And then we need to bring it down to the landscape level. What does it mean in a landscape? And what kind of partnerships in a landscape can come up with a solution for that landscape? So, you know, private sector, alongside civil society, alongside governments, I think with the right knowledge can find solutions. And my final comment would be that to drive that kind of change fast enough, it's really got to come from the private sector, and that includes the smallholder farmers, that includes NGOs, as well as the commercial businesses and companies. I think that's where the change can come.
Thank you so much, Jane. Bruce, I've known you more than 20 years, so I'm going to give you the final comment, because I think where I've seen sort of your evolution of the work that you do and the things that you believe in has been so interesting to me. So I want to just get a sense from you in the few minutes we have left before a video. Where do you see the future of the cultivated meat sector, the alternative protein sector, and contributing to all of these things that we've been talking about, protecting indigenous people and making sure that their voices are heard, protecting biodiversity, protecting wetlands?
Thank you very much, Danny. I hear Rupa speak, and I am completely inspired by the vision that you are laying out. I also think about the fact that I wrote my senior thesis in college now 31 years ago, and it was called The Dice Are Loaded. And it was about structural adjustment programs, the setting up of the International Monetary Fund and the World Bank. 20 plus years ago, what was it, early 90s, I think, we had massive protests to try to shut down the World Bank and IMF meetings. And I remember being really inspired by that movement as well. In the ensuing, 30 or 20 years, depending on how you look at it, things have gotten worse and worse and worse. So for me, at least, thinking about if I were somebody in an indigenous community or somebody in a developing economy, I would absolutely want the work that Rupa and Jane are doing. It's so critically important. But I would also be very enthusiastic about half measures that did an awful lot of good. So what I believe to be true is that right now we're looking at twice as much animal agriculture by 2050, unless, Rupa, your sort of line in the sand really takes off, which I wish I were as optimistic as you are. I think we have an amazing capacity to mitigate vast quantities of the damage that is going to be done by going from a way of producing animal agriculture right now with massive amounts of antibiotics, which are going to spell the end of working antibiotics, which is going to most adversely impact people in the global south. The food security numbers that I mentioned at the beginning, 20 times as efficient, 20th of the land, making the work that Jane and Rupa are doing so much easier. And as Arjun said, the incumbent industry should embrace this. They've got this mind-blowingly inefficient system. We should be able to make this transition happen, and the benefits will accrue to the people in the global south, the global poor, the people who the current system is most adversely impacting. So I'm enthusiastic about that, and I think it is a way to move toward the significantly sort of better system where it becomes easier for Rupa and Jane to do their work and easier for us to move towards something that is truly transformational and truly inclusive in the way that you were describing so beautifully.
Thanks, Bruce, and thanks to all the panelists. Do not get up yet. We're now going to see a video from the Nature Conservancy's Jack Bobo, so hang tight.
Shake, as these discussions are of critical importance for a shared future. In many ways, there's nothing we do that has a bigger, more negative impact on the planet than agriculture, and yet there's nothing more critical for our daily survival. The challenge we all face is how to maintain and grow the benefits and reduce the negatives. In the course of human history, this is a relatively new challenge. For 10,000 years, farmers were asked to do one thing: produce more food. Now, we live at that unique moment in all of human history when farmers are being asked not only to produce more food, but better food. Food that's better for people and the planet. At the Nature Conservancy, we are proud to work with farmers and ranchers and indigenous communities every day to engage in discussions like the one we are having here and throughout the last week to find solutions that work within the confines of people's lives. The topic of the session today, inviting everyone to the table, is an important one. If the food system doesn't work for everyone, then it simply doesn't work. However, I like the metaphor of the table for another reason. Food is what brings us together with friends and family around the table. When you have the chance to break bread with somebody and really get to know them, you realize that it's possible to agree on a vision of where we want to go, even if we can't always agree on how to get there. The diversity of voices in this session gives me hope that a shared vision with disparate approaches will accelerate our progress towards a sustainable and nutritious future for all. We need this hope now more than ever, because the global food system is severely strained, trying to meet the current demands in a changing climate with too few resources. You know the numbers. 40% of all the land on Earth is already devoted to agriculture, the amount of cropland the size of South America, the amount of pasture land the size of Africa. 70% of all fresh water goes to agriculture, and 30% of greenhouse gas emissions. Resources to address these challenges are severely lacking. Food system interventions currently receive only a fraction of public climate finance, about 3%. To make matters worse, subsidies and incentives do not always reflect the needs of both people and the environment. This needs to change. As we heard today and have heard throughout this food COP, how we produce, trade, market, consume, and dispose of our food has the potential to solve some of the world's most pressing environmental and social challenges. While it may seem like an overpromise, science and the data tell us that our food system holds the potential to nourish a growing population, generate $4.5 trillion annually in new economic opportunities by 2030, help create a net zero, nature positive world, and enhance our resilience to climate and economic shocks. Of course, there are no silver bullets. Our path to realizing this potential must be as diverse as the global food system itself. And yet, too often, the words we use drive us further apart instead of bringing us together. We tell farmer and consumers what they should consume and do rather than what they could do. Nowhere is the divide more evident than in the discourse around diet choices and consumer demand. Diets are shaped by culture, tradition, economic status, and other social factors. As a result, food policies must be context-specific and balance a number of trade-offs, including consumer preferences, access to healthy diets, greenhouse gas emissions, ecosystem services, and livelihoods for producers, among other things. There will not be a one-size-fits-all solution. We must be supportive of a diverse range of approaches as we continue to drive towards a more sustainable food system. We need to invite everyone to the table. To that end, I encourage participants to stick around the Food System Pavilion for the next session, where we will focus on zero conversion foods. A number of participants and partners, including my colleagues at the Nature Conservancy, will share case studies on how we are partnering with producers to grow food regeneratively and without conversion of additional native habitats. I hope that you will join them. Thank you.
I want to thank the Nature Conservancy, the Good Food Institute, and all of the partners, and of course this pavilion for allowing us to have this conversation. Thank you to all of the panelists. Huge round of applause for the audience as well. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Hello and welcome, everyone. I'm excited to welcome you all to our next session. My name is Teresa. I am the Senior Food Systems Analyst at Greenbiz, and I'll be joined here by 6 amazing experts today talking about zero conversion food and finding ways to transform our food systems while also protecting biodiversity and reversing nature loss. So we are going to today really dive into the different global strategies that we have to both produce the food that we need while also reversing nature loss and protecting biodiversity, as I've said. But the special piece of this session is that we're going to explore how we can translate those global strategies into local and regional solutions and how to really do that in practice. And we have chosen the speakers to have a pretty wide range of representation because we believe that we're only going to be able to really achieve that if we have everyone at the table. So we're going to also in the discussion go into how can we bridge different knowledge gaps and different areas where people are coming from. So how can we go from science to including indigenous and traditional knowledge, and how can we ensure that we work with local communities to implement those practices in a just and equitable way. So I'm excited to introduce all of our speakers that we're going to have today. You will hear from Deborah Basio, who's the lead scientist for food systems at the Nature Conservancy, alongside her colleague Denise Bucio, who's joining us virtually from Argentina. She's the country director of Argentina from the Nature Conservancy. We're going to Mike, okay. We're also going to hear from 2 experts from Brazil, who will be Denise Bucio, Gus Guadagnini, who's the managing director of the Good Food Institute in Brazil, alongside Andrea Azevedo, who's the executive director of the JBS Fund for the Amazon. And then finally, Petra Laux, Global Head of Business Sustainability and Crop Protection from Syngenta Group, is also going to talk about her work in Brazil, and Vanessa Hiley-Benjamin is joining us virtually as well. And she is a marine and cellular biologist, a PhD student currently at Newcastle University. So how is this all going to work? We have a lot of speakers. We're going to spend the first half of the session going through 4 different case studies. And we brought some visuals for you so you can really get a feel for how that work looks like on the ground. And then after each speaker or each group of speakers have presented their case studies, we're all going to come on stage together to kind of explore the connecting points between all of the different projects that we've heard of. And with that, I would like to welcome our first speaker on stage, which is the Nature Conservancy team.
Thank you so much, Teresa. Oh, I'm not supposed to have to advance them, am I?
Because you know when they will have to be advanced. So just kick right.
Hi, thanks, Teresa. So happy to be here. With all the chaos outside, it's nice to have a nice space. You can't hear me. Can you hear me like this? Okay, perfect. That's what I was checking. Great. I'm really excited to be here and talk about the Gran Chaco. You know, the Gran Chaco is a vast biome spanning 4 countries, including Paraguay, Brazil, Bolivia, and about 60% of the land area is in Argentina. It's home to the world's 2nd largest forest and one of Latin America's last strongholds of biodiversity. The Gran Chaco offers a landscape of marvel, really, a kaleidoscope of endless dry forest land, with the 2nd largest forest biome after the Amazon, savannas and grasslands that harbor globally important biodiversity like the giant armadillo, the giant anteater, and the jaguar. The Argentine Gran Chaco is home to 9 million people, including indigenous communities and rural ranchers. For these communities, the land holds a rich cultural heritage and is vital for livelihoods. For centuries, indigenous peoples of this biodiverse region have relied on the landscape for their own health and survival. But this landscape looks very different today. What was once a diverse breadbasket for the local community has now become the global center for just a handful of commodities. Over the last 100 years, the forests of the Gran Chaco have been changing, at first to fuel expansion of the Argentina's railroads, and then to make way for crop and cattle ranching. Over the last 20 years, these open grasslands have been transformed into large-scale soybean and beef production in a landscape that stretches over 1 million square kilometers, 4 times the size of the United Kingdom. An estimated 25% of the land has been converted for agricultural expansion. Now, addressing the tensions inherent in this massive transformation of a landscape, I want to pass over to my colleague who's supposed to be online, Denise Bucio, to speak to our ongoing work in this Gran Chaco landscape, foodscape. Welcome, Denise. Please go ahead and maybe indicate to me when you want me to change the slide.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much, Deborah, for setting the frame, highlighting the opportunities and challenges that we have in the Gran Chaco, where we started working in 2015. We have come to view the Gran Chaco as the place that is helping feed the world and that will also help heal the planet. And we'll tell you a little bit about why. So food production doesn't really have to be a threat, and our scientists, our conservation experts are working with farmers throughout the world, really, to transform food systems so that they can restore nature instead of depleting it. And this is precisely what we call regen ag and agriculture, which is a nature-based solution akin to the practices used by the local, original, and indigenous communities for centuries now. So it is really based on this principle of giving back to nature what it actually requires to produce food. So we're talking of healthy soil, of also healthy fresh water and biodiversity, so that we can actually continue producing year after year. So this regenerative approach not only maintains yields, but it also helps protect the land from conversion through an approach that includes habitat restoration and habitat conversion. So, for example, in this next slide, you will see a photo of some of the ways in which farmers work together in the Gran Chaco to replenish the nutrients in the soil by planting what we call cover crops, which are plants that aren't really harvested for income, but they are surface-dwelling plants between the rows of crops that help to incorporate minerals into the soil so that it boosts overall productivity, it prevents erosion, and of course preserves the biodiversity and habitat. In another photo here in the next slide, you will see how ranchers in the Gran Chaco are also building on a framework of knowledge developed amongst their community and with the help of Argentina's National Institute of Agricultural Technology, the extension agency, to allow cattle to actually graze in forests instead of actually having to clear land to open pastures. That forest grazing is providing foraging opportunities for cattle, protecting it against the intense heat of the Chaco, and at the same time allowing for moisture retention for the understory plants. So what happens with cattle? They actually fertilize the ecosystem and they help spread the seed of the carob trees, which is an autochthonous species, which is also vital to the health of the forests in the Gran Chaco. So it is that throughout these years of working in the Gran Chaco, implementing these regenerative practices, that we know that what it requires is really working together. And that is working together with farmers on a systemic approach and And many of our collaborations with the larger ag companies as well, of course, encourage that aspect too. And as you can see in this next slide, a very successful practice that is very common throughout Argentina in general is this peer-to-peer outreach between farmers who are already using regenerative practices with those others that have not yet started. So in that sharing of on-the-ground advice from one neighbor to another, transformation can actually, get going and increase, and that's really what we need. We are also heartened by the possibilities around specialty products, such as honey from native trees in the Chaco. So really, there's a lot that we'll actually do to contribute to this transformation that we're helping create. Long-lasting change needs driving that transformation from a sort of like 360 approach from fields to markets and the other way around. So change needs to happen on the ground, as we've been discussing until now, and that's where we are actually encouraging or driving Region Ag. But it also requires engagement across the value chains, and that innovative action is also fundamental. That positive transformation requires changing the behavior of many actors, and that means that we have to be weavers, weaving change, working with the local producers, communities, policymakers, corporations, and traders. And I know, Deborah, that you want to tell us a little bit more precisely of this last aspect of how we connect. What else do we need to drive change aside from actions on the ground and across value chains? Thank you.
Thank you, Denise. Beautiful. Nice to see what's really happening with the farmers on the ground. I just want to sort of underline one of her last points about the need for producers, policymakers, and private sector leaders to all be working together in these landscapes to actually create some momentum for change. And then I also want to emphasize that actions from governments are really the most powerful driver of food systems. By realigning incentives, the public sector can change the economics that determine the future of this landscape. Governments can focus on repurposing subsidies in their NDCs to promote more regenerative outcomes. And current subsidies could shift to support this transition that Denise has presented to practices like cover crops and rotations. Fueling this kind of change and building these types of relationships is why we're here today to share this story of the Gran Chaco foodscape. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that great insight into your work in Argentina. Next, we're going to move north a little bit, Argentina, to talk about Brazil's biome program, where the Good Food Institute has been collaborating with the JBS Fund for the Amazon to think about how to grow new biodiverse crops based on indigenous knowledge, and then include those for alternative proteins, which we all know that shifting diets and incorporating alternative proteins will be an essential strategy for actually making space for nature restoration. So I'm excited to welcome Gus and Andrea to talk about that project.
So thank you. Good afternoon for everyone. Thank you for this opportunity, for the invitation of Good Food Institute. I'd like to briefly introduce the fund to you. The Amazon JBS Fund is a new initiative. It was launched in September 2020, and it is led by JBS Group company. Our aim is to be a collective platform and a public-private platform working to drive the sustainable development of the Amazon biome going beyond the JBS supply chains. So it's a very innovative initiative. The emphasis of the fund, one of the emphasis, we have two, in fact. One is to recover degraded areas of smallholders, and the other one that I am going to talk here is to strengthen the value chains that conserve and recover the forest, as well as generate value to local communities. The fund is a non-profit organization and has part of its governance apart from JBS. So we have two boards, a technical committee that help us to assess the projects, and we have advisory board with very known people in the field of social environmental field in Brazil, like Carlos Nobre, that help us to set the strategy. We have three axes: science and technology, productive chains, and bioeconomy, focus on generating new business, new standing forest businesses. The direct beneficiaries of our work are the smallholders and the forest peoples, but also scientists of the Amazon. Currently, we have about 13,000 PhDs and masters in the region. It's amazing. Some people don't believe, but we have there. And as well, the entrepreneurs. So they are our focus as well. I'd like to give you a glimpse. I know that almost everyone knows about Amazon, but we are talking specifically from Brazilian Amazon. So I'd like to give you a glimpse of the Brazilian Amazon. The Amazon region in Brazil encompasses almost 60% or half of our territory. It has 4.2 million square kilometers. And we have, so this big territory comprises 9 states and almost 800 municipalities. Nevertheless, it accounts for only 8.7% of the national GDP. And so there are more. We have this biome of Brazil, as you know, have the greatest wealth of fauna and flora species, and more than 30,000 known and cataloged plant species. More than 2,000 are known to be useful in food and medicine, and it's a small, very small portion of everything that exists. So in a nutshell, the biodiversity of the biome constitutes the natural capital that sustains many of the human activities. Furthermore, we have more than 5,000 communities living within the forest in the Amazon region, basically using nature and their knowledge. This traditional knowledge is crucial to the conservation of the biome and to many of the scientific findings. On the other hand, this region is also responsible for about 54% of the total green gas emissions in Brazil, and the social indicators are the worst, are among the worst ones in the country. So we have a paradox. This is a paradox. And how to overcome that paradox? We need to develop a new economy based on standing forest, and science and technology has a crucial role on that. The standing forest supply chain in general are not well structured, so 1 hectare of cleared land is now more expensive than 1 hectare of standing forest. On the other hand, it's worthy of a note that apart from few carbon projects, forest people and family farmers do not receive any income for protecting forests. So Brazilian Amazon tropical forest products export every year reach about $300 million. It represents only 0.17% of the world export market. And our major competitors are development countries that in general are less prepared than Brazil. So usually these products are sold in natura with low aggregate value. So investing in science and technology and connecting new markets for health products and new ingredients from the Amazon biome can be one of the windows of these new opportunities. So I'd like, in partnership with Good Foods Institute, Inova Amazonia is one of the projects supported by Amazon JBS Fund in the science and technology axis. It is planned to be implemented in 3 years, and the goal is to find new uses for the Amazon biodiversity by using circular economy to boost the usage of new ingredients, veg proteins, essence from the Amazon biome. So I'll give you the word to talk a little bit more about this project. Thank you.
Thank you. So I appreciate how much this panel connects to the panel that we were having before. So we had the discussion about how much alternative proteins are an important source for us to reach our climate goals, and how much the solution behind alternative protein is actually the idea that people like the foods that they eat, and they are not going to stop eating it, even when this food is somehow damaging the world's environment. So alternative protein comes with the idea of offering the same food people are already used to eat, but making these foods from different sources, from different technologies, such as plant-based, fermentation proteins, or cultivated meat. And in this project that I appreciate the JBS Fund for the Amazon for making this donation for us to establish these grants, the idea is that we can add another layer of sustainability to the alternative protein industry. When we think about Brazil, we need to create an industry that makes sense for our local reality and makes sense for the way that we want our country to develop. Today, the alternative protein industry is in the early beginning, and we are still importing some of the ingredients. So GFI conducts a research with companies in Brazil and realized that many of the ingredients being used by the industry are still being imported from other countries. So we have the largest biodiversity of the world, we have the largest grain production of the world, and still we are importing food ingredients from other countries to provide our food industry of alternative protein industry in Brazil. That's the idea that we are tackling now with JBS Fund for the Amazon, that we can develop ingredients from the Amazon forest to provide new solutions for the alternative protein industry. So this is the idea here is that many of the communities that produce in the Amazon, they only sell that plant that has a traditional use. So for instance, we have the Brazilian nut. It's something that we eat, you can buy in Whole Foods in the United States, it's being exported to the entire world. But this plant that produces the Brazilian nut is a plant with many potentials that our communities still don't know how to explore. And they don't know because there is no science behind, because no one is funding new research behind these plants. So that's what we are doing now. We are starting a grant where the scientists have to partnership with a local community that is producing these ingredients from Brazil, and we are trying to find new uses for these ingredients in the alternative protein industry. So in the Brazilian nut, for instance, if you sell the nut, you have most of the plants that is the lead, that is fiber of high quality. This fiber can be used to make like a plant-based burger and many other ingredients from the alternative protein industry. And when they sell this fiber, they are actually selling a product that have more value than selling the raw materials itself. So now we are creating new sources of revenue for these communities and a new incentive to keep the standing forest, as Andrea was saying. Today they have an economical incentive to just destroy the forest, to open space for cattle, to open space for mining and other activities that want to expand in that region, the same way that is now expanding in the Argentinian Gran Chaco. And with this project, we aim to create new sources of revenues for this community. So they were used to sell some of the ingredients, and now they are producing ingredients that are going to be sold for the alternative protein industry, such as fiber, color additives, and other like proteins and other sources of ingredients that the alternative protein industry can sell. This makes the alternative protein products even more sustainable because they are now not only replacing the meat that was damaging the environment, but they are also increasing the sustainability and protecting the local communities of Brazil. We can keep the forest standing by using the forest in a smart way. This comes through science investment, and this, of course, is 100% related to the investment in local communities. The people that are there need to understand all the potentials of the plants that they can harvest or they can plant, so they can use this as an economical potency to sell these plants across the world. So just to finish, we see Brazil as one of the greatest possibilities of being a leader for the alternative protein industry in the whole world. This industry is relatively new in our country, has like less for 4 years, but we are already exporting for more than 30 different countries these products that are being produced in Brazil. Now we have the potential of using the Amazon biodiversity to create products that are even more sustainable and sell these products to the entire world. Makes sense for the economic, makes sense for the forest, and makes sense for the local communities that protect the forest. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I love that integration of sustainable production and consumption through that project. So our third case study will remain in Brazil. We're going to move from the Amazon to the Cerrado, which is a really vast grass and shrubland region in in Brazil that has also over the past decades seen really tremendous land use change because of soy production, because of cattle production. And one concerning part of that is that a lot of the areas that are being converted from native ecosystems to pastures and to soy fields aren't being taken care of very well. But if we did, we could use them for much longer, have much more productivity on those lands, and then with that reduce pressures to convert even more land. And so I'm excited to welcome Petra Laux to the stage to talk about how Syngenta is helping farmers restore some of those areas.
Thank you. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Petra Laux. I'm head of sustainability for Syngenta. And Syngenta is an ag input company that is active. That is active. Syngenta is an ag input company that is active in over 100 countries. So again, we are talking about Latin America here, Brazil, and I had the opportunity from our headquarters in Basel actually to come and travel to Brazil in summer. And this is one of our reverte farmers you see painted still. Okay. This is the trick. I got it. Thank you so much. So this is one of our reverte farmers I could visit this summer when I moved from Basel to Brazil, and I got a picture of how committed actually Brazilian farmers are to their land and to sustainability, which is a totally different picture that is often portrayed about agriculture in Brazil. And let me share some of the experiences and the project we are establishing there. So if you look at the mindset in farming in Brazil and actually in every other country, the question is, where do you want to be? Do you want to be the villain because agriculture is reason for deforestation, monoculture, all the related problems to it? Do you want to be the victim because here, of course, it's the farmers who also suffer most from the climate change, and we believe that we want farming to be the solution for both food security and the climate problems, and this is why we have been engaging on this project. You have already been introducing the Cerrado, and if you look at this is a simplified map of Brazil, and actually currently in Brazil only 9% of the land is used to produce crops, foods and planted forest. And there's a huge potential here because about 19% of the land, 106 million hectare, is used for livestock grazing, and thereof about 85 million hectares are degraded. Out of this degraded land, about 35 million have the potential to be used for agriculture. And if you think about the opportunity here, this means that Brazil could double the production of grains and double the animals in the cattle herd at actually no additional land use, so no reforestation required. We got very excited about this potential, and we embarked on a partnership starting with TNC to draft out the concept. And TNC helped us determine the environmental program and the eligibility criteria for the farmers. Then we were working with Embrapa in 2020 to define the agronomic protocol. So what is it actually that the farmer needs to do that helps him restore the degraded land? And you have heard it so often also in this conference, you need finance to finance the transition, and we were very happy to have Itaú Bank as a finance partner. We could recruit the first farmers last year, so with 30,000 hectares in year one, and we could rapidly expand the program last year, so we currently have 63,000 hectares under restoration in the Cerrado. What does the program look like? The program has 6 pillars, and I'm going to explain each of them. So it starts with the environmental framework. You need to identify who is eligible. It's about compliance, it's about education. Does the farmer have the track record? Does the farmer have the knowledge and willingness to engage? It's also a way of reassurance for the financial institute afterwards. So this is area number 1. Then we are working with Embrapa to define the economic protocols, the regenerative ag practices that need to be supplied, and we are also working with 16 different local consultancies who help the farmers identify the right seeds, the right planting time, the right crop protection, the right fertilizer that needs to be required. And we have also deployed our own R&D machine. So Syngenta has started researching which seeds work best under these degraded conditions and which seeds can be used with the best success. And the protocol here is actually you start with soy in year 1, then you have cattle grazing to have the manure being worked into the field, and in year 3 you can then plant corn in the crop rotation. Financing. So Itaú has been identified as a finance partner. The farmers receive loans over 10 years. There's a grace period of 3 years because we expect a break-even, and the first year the farmer can make money from this is actually going to be year 4, years 3 to 4, and so the financial model is tailored to the needs of the farmers, and it's a 10-year engagement. If we want to scale further, we have a challenge. We need many more financial institutions in the mix, and we are currently looking at a blended finance model to also get philanthropic and seed capital into the game. Then, of course, we need some governance to bring the proof that what the system promises is actually going to be achieved. So we are developing a control room where with digital systems we seek to understand how the crops develop. We are also measuring then from our own research efforts what is the carbon that is sequestrated and what is the biodiversity development on the field. So this is again a map that shows in the Cerrado the farms. We currently have 48 farms with 63 hectares under recovery, and the total financial investment that currently goes with this project is $50 million, but we have big plans. We want to be able to contribute and work in partnership to restore 1 million hectares. In terms of results, for now we can show you how life comes back to degraded land. This is a picture. A picture often says more than many words. And we hope very much in future, to be able to give you the results. We said we do the analysis on the biome, on the carbon, to actually show you the scientific outcomes of the project. So what we have now is very happy customers who are very engaged. This is what I started out with, who really want to care for their soil and for their future. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much, Petra. Okay, all right. We're going fast already, arriving at our fourth case study, and we're continue traveling north through Latin America, and we're now going to hear about work in the Bahamas to think about a whole different kind of food system, which is around fisheries. And local fishing communities in the Bahamas have also had difficulties maintaining their yields and maintaining the food security of their local communities because of the climate changes that they are experiencing. And so a new idea and perhaps a new opportunity for them is also similar to the GFI project that Gus presented, to incorporate and be part of global alternative protein supply chains. And so we're going to hear from Vanessa, who's joining us virtually, about those projects. And after that, we're going to move into a discussion, and you will all get a chance to ask all of our presenters questions. Welcome, Vanessa.
Thank you. Thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Yeah, so I'm from the Bahamas, and my background is in marine biology and conservation, primarily guiding policy and management decisions for marine protected areas and fisheries. So just recently, I've been in search of practical tools to help in our adaptation to anticipated fisheries changes, and as such have started my PhD in a new and emerging field called cellular agriculture, which I'll share more of this with you in my presentation and what I'm up to here in Newcastle. I would like to thank the organizers for providing this platform to speak, and of course to my funders, the Life for Key Foundation and New Harvest, for allowing me to challenge my inquisitive mind. Next slide, please. So although I've worked in the conservation field and conducted research on tropical marine systems for some 20 years, next slide, please. I was still stunned to see this headline in our local newspaper that read, "Conch can be wiped out in 10 years." It mentioned how conch populations in the Bahamas were declining because of overfishing, and if action was not taken soon, we could risk losing an important fishery. Next slide, please. So conch is actually a cultural icon. It's a cultural value to Bahamians. Next slide, please. And the use of conch for food and ornaments dates back at least 400 years, as evidenced by shell middens and other archaeological findings. So this stresses how important conch is for the Bahamian economy and, of course, the culture. Next slide, please. In 2016, there was a survey conducted actually by the Nature Conservancy, and 90% of the public surveyed indicated that conch was important as a food item and or as a cultural icon. Economically, the conch fishery is valued at $3.8 million US. Next slide, please. Now, in the global context, this may not seem like much, but for developing countries, small-scale fisheries, which are often referred to as artisanal fisheries, are responsible for nearly half of global seafood catches. Small-scale fisheries are just too important to fail. but it's often overlooked in terms of effective fisheries management or enforcement. And this may be because of the lack of political will or limited financial resources or even the technical capacities. Next slide, please. So using technology and specifically cellular agriculture, I became intrigued about how science can build climate resilient fisheries, strengthening the fisheries sector and its ability to anticipate, cope with, respond to, and recover from predicted climate changes. So our changing climate is obviously changing our oceans and will threaten our ability to support livelihoods and our ability to feed ourselves. Our warming ocean is reshaping fisheries, particularly in the tropics. And for us, this means the type, the amount, and the size of fish we see on our dinner plates is likely to change. Next slide, please. So with many tropical species already living close to their thermal limits, there's this mass redistribution of marine life is predicted to move northwards in search of suitable habitats as sea surface temperature rises. This is expected to result in declines of stock biomass and a complete loss of some species in the exclusive economic zone of tropical nations. Furthermore, global scale changes like heat waves, disease outbreaks, more intense storms, and ocean acidification will degrade important habitats, including coral reefs, mangroves, and seabeds, which actually serve as critical habitats to key life stages of tropical fisheries. So without effective mitigation and adaptation methods, these cumulative threats will potentially devastate incomes, food security, and the livelihoods for millions of people in coastal and island communities throughout tropical regions. Next slide, please. So knowing this, I transitioned, I put away my scuba suit, my dive suit and scuba gear, and picked up my lab coat. So transition from marine biology and advocating for species and habitat protection to now biotechnology in search of new discoveries and ways to provide a predictable supply of seafood as seafood supplies become even more unpredictable. And we will have to determine what adaptation looks like for us now that our traditional way of producing and consuming seafood is threatened. And adapting to these changes requires action. It certainly requires forward thinking and innovative solutions. Next slide, please. So this is actually a video. So recently through my PhD, I've been exploring techniques to isolate and grow shellfish like oysters and conch from their cells in this emerging field called cellular agriculture. And it is my ambition to use cellular agriculture as an adaptation method for vulnerable coastal communities. Next slide, please. So over conventional ways of catching or farming seafood, this production method takes place in a more controlled environment. And next slide, please. I'll show you a video that provides a general overview of that process. So to give you a general overview of this, how this technology worked, let us first, I'll have to give you a crash course in biology first. So we know that all living things are made of cells. They're not visible to the human eye, of course, but if you look with a specialized microscope, you can certainly see those cells. So that fish that you eat, that piece of fish fillet, it's actually comprised of cells. So by taking a small sample from seafood, we can cut it into smaller pieces to help isolate and grow those cells. And just as the cells in our bodies require certain nutrients and a certain environment to grow and thrive in, well, fish cells have the same requirements. Scientists are currently determining the right nutrients and conditions fish cells need to grow in once removed from the fish. And if the conditions are suitable, the cells will grow and multiply. Now, if we were to grow just a single layer of these cells, the result would be more of a ground texture, perhaps suitable to make a fish cake. However, if we explore this further, we can build layers of these cells to produce something like the consistency of a fish fillet that you're probably used to seeing. So essentially, this fish fillet really is a collection of many layers of cells. Isolating and culturing these cells are a very important first step to producing your next fish fillet. Next slide, please. So there has been significant progress in the field to date. Cell-cultured meat companies exist worldwide. Some have produced cell-cultured meat at pilot scale, with others awaiting regulatory approval. So small island developing states are in a peculiar state, being most vulnerable to climate change impacts, but lacking the resources to effectively adapt. So this technology as an adaptation tool will require significant R&D, strategic collaborations, and state-of-the-art facilities requiring significant resources to operate. The unique social, economic, and environmental challenges faced by small island developing states makes it a bit difficult to see exactly how this technology can be adopted in an already constrained environment. So we work in an environment where resources are limited. This includes financial, technical skills, and natural resources. However, the risks associated with inaction are just far too great. Next slide, please. So improve fisheries management, science-based measurements to evaluate stocks and guide policies, enforcement, and community outreach are all needed more now than ever before. So with technologies like cellular agriculture, we have innovative tools as well to provide a long-term solution and a predictable supply of seafood as fish populations become even more unpredictable. So we are now able to see exactly how we are impacting our ocean and what that may mean for us, and how prepared are we to respond to continued fisheries decline. Next slide, please. So cellular agriculture can be a practical adaptation tool. Although we are years away and I'm still pretty much in the ideation stage, I think the important elements are first, acknowledging what an action will mean for millions of people. It requires also political will, but I think that comes with more general awareness of the technology and how it can be applied on the ground. And then it also requires coordination and collaboration across the many stakeholders. And finally, funding and investment. I think that is the common thread through it all, and that's the one thing certainly needed. Next slide, please. So although my current research is very heavily focused on the technical aspects of getting shellfish species to grow in vitro, there is the last aspect of this practical application of the technology that is very, very important to me and is really the impetus behind why I pursued my PhD. Next slide, please. Because I think that's it. Yeah, next slide. Because ultimately our level of preparedness will determine our ability to adapt to our changing ocean and our changing fisheries. And this will directly affect livelihoods and our access to food. Thank you again to the organizers and my funders.
All right, thank you so much, Vanessa. What a great presentation. Time for everybody to come on stage, please, so we can try to tie the different threads together of all these different projects we just had the chance to get to know. All right. I would like to start by grounding us in where we are today. We are at COP. Gus and I just talked about how we saw Lula is here today, and there's so much excitement around a new kind of era for Brazil and other countries in Latin America. What is your ask of governments, and how have you been engaging with governments here to try to move towards these incumbent and new ideas and new economies, and to try to work together to make that happen? Who wants to start?
Thanks. I actually think that this panel, thank you for putting it together. It's a brilliant combination that exactly sort of expresses the kind of thing that we're trying to get across here at COP, which is to really take more of a food systems perspective is absolutely necessary. So we had, from Brazil, we talked about regenerative agriculture, we've talked about alternative proteins, we've talked about cell culture proteins and more agriculture, and these are all addressing different elements of the food system towards the same goal. And I think that's one of the main messages that we want to get across here is that we need that food system perspective to be fully incorporated into the negotiations and the Coronivia, et cetera, so that we can actually make real progress here. Thanks.
Maybe one view we all have in common is probably that nature doesn't have a checkbook. So the request for government is actually to help us align the incentives to reward the sustainable and responsible, in our case, farming. Because we believe, and we listened to it before, consumers will only be able to play some of the part, and we cannot aim for having responsibly, sustainably grown food being the most expensive. It actually needs to be the least expensive. And everything governments can do in building frameworks to help this vision to be achieved is actually helping scaling all these projects we are having. There must be a business model at farm level for doing the right thing, otherwise it will be really super hard to scale.
I agree that governments have to focus more in the food systems. Specifically for alternative protein, there are two major roles that I see. One is in regulation. So today we have alternative proteins and many other new technologies going to market, but they can only go to market indeed if they are regulated, if they are allowed to sell. So the governments can't become a bottleneck that will forbid these technologies to go to market when they are ready. And the second thing is about investment. So we need investment in science and technology coming from governments and also from the private sector. And we need investment in the whole production chain so people can adapt to these new technologies. We believe that to develop the alternative protein sector in the speed that we need for the world, governments and companies should be investing at least $10 billion a year in this sector.
In fact, in Brazil, it's not good having deforestation, even to the government, to the image of Brazil has currently, and for the industry, it's not good as well. The illegal deforestation, I mean, mainly. So I think that this is what the president of Brazil is saying, that that they are going to put a plan to halt deforestation again. And only to remember, we know how to do that because we have already the deforestation decreased by 85%, and the production of soy, cattle, and other products increased in the same reason. So we know how to do that. And with this in place, we can, for example, to have investments to recover these degraded areas and to be more productive. So to the smallholders, for example, we need more technical assistance, and we need to access financing in the public banks. We have this finance, but it's very hard to access. Regarding bioeconomy, we need a policy. We need a plan, a national plan, because our main challenge is how to have a value, income coming from this forest. And in this sense, as Gus told us, science and technology needs a bulk of investments and a plan.
Okay, Vanessa?
Yes. So the concept of cellular agriculture is pretty new, and it's virtually unexplored in the region. And when I talk about the region, I'm talking about the Caribbean region and small island developing states. And the level of conversation that's happening on the international level is kind of missing from this regional level. And so what I think needs to happen is just this general awareness of the tools that exist and how they can be used on the ground. And I think to move that forward, or what can help to move that forward, definitely funding, but I think stakeholder collaborations, strategic collaborations with key players in the industry, going down to the region, starting programs, starting pilot programs to really see how this can be used. And I think that'll be a good start with really making it a practical tool specifically in the Caribbean.
Okay, thank you. So we need finance, we need more engagement, we need more collaboration. Has anyone seen encouraging progress on those areas while you were here at COP?
Well, I don't know if people are aware of this, but we have a new president elected in Brazil, and he's here today. So this was a very, we are very excited about. He was here just a couple hours ago, renewing and bringing Brazil back to the promises of protecting the environment. He was renewing votes to protect the Amazon forest, to take care of the indigenous people, to fight hunger. And these were the things that the current government had decided to stop as a public policy. So at least in Brazil, we are seeing a very good perspective for the future.
Thank you. And so the other collaboration that we've been talking about is collaborating with local and indigenous communities and empowering them through these new projects. And I think that is a key thing, and I've been actually quite encouraged to see such great representation of indigenous communities here at COP. It's been amazing. But I wonder, how do you ensure in the design of these new projects that you don't put their food security and food sovereignty at place when some of their traditional products that they have get integrated into global supply chains? How do you make sure that technologies such as cellular agriculture, which is very technical, very science-based, needs huge amounts of investment, how do you make that accessible to more communities, and how do you approach that in your project design? Dan, would you like to start with that? Denise?
Oh,
yes.
Sorry, I didn't understand who you had called out to. Thank you. Well, I think it's really, if you allow me, a little bit more like about the same. So it's really about, how to make sure that we convene all these different actors, because we can all have different perspectives and views. So we were just talking about government. We ended up talking about, scientists, the NGOs on the ground. And the same it happens here, no? That we really need to listen to those who are working the land and the learnings that they have developed over time. So what we have learned, maybe it's obvious, that they have deep ties to the land and they wish to conserve that land for themselves and for future generations. And I would almost dare say that that's probably true across the world. So these indigenous people, these local communities obviously need to have a role in the governance so that their knowledge, their practices, their institutions can also help develop that sustainable and culturally appropriate conservation and management systems that we think that we need to have in place to promote those pluralistic approaches that are definitely necessary. So in that sense, it's those developing projects. We know that it's never good to just land on the ground saying that here we are now the superheroes who have all the answers, because that's not the case. I mean, we do have practices, we have experience from elsewhere, but a lot of it comes from actually integrating all those different voices. So we believe at TNC that is the key to success. And I know, from colleagues from other NGOs and colleagues here across the panel, we've heard it. That's really what will actually make sure that the practices that we develop will enrich the land and ensure those climate and biodiversity benefits and social impact benefits that we're hoping to achieve and make more of a common ground.
Yeah, my feeling is that they claim that they, the indigenous people and traditional people, they want to lead this process. So they want to be heard. They want to participate. So in this sense, I think that with they engage and together design this process, everything.
Can you hold your mic closer?
Everything will be easier. Everything will be organically. So today, for example, we had in Brazil Pavilion the launch of a bioeconomy program of the state of Pará, and they were actively participating on that. So I believe that this will change the path of this process.
Okay.
The participation.
Yeah. Vanessa?
Yeah, I emphasize the points made by the panelists before about inclusion. I think it is critically important to include those on the ground and for them to be a part of design. I think inclusion in the very early stages is critically important, but particularly with cellular agriculture, I also want to add that we have to ensure the projects work with nature. These technologies can be very harsh on the environment, and we have to be aware and cognizant of that and build in mechanisms to ensure that the food system is indeed sustainable and not causing adverse effects to the environment in which it operates.
Okay. And then my other question specifically around private sector engagement is how do you internally work to align the goals and objectives of the projects that you are leading to transition to these new economies and these new global and restoration projects, local restoration projects as well, with making sure that the practices that have led to land use change and deforestation will also stop at the same time. So how does that alignment work so that we can actually make sure to holistically move to better practices? Would you like to start, Petra?
Yeah, I'm reflecting a bit on the totality of your questions, and how do we do this? So typically in a business model approach, you try to define the problem. And the problem we are having, and this is very clear to many, is actually to produce more food on less land. And what I learned here, there's actually hope, is that we are looking at very many different solutions, and they will all have a role to play. So we focus on what we can do best, which is helping farming. Yeah? And by helping farmers increase productivity to avoid land conversion, we are also protecting indigenous people. By doing what we do best, we also have the biggest leverage, and we have a heritage of supporting farmers in productivity, and we seek to do this with less impact on nature. And so wherever we can find a reasonable area where there is a business model both for the farmer as well as midterm also for ourselves, we will very much engage. It is very hard for us to do things that will not be scalable, even though there is a period of exploration, or that are not in line with our core competences. So this is then often things that kill a project.
So if I understand the question correctly, we're really looking at the impact on food production with what we often term like nature-based solutions in agriculture, regenerative agriculture and restoration and things. And on one hand, many people think that nature-based solutions in agriculture necessarily lead to a loss of yield. And that would be the case if it's taking land out of production to restore natural habitats, etc. But in fact, many nature-based solutions, like these regenerative agriculture interventions, the intention is to increase the productivity of the land so that you can produce more food on the same amount of land. Now, unfortunately, in both cases, there's a strong possibility of sort of this leakage or moving into more lands, because if you reduce food production, you have to produce it somewhere else. Or if you increase the productivity of land, it becomes more attractive economically, and it becomes more attractive for people to convert more land. So in either case, we have a problem with this issue of trying to ensure reducing conversion at the same time as implementing these practices. And this is one reason that now Nature Conservancy, we've moved to adopt this foodscape approach. I don't know if you've heard about this foodscape approach that we're taking up. What it really is simply is a landscape approach with food in the center. So because often landscape approach, we talk a lot about ecosystem services and other things, but not about food. The food is the core issue. So we've put food at the middle of these landscapes and taken a large landscape perspective so that you can bring forward the stakeholders in all the different sides of this and try to tackle this together at the same time, the productivity and the conservation and the restoration at the same time in these larger landscapes by having all the stakeholders there. It's honestly one of the toughest nuts to crack, and it hasn't been done very effectively. So I think this is a really important area for us to really try to make strides.
And how do you then control kind of leakage between independent landscapes? So say if you have one foodscape in the Cerrado and one foodscape in the Gran Chaco, how do you make sure, how do they interact with each other?
Yeah, probably. I mean, the sort of academic side, because I'm the scientist, but the sort of academic side of that is that that's one reason that we also talk about systems change, that you need to have changes in place that affect the system even from outside. So agreements about zero deforestation and regulations around conversion and things like that are an essential element so that we don't end up just exporting problems to other places.
Andrea, you had
No,
thoughts?
only to add, I completely agree with you. Intensification is good, is a win-win game, but we have to take care not to go on forward on the frontier. So one of the things that we had realized in the past 15 years in Brazil is that we have to have a strong command and control enforcement to prevent this kind of going ahead, going in the new frontiers. But of course that under the point of view of productivity and of the nature, of the health of soil, it's very good, the intensification, and to the food system, of course. But we have to take care of.
And do you think companies have a role in kind of supporting that capacity building for enforcement and helping local governments do that better?
My knowledge has, I think that private companies, of course, have to support all this role of the states. So the role is from the state. They have to exert this command and control, but the private companies has to support, of course, this kind of action, because it's very bad for the industry have this illegality in the supply chain. And it's not so easy to finish. We have a journey ahead.
All right, so we have 20 minutes left. I'm seeing some audience questions, which I'll move to.
Can I just add one point over
yeah.
this? It's just when we think about some of the disruptive technology like alternative protein, there's also another aspect that's the idea that this technology will be opposed to profits. It's an entirely wrong idea. And quite on the contrary, some of the companies, if they can't adapt to these new technologies, they will not be present in the future. When we look at car companies now, everyone has to sell electric cars, and that's probably going to be the future of the industry. And if they don't adapt to this technology, they are probably not going to be in the markets in the future. That's the same way that I think alternative protein is, and probably the most effective solutions that we will have to change the world now are going to be these solutions that they have the potential of being even better economically than the ones that are being used now, better than destroying the environment.
Yes, thank you. All right. Can you introduce yourself and then say your question?
Hello, Romano, CropLife International. So, talking about regenerative agriculture, I understood that there is a clear representation of both the root causes of the problem and also the benefits. I was wondering if you, Denise, and perhaps you, Petra, can help understand a little bit if there is a different governance. So, I mean a convergence of technologies and practices, and also of tradition and innovation in this approach that is quite new and probably very important, but was one element that was not yet emerging, because we have talked about the individual elements, finance, technologies, support to the farmers, but perhaps, I mean, we should talk also about multi-stakeholder platforms that can deliver all these elements at farm level.
Okay, Denise, do you want to answer first?
I'll go first. Thank you. Thank you for the question. I think, I think you maybe have addressed the answer in your question. Let me see, reflecting upon, the sector in Argentina, the reality is that the ag sector has always been like at the forefront, of staying innovative and of thinking outside of the box, especially because of this reference that I was making to before, the care of the actual land, and if it becomes visible that the deterioration or depletion is there, so what else can be done? So the reality is that here, in a way, the wave that is happening, it's a wave in which many are together. So it isn't necessarily, that one or another organization is like spearheading the way. But the reality is that we have, like through science and through applying the systems thinking that Deborah was referring to, actually trying to, yes, help tackle, so how to make this change happen faster and across a larger scale, because that is really what we need, because the clock is ticking against us all, so to speak. So these platforms that I believe you were referring to yourself in the question is what we believe are a fundamental piece of this of providing these solutions, because it's not just about, as we said before, one voice, but it's about governments, and that can be governments, of course, naturally also at the subnational level. It's about NGOs. It's about the communities of researchers and science. It's about, the landowners who own and produce on their land and have been testing different methods and mechanisms, the local and Aboriginal communities. And so really like everybody, so these platforms are like, in some ways, they are like, extended communities of practice where everybody should be willing and ready to learn from one another, and to also be able to pinpoint those maybe alleged solutions that were then proven not to work, or the recognition that maybe there is a subsidy that is generating distortions. But then how do you do away with that when at the same time maybe you are implicating, short-term some sort of uneconomic or an unhealthy financial situation that have led you to install those distortions in the first place. So really, this is all very complex, and it can only be through talking to each other and really working on those solutions, but including this element of awareness building with the consumer that doesn't necessarily needs to know all these complexities. Sometimes we fall into some simplistic synthesis, of what's going on, and generally never the case. So it's really very good to remember that that awareness building is fundamental and that this same group, this same platform generates that. And just to finish, I wanted to say, like on the previous element, because it's also, I think, relevant here. You know, sometimes regulations, we've seen it, I believe, again, and you know, across the world, I believe that if we know that a regulation is coming that is going to stop us from doing X, Y, or Z, well, then we see how, you know, there's a bit of a climax in that X, Y, and Z that we want to stop. So it's never really like as straightforward. So it's never like the straight path. We need to understand that maybe the distorted path is okay, and working together can only be the way to do it generally. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Petra, did you add anything to that?
So the question was how to broaden the approach of regen farming through the farmers, right? And at the end of the day, it will only be the farmer who decides, because he takes the risk. And what I heard at many conferences here is that as soon as there's a critical mass of farmers who are successful with the new practice, then it takes off much more easily. From an industry perspective, what we do is actually two things. One is digital. We enable farmers to make better decisions by forecasting when is the best planting period for our seeds, what is the best advice, how to use crop protection within sustainability mindsets to document their sustainability efforts and learn. So this is the whole digital world, to be able to give advice, not in principle, but advice on what you do on your farm with this weather in this environment at this case. But the farmer decides. The second is technology, understanding the pain points. And I like your point about technology and what governments can do, in this regulation environment. Many things
Can you
move
try
too
to speak
fast.
up a little bit?
Yeah, and the technology, we try to understand the pain points of the farmers. One project we also do together with TNC is, can we delay germination of cover crops? So if we have inter-row cropping, cover cropping, it would be easiest if the farmer could seed both the cash crop as well as the cover crop at the same time, but you want your seedling to come out first before the cover crop comes 6 weeks later. And if we have germination delay tools, this would be something that would help the farmer, only have to pass the field once instead of twice. And this is the kind of technology innovation we try to help with for regenerative agriculture.
Okay, thank you. And we had another question over here. Please introduce yourself first.
Hi, I'm Debbie. I'm from Cornell University, and I work in agricultural extension. And my question is, I think, probably focus on you two, but thank you everyone for your presentations. I really appreciated them. So in your presentation, you were emphasizing kind of the biodiversity and all the incredible foods that are grown.
Can you speak closer?
Within, or let's say across Brazil, and kind of the need to keep those local and produce products locally. And that biodiversity is more, let's say, of a natural kind of environmental system. And in your presentation, kind of a shift from, let's say, native grasslands to a monoculture of soybeans. And while there are benefits from cover crops, of course, within the single species of soybean production, there's very little carbon that goes back into the soil. It's a monoculture. It's lacking that biodiversity. And much of that soybean is not staying in Brazil, and it's not going to food. It's going to feed, and it's being shipped thousands of miles onto the other side of the world. So I was wondering if you two could speak from a sustainability standpoint in kind of those seemingly contradictory takes on kind of the food system, I guess. Thank you.
Thanks for that question. Gus, I'll let you go first.
Well, for us, we are trying to support the biodiversity that is based on the standing forests. So I think it is a different approach from the land recovering that they are presenting. And we also believe that the alternative protein theory in general will help decrease the monoculture, because today, as you mentioned, the soy is being produced to cattle. So if we can decrease the market share of meat in the market and increase the market share of alternative protein, we will liberate land to regrow the flowers and also to plant food that is not based on the monoculture. I think the challenge, the deal is different. It's like readapting the lands from the production that the farmers are trying to do. So I will let them speak, and I guess this is it.
Thanks for bringing a bit spice to the debate. So, my understanding is that we do more for biodiversity if we have a land sparing instead of a land sharing approach. So agriculture, by definition, is anti-biodiversity because you want the crop on the field and nothing else. And so that was latest data from University of Cambridge says, you do more. To your point on why soybeans is the crop that can work with nitrogen, very little nitrogen because it's pretty independent here. So it's the first crop that grows on degraded land. And we are not looking at a monoculture, we are looking at a rotation between soybean, livestock, corn, and then when the land is restored, you can also do other things. From what we do, the most success we have seen on biodiversity on farmland, which is, we think differently from biodiversity on field, is to have the natural habitats on your field, to have these bridges, multifunctional flower strips, habitats that are also connected, and this is how we believe farmers can increase biodiversity on farm, not in the field. So this is where we are coming from.
And so let me just respond to that, because I think there is also kind of a third option of where Syngenta could invest in restoring those degraded landscapes to their native habitats and kind of protect the biodiversity and the carbon stocks that are in those grasslands and shrublands, and then still spare land by advancing a transition to alternative proteins. So is that something that you are also investing in, or how do those conversations look like at your company?
Look, there was a brilliant idea that came up 2 days ago. We want to restore forests. And guess what? I learned that one of the problems in restoring forests is weeds, because the grass likes to overcome the trees' siblings. And one idea I bring home is, can we test our herbicides and how can they help restoring forests in a sustainable way? Yeah, so there's a lot of connectivity between different systems. There's another thought I loved in these debates. You look, in energy, it's pretty easy. We need renewable energy. There are 3 or 4 systems that are likely going to make it. In agriculture and food, we are by far away from this. We need actually to look at so many different models and approaches, and there's not the one solution makes it all, which is very different in the agri-food debate from the energy debate. And this is a thought I will take home.
Can I say something about that? So
quickly, because we're almost running out of time.
Oh, are we? I was just going to say that we did this Foodscapes work last year, and one thing that came out very strongly is how globally we have this, I would say, a massive imbalance in what we're doing. Everyone knows this, right? The food system is broken. We hear everywhere, but the meaning of it, what does that mean? It means what's happening is that we're using the highest potential lands all around the world, like the deep, fertile soils all over the world, to produce oil and feed crops. So we're using all the best lands to produce massive quantities of these oil crops and feed crops, and most of it is not being fed directly to people. And that's what we're all talking about when we talk about it being a bit out of balance, right? And there's a lot of global scenarios that have been able to project, well, we should do this and we should do that and we should change. But what we have to do is move very quickly to implementing changes on the ground. Like, how does that translate to something that you need to do in your place, in your country, in your foodscape? So that's where I think we need to move this conversation, is into these individual places.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you. And we had 2 more questions. One in the back. I'll go to the back first.
Thank you. I'm Fabrizio from Instituto Regenera, also working in the Amazon area there in Brazil. And with all due respect, with the Good Foods Institute, which seems to have a very serious work, wouldn't it be more useful for reducing deforestation, especially keeping the forest standing, if JBS had strengthened their policies of command and control inside of the company. Since 6 days ago, there was 9,000 cattle, which was in the area of deforestation. That it's in the media outlets there in Brazil, already assumed by JBS as they bought it and they resell it from these areas. Wouldn't it work better instead of actions to bioeconomy? Because somehow it shows as one of the greatest emitters of the world in the food systems. And we are talking about bioeconomy, which is something that I consider really serious. And you guys could reduce greenhouse gas emissions as a first point, don't you think?
Well, I can't. I am from the JBS fund, so I am not from the company. But my point of view, personal point of view, is that they are doing. They have plans. They have commitments of net zero until 2040, and also they have schemes set to monitoring the indirect producers. So they are setting plans. It's not something easy that will change from night to day or from day to night. And I can't see, I've been working in the Amazon for 15 years. I used to work at IPAM and other institutions of Amazon. So my point of view is that we need to look for beyond the deforestation. We have to quit deforestation. I agree completely with you, and it's a work of governments, industries, producers. It's not something so easy. Otherwise, we had already quit with the read with. So, in my point of view, the fund and other philanthropic funds need to open space to this new economy. So the fund is looking beyond this deforestation time, but also we are strengthening the smallholders that are in the beginning of the supply chain and in a pre-competitive space to foster, to go beyond, because today they are so unproductive. They don't have money to technical assistance, they don't have credit to get better, and to be better, to produce better. What we are trying to do is to join this cattle, intensified cattle production with, for example, agroforestry, using other products. So I understand your point of view, but I think that two things are not, must be conciliated.
So I guess the big question there is, will at some point these alternative economies and alternative economic opportunities provide better financial incentives for the communities in the Amazon than the traditional cattle and soy supply chains? With that, I'll hand it. Do you still have a question?
Hi, Valentina Rubio, also Cornell University. Like that? Okay. So I don't know if it's a question, more like a comment with the previous discussion. Just want to say that the natural ecosystem in the Cerrado are the grasslands. And that grasslands also hold a huge biodiversity, much less appreciated than the one we have in the forests for many reasons. But I think it's important to keep in mind that the preservation of those ecosystems is not its transformation to soybean systems. And I think that the challenge, of course, it is to maximize the productivity in the crop areas, but also regenerate pastures and grasslands with many alternatives that are being nowadays generated. And maybe my question is, how are Syngenta or other initiatives trying to also promote improve soil health in the natural ecosystems without transforming them to agriculture?
There is an inconvenient truth And the inconvenient truth is that we need to triple the productivity on our fields to reach the food needs of 10 billion people. If there are scenarios of changing diets, which is the previous conversation, so it's not us who's saying this, it's the World Food System who's saying this, then you need about then half of the growth rates if that can be achieved. So we are not working on establishing pasture lands. I understand your point about the biodiversity of pasture land, but I also said that's not our core competence. So we try to establish and help where we have competence, and this is supporting productivity of farmland with then the lowest impact. This is where we are going for, and we can help. And it's to your point, it all sort of fits together at the end of the day, but without productivity increase, we will not meet the needs of the people. And I know it's debatable, but this is what some of the
Yeah,
say.
and I think there's also a lot of science and assessments that actually disagree with that narrative of having to produce more, because we already have so much food. We just have to figure out what we produce and how we distribute it better, and how we also get rid of food waste. Vanessa hasn't gotten a lot of questions or speaking time, so we're running out of time here. So I want to give you actually the last word and hear what this discussion brought up, how that connects to the work that you do in the Bahamas, and if you have any anything that you want to leave the audience with today.
No, I learned so much just from hearing all the questions. Normally I'm on the ocean side of things, but just, last point I want to make is that when it comes to cellular agriculture, or even with the work that the other panelists are doing, that each region is unique. Each region has its own challenges, its own taste preferences, its own cultural values, and the food that they hold is close and important to them. And they have their own nutritional needs. So with this in mind, I don't think a one-size-fits-all approach is going to be ideal, but specific regional programs with emphasis on communities, marginalized communities and countries who will significantly benefit from these technology. And I think with any of the technologies, there will be challenges, right? And I think we just all have to find out what the balance is. I think we're all here for the benefit of the people and trying to address some of these challenges that we have. And it's putting these great minds together and creating that balance to find these practical solutions is going to be important.
Okay, thank you so much. Please join me in thanking all of our experts today, joining here and virtually. Thank you all for making the time and having honest answers. And I hope you all enjoy the few remaining days we have here in Sharm.
Recording stopped.
start now? Hello. We're good to go. Okay. Hello, everyone. Nice to be here today. My name is Joshua Sam Miller from the United States, and I'll be sharing with you a project that I've created called Sounds of the Ocean. We are an immersive, mindful experience to connect with the ocean and yourself, and we've been touring internationally for the last 3 years as primarily a music-focused project. And in the last 12 months, we've added a visual component to really create an immersive film, an immersive cinematic experience that will hopefully bring a bit of the ocean and everything that contains life within it here into this space. This photo was taken in the Lisbon Planetarium. We were an official side event at the UN Ocean Conference this year, which is where we mostly offer our performances and are working on an installation format as well for next year. You can go to the next slide, please. You can see some of the tour stops that we've had over the course of our lifespan so far, mostly working in full dome spaces and performing at film festivals that focus on immersive entertainment, which I'm sure many people have heard about, given all the recent publications on other shows that have done a lot of work in this space. So these are some of the festivals we've been at, and we're looking to continue the tour both in the live format as well as distribution of our film content. Go to the next slide, please. Adam, thank you. And this is one of my favorite parts of this project. We really have stood behind the mission and the intention from the beginning in every tour destination to partner with a local ocean conservation group that's working to clean up the sea, maybe doing beach cleanups or advocacy work, education, and providing both the stage for them to talk and give an example to the audience around how people can get involved on a local level in the community that we're able to perform in. And when it's possible, raising money and doing fundraising work for those NGOs as well. And these are some of the partners that we've worked with so far and are always looking for new partners who are interested to connect with us. Thanks, Adam. And I'm going to keep the intros short on my side so we can really drop into the space. And we have a beautiful 10-minute film for you today, as well as a full album that will play. Feel free to stay in the space and just listen and relax after the long day and the long 2 weeks here at the COP. I hope you really enjoy it. And it's definitely our goal to bring a lot more of the wellness content to spaces like COP27, COP28, and beyond, because I really am starting to tell, it's my second COP, that we really kind of need this. So thank you for inviting us to hold some space this afternoon. But before we drop into the music and the film, I'd like to invite a new colleague to join me from the Ocean Pavilion to tell you more about what they've got going on over there, which is absolutely incredible. So.
Thank you, Joshua. So I'm Danielle Fino. I'm the Chief Communications Officer for Woods Hole Oceanographic Institution, or WHOI, as we call it. And together with Scripps Institution of Oceanography, both from the United States, we have organized the first ever Ocean Pavilion. And with 18 other global partners, we are speaking for the ocean and representing our blue planet. We are bringing the blue to the blue zone. And so our goal is the ocean is so important, from the food we eat, the water we drink, the air we breathe, and yes, our climate, our ocean and climate are inextricably linked together. And as our earth changes, our climate changes, so does the ocean. But the ocean isn't just the victim, it's a hero as well. It has absorbed about 1/3 of the carbon emitted by human climate change, and also 90% of the heat. If it wasn't for the ocean, we wouldn't be here. We would have burned. So we are here to tell our leaders that the ocean needs to be considered when shaping policy. and also that science must lead in the ocean. And I just wanted to thank Joshua for inviting me. It is so important that our filmmakers, our storytellers, they get out there and they talk about the ocean. So few people know how important the ocean is, and art and film and really getting out and music is so important to telling that story. So thank you.
It's such a pleasure to share the space, and a little bit of what you'll hear in the film and in the music. So I was introduced to recordings of whales, dolphins, and ocean sound about 3 years ago while I was living in Northern California. And in the film, you'll be hearing humpback whales, blue whales, bottlenose dolphins, and some original music that I've composed along with some collaborators to really drop us into a restful state. So I think with that, Adam, you can cue the film and turn up the volume. Thank you. Thank you. So, yeah, as you can see in the credits that are still rolling, this really was a collaboration of several artists, filmmakers, scientists, musicians, animators, and supporters of many kinds around the world. I like to say we really are an international team spanning United States, Russia, Japan, France, Costa Rica, Portugal, UK, and Canada. And we really have done it from a sound perspective. And I hope the short taste of our longer film already, even in this environment with a lot of background sound, kind of helps to drop us into more the parasympathetic nervous system and a more restful state, which is so important to do on a daily basis, especially in these high stress environments that we're all subjected to at places like COP27. So I hope you enjoyed the film, and maybe we'll take a few questions before we roll the music in the background, and you can continue to enjoy the tranquil space that Food Systems have decided to create today. If there are any questions, I'd be happy to answer a few.
Thank you so much for this space and this kind of time to just like have a feast for the eyes and somewhat a feast for the ocean of sounds. Sorry. I think it's a case of a nice taste. This is a really nice taste of what could be an hour-long, 2-hour-long thing. So I'm hoping I can reach out on, like, it's available online to like listen. But I'm wondering how can maybe I've got a friend who's a free diver. And she has amazing footage. She has amazing experiences, and I'm wondering how I could connect her to you, but also other people, and to give you like there's so much content that could be driven into this, connected to sounds. And she's also filmmaking and stuff. So I just love to connect you to her as well as some other people.
Thank you. Yes, let's definitely connect afterwards. I would love to meet you and meet her. It was a question for me really how to source the material, visual material to make the film, and I love to dive myself and would love to have an excuse to go out for a 3-month expedition and do nothing but swim with whales, but we really relied on the existing material that filmmakers have devoted 20, 30 years to compile, and love meeting people like your friend who might want to contribute towards this project. So absolutely, thank you.
Oh, one quick question. Have you explored getting this shown in sort of official negotiation rooms?
Absolutely. That's been a dream, actually. Let's make that happen.
What's been the reaction? Do you have any champions pushing on that from delegations, or what are the impediments?
I think it's really just time and patience, really. I think is the goal there. But any ideas or ways to make that happen, I think would be really impactful, especially for negotiators to have a chance to connect to themselves and really to the cause that they're negotiating for before showing up to that table. I think would do wonders for the impact that comes out of those conversations. So let's make that happen.
Just being somebody who was at the Dubai Expo last year, I guess, and knowing that will be the space for next year's, they've got this, I don't know if it's still standing, but they've got an amazing amphitheater that if this was played, and they had like a 3D, hieroglyphics in Egypt, basically 3D animation, and it was basically these kind of like sounds and this kind of music instead of play. But just knowing that kind of venue and space, that is something I think the UAE would be keen to listen about.
Fantastic. Thank you. Thank you. That's really a dream of mine. All right. I think we should hear some more music. So Adam, if you would cue up the album. We'll leave it going in the background. I'll be hanging around probably outside the doors and would love to talk with anyone who wants to connect further. Otherwise, stay in here, sit in the front, listen, relax, enjoy this project and definitely check us out and share it as much as possible. Thank you, Nadia.
The deep souls of the ocean rise to surface. Then dive back down to hunt, to feed, or in perfect stillness, rest. The beating hearts of the ocean navigate in clicks and songs, connection, sound through open water, guiding others like them on. And the sharp mind of the ocean is the power behind the eye. Fixed inside a whale's great gaze, a deep awareness lies. So what becomes of Mother Ocean under Father Sky if whales no longer hold the spirit of the seas in balance, in time? If we lose these ocean souls, wisdom keepers of the deep, our sentient relations, their future failed to keep. We owe them this, continued presence and space to range in peace, to flow across our shared blue planet, great guardians of the deep.
Hello? Yeah. It's working. Can you hear that? Hello, everyone. Welcome to this event. Interactive, and I certainly have already met a few new people. Okay, so, you see, that's what they were telling me. I have to hold it really close. So, yes, I've already met a few new people, 3 in fact already, so I hope that you follow these guidelines and sit next to someone and learn something new today. Welcome. My name's Jean Nell. I come from Wageningen University and Research. I head up the Biodiverse Environment program there, and I'll be your host for this session. And we're going to discuss the journey to a nature-positive food system. And I'm going to start off I'm going to start off by giving a little bit of a reasoning behind this journey that we're going to take. And then I'm going to open the floor to 3 speakers, and I see one's just arriving there. And I'm going to open the floor to 3 speakers who are already taking tangible nature-positive steps, already forging the collaborations that they need to go forward. And we'll hear from them a little bit about some of their examples. Then I'm going to open the floor to you, and so that we can all discuss and have a nice discussion and some time for discussion around some of the examples that you might have to inspire, some of the struggles you may be facing, the emotions of joy, frustration. Those all come with leading change, and we are all change leaders here. So let's start with some of the reasoning behind why nature positive. Why food? Why biodiversity at the Climate COP? We're very excited about them both being thematics in the Climate COP for the first time. And we are really seeing it. Food has been in our face in this Climate COP. We have heard about the droughts in Kenya. We've heard about the floods in Pakistan, in Nigeria. And all of these increasing events are tipping our systems, our food systems, into crises. And maybe what's less obvious here, but at last it's being talked about, is its strongly coupled partner of biodiversity. Climate change causes biodiversity loss. Biodiversity loss causes climate change because the ecosystems lose their capacity to regulate the climate. And caught in the middle of these 2 storms, the storm that is brewing, is food systems. It's both a cause of climate change and biodiversity loss, but it's also a major victim of these 2 challenges. And we really need to think about how we can turn this tide. So how do we turn this tide that we see? How do we develop these food systems that we can all flourish in, that my children can flourish in, your children can flourish in, and our brothers and sisters' children can flourish in? How do we build this future, this utopic future of nature positive, people positive, and climate positive? The science tells us it's really feasible, it's possible to do this. How do we build this utopia then? Let us not be naive, this is not a simple journey. It's excruciating. We've all been here, we've all seen the negotiations. They're tough, they're deadlocked, they're frustrating, they're excruciatingly slow. But in those events, the events that surround this COP, that surround the negotiations, you see these pockets of passion and inspiration that we see here in the room. I can see some people here already. And along with my colleagues back home, we've been looking at this and we've been thinking, well, what are these inspiring things that drive us forward? What are people saying and doing? And what we found is these things tend to cluster into, say, 5 entry points or so. And these, you could call them contextual subsystems to affect change. And here some of them are that we have found in the Wageningen University and Research. And you will see here they're presented as bubbles and silos, but just bear with me as I explain them. The first 2, the blue and the green that you see here, are diverse fields and farms, putting diversity back onto our fields, our farms, our landscapes, our seascapes, anything that gets us beyond our monoculture mentality, beyond beyond single power concentrations. This is what we mean by putting diversity into our landscapes. The next two bubbles are connected communities and sustainable food and diet. It means really getting people to think about how and where their food is produced. And this doesn't mean pushing everything onto the consumer. We're actually talking here about how governments and industry can also play their part in creating these healthy food environments where nature-positive food becomes the affordable option and the most convenient option. This is really important. Nature-positive food does not necessarily need to be more expensive if we start to distribute the profits across the food system in a much more fair and equitable way. And that's what we're dealing with in inclusive finance and trade. So inclusive finance and trade is not just about financing the biodiversity and the transitions that we have to make right now, the short-term relief. It's also about how do we enact that long-term vision to get us to a nature-positive future? What restructuring of the finances sector do we have to do? What restructuring of economies do we have to do so that we can really incorporate the value of nature and the cost of the biodiversity impacts that we are having? Now, these are all presented here as our bubbles and silos, but we all know, and we've heard a lot about this. We've heard about coherent policies. We've heard about the fact that we need to act together. So this is not about trying to go into one of these action points and doing it. Each one of these need each other to unlock them, because if we go into one, we'll likely fail without addressing obstacles in the other. And the other thing that's really nice about this is that there's so many synergies to be had if we act together. So for example, if you can actually have some robust legal requirements for the reducing pesticides, you can start stimulating agro-eco innovation in the agribusiness. You can also start stimulating demand if you use healthy food environments, so that actually it powers this even more. So these actions synergize each other so that we can reach these futures. And this is not just a pretty picture. It's actually based on systems dynamics theory. It's about how we can build critical momentum, positive social tipping points. And what we know is that if we equip actors and agents of change with mix of interventions like you saw in those entry points, if we equip them in their context to activate their networks, we can start building that critical momentum to push that ball up the hill and finally catapult it. So we are here. We are starting to push the ball, or maybe some of us are already almost at the top of the hill. Maybe it rolls down and goes up again. But we're pushing this ball. And what we want to do now is think about how to do it. And that's where I want to hand over to our three speakers to reflect on this and to tell us what they are doing. They are really leading change in their own networks. So I would like, with that, to invite the three speakers onto stage, Brent, Mao, and Kavindu. You can just sit, yeah. Okay, so let me just introduce them while they're here. So Brent is the global food lead scientist in WWF International, and he works on food systems and food system change. How do you get country commitment? Mao is the executive director of African Center for Green Economy. He's working really to see how we can direct finance flows to where it's needed most, where it can be implemented. And Kavindu Idirivira, no wait, I'm going to get this right, Idirivira, is the youth director for Slikan Trust, and he works based in Sri Lanka in a global program looking at how to really stimulate youth and gender diversity in farming. So, welcome. And Brent, can I ask you to give some reflections, just 2 to 3 minutes before I open the floor to the audience?
Yeah, I mean, reflection. This is a good day to reflect, isn't it? I mean, I think a lot of us, if we've been here for a long time, we're kind of nearing the end of the COP, and we've been through the roller coaster of the ups and the downs and the crazy days. And you said at the beginning that food systems are everywhere, right? And I think that is spectacular that so much talk is finally about food systems. Between Glasgow and where we've come this year, I think we made tremendous progress. There's still work that has to be done. There's some painful negotiations happening. We don't know what's going to happen with the Cornivia unless some updates have come over the last couple hours that I don't know about. The final cover text, we'll see what happens. The 1.5 limit, let's see if that's still there. A lot of really tough things. Regardless, though, the fact that we're talking so much about food and there's so many people in these rooms is absolutely spectacular. But now we need to take this between now and COP28, and I'm not talking about waiting for 6 months. I'm saying Monday is when we need to get to work. Maybe we can take the weekend off, but Monday we've got to roll up our sleeves and really start getting to work. And it all comes down to implementation. This COP is the implementation COP. This COP is how do we take the commitments, the targets, and turn it into action in countries all over the world. Now, one of the things that we're working on at WWF, you had that figure of the hill, right? And then somebody rolling that rock or ball or whatever it was up the hill. We need to figure out how do we make the hill smaller? Because if it's too large, we're never going to get there. And what we're working on at WWF is we're saying, how does implementation look like on the ground? Because implementation will look very differently in different countries. How we implement agroecological practice, regenerative agriculture, shifts in diets will look very different in Indonesia versus Brazil versus the US versus Sweden where I live. And we tend to clump it all into one big food system transformation category. And that's where we have to start shifting, is towards a place-based implementation on the ground. If we don't do a very good job in terms of figuring out what levers work where, how we need to finance, how we need to direct finance to the right place, the right actions in the right countries, I'm afraid we're going to take that hill and we're going to make it even higher instead of trying to flatten out, and that has to be our goal over the next several months.
Go ahead, Niall.
Thanks, Jean, and thanks for your reflections. It kind of feels like I'm at home here because I've had a long history with Jean. Jean introduced you to my first postgraduate project on water resource management, and I was ex-WWF, so it feels like I'm at home here. Always, Epan. Look, I think that, coming to this COP, like you've just alluded to, this is an implementation COP. And, for us, my center has been around for the last 10 years, and we have always been of the opinion that we really need a critical mass of institutions and change agents that are at the intermediary level between where this high-level discourse is existing, where all these levels, these resources are existing, and where action needs to happen on the ground at the landscape level, where we can transform those communities and we can be able to create the impact that is required. But unfortunately, if you look at from a financing perspective, the bottlenecks have never gone away. We have a massive challenge where the resources are sitting at a very high level. It could be at a national level, it could be at a global level, but it's really not trickling down to the ground, and it's not even going faster. Earlier this morning, I was at a session with GCF looking at evaluating the GCF projects. There are 18 African countries that have never had any single GCF projects, and many others don't even have accreditation. Yet there's the agency to do work on the ground. The challenges are ever increasing. Extreme events are coming and stuff like that. And really, for us, trying to understand how we can unlock climate finance, particularly at the landscape level, is very, very critical. And there's some key factors that we think are very important for promoting food positive food systems. And one of that is a really critical understanding of your landscape dynamics, because ultimately, we live in a resource-constrained world. And we cannot promote an agricultural system that has brought us to where we are, which is basically commercial agriculture, monoculture, and so on. So how do you structure farming systems in a way that they can be highly productive while having a very minimum impact at the landscape level? And so obviously that means that the financing that is going to be, that needs to be made available cannot be the conventional financial mechanisms that we know. It means that we need to think more innovatively. How do we work, especially with smallholder farmers who don't have any credit history? How do we ensure that they can actually access finance that they require for their inputs? But even more importantly, how do you connect these farmers to the market? You know, we've worked in Uganda with tomato farmers, for example, where there's no cold storage system. So you can give them inputs, high yield production, and a few days later, the tomatoes get rotten because they don't have electricity, they don't have cold storage system, and so on. And on average, a smallholder farmer cannot be able to afford a cold storage facility, you know. So how do you structure finance in a way that it can be deployed faster, effectively, but its impact, it can also be scaled up in a way that every single participant, whether it's a smallholder farmer, can be effectively given access to these resources. And unfortunately, our conventional financing mechanisms, the banks, the commercial banks, have let farmers down. They are not going to work. So I think that if we're going to unlock nature positive food systems, we basically need to unbundle our financial system. And I don't think we're having enough conversations around that. You know, if you think about the GCA, for example, everything is caught up in a bureaucracy. The average GCF project pipeline can take up to about 4 years to develop. You know, the agency of what needs to happen on the ground, we don't have the kind of the luxury of the timelines to see any impact on the ground. I would like to stop here for this for now.
Hello everyone, good evening now. Yeah, good evening. How do I start this? I'll start from the Sri Lankan context. So when it comes to Sri Lankan context in the food system, starting from the agriculture sector, so 27% of Sri Lankan population is directly attached to the agriculture, not even the food system. Overall, from farm to fork and beyond, there are a lot of people who are involved, but directly 27%, close to 27%. Technically, every 1% out of 4 people are directly linked to the agriculture sector in Sri Lanka.
You need to hold your mic, but closer to your mouth.
Sorry?
Hold your mic closer.
Right. So the sector itself is very close to the people of the heart, and then it's a very crucial point even at the political stage or any decision making process. The agriculture sector, the food system is very much crucial. As a result, there have been a lot of sort of changing of governments and then political sort of backlashes, even the economic recession that we are currently facing at the moment back in the country is one of the reasons why we had to face this. So climate smart agriculture, regenerative agriculture, the practices were very close to many of the farmers, not necessarily everyone, but many of the farmers. But we suddenly there was a program where we had a phase-out program where we could have these regenerative agriculture practices, climate smart agriculture practices. There was a very principle. And all of a sudden, one of the policy decision that was taken place back in the country took very much of a U-turn, where everybody has to go to the regenerative climate smart agriculture, sort of organic agriculture. That was something that in a decision perspective, it was not, it looked like a bold movement, but it wasn't. We always wanted to have the phase-out version so that every farmer will get their trust, the confidence in the regenerative system, which is very much essential to the country as a nation, which is very much essential. But I took a backlash back in the country and then that, and we sort of turned back from the decision, and now we had to go back to the same old methods of doing the agriculture, which is very much unfortunate. But whoever started practicing this regenerative agriculture, climate smart agriculture, they continue to be doing. That's on the agriculture perspective, the perspective as to how we address the nature-based solutions. Other than that, when it comes to finance and stuff, since my colleagues mentioned about the GCF projects and everything, at the moment Sri Lanka doesn't have any accredited agency in Sri Lanka even to get the facility. That's very unfortunate, and whoever applied has been in the queue for the last, I think, 4 to 5 years, accessing the finance just to make sure that these things are happening. I can talk more about the agriculture practices, but if you are, I can continue with the topic for the full time. But if you are having any other sort of the approaches to the topic, I can based on that thing. But we can continue the topic if you don't mind.
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you very much. Let's open the floor. Let's open the floor. There's some questions from the audience, and please, we've sat a little bit long on the panel. So, what questions do you have to the audience now? Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Mustafa Ibrahim, a student master's student in the Agricultural University of Sweden, Swedish University of Agricultural Sciences, and also a volunteer in the UNDP Accelerator Labs. My specialization is about agribusiness development and agri-food value chain resilience in the context of climate change. So this bakery is made of what's called climate smart crops, okay, as an experiment between with the bakery Cyprus. It's very famous here in Egypt, for example. Can you imagine that we were just talking with him in another event attended by the World Food Program, by the way. The entrepreneur or the lead firm or the bakery himself, he can't find the ingredients here, the supply. So there's a problem in the supply. And when working in the field with very closely to the farmer, they told me, we don't know how to market this product, this quinoa or pearl millet, or what's called here for Egypt is considered climate smart. Maybe in other parts of Africa it is not, but here, so it, as a new crop, climate smart crop, they cannot. So here is the linkage between the lead firm and improving the whole value chain. Now, it's the other term, the public-private partnerships. Okay, sometimes you need a catalyst. Sometimes you need a developmental agency, trusts, NGO to enhance these partnerships between both and a contractual farming scheme for the climate finance. In kind, like...
May I pause you there and ask you, have you got a question for the audience?
Yeah,
for the panel?
okay. So do you have any success stories considering contractual farming and overcoming this problem of finance between the farmers and the lead firms or the processor under fair terms or not? Okay, and what we can do for every organization represented. Thank you.
Indeed, this is a really big challenge to remove all the bottlenecks along the way in the supply chain. I'm not sure I have all the answers. So would anybody here like to take it?
Not really. I think that, we can always find one or two really good examples, right? And we tend to prop those examples up, right, as these success stories, and they are in the small context that they are. So, but the challenge is going from those one or two success stories to success stories everywhere. And this is where we are at this time. So I think that when we're talking about, do you have a case study? Do you have a success story? I think we can all probably point to something. But then the question then becomes, can we take those small success stories and feed, we're now at 8 billion people as of yesterday, 10 billion people by 2050, and do it without destroying the planet? That's a tricky question that I don't think we've really answered and we figured out yet. So you guys might have some more examples of those success stories. But what I think we're interested in it within WWF is then scaling them everywhere and doing it quickly.
I don't know if it's also a specific example, but I think you're alluding to the fact that when we think about, we need to organize value chains, both upstream and downstream. And in my opinion, I mean, probably not the right way, because we're talking about, new ways of doing things. It's like the role of corporations in that. If you look at the big supermarkets, for example, Marks and Spencer's and the like, and the role that they play in enhancing capacity upstream of, let's say, the suppliers to them. And a lot of these corporations are actually doing that because of the consumer pressure downstream, where consumers want to be much more sustainable products and so on. So it lends itself to an opportunity to support, especially suppliers who ordinarily wouldn't have the resources to be able to implement some of these strategies. Having said that, sometimes I do feel like it kind of promotes, business as usual, because we're talking about the same corporations, just essentially dictating what needs to happen upstream, instead of bringing fundamental change into their business models, into how they do things, into how they source stuff, and to supporting even smallholder farmers.
That's actually a good point that you raised, because something that we can sort of relate to what we do back in country. So when it comes to the entrepreneurship angle, so we had our beginnings as a youth movement, firstly in back in Sri Lanka as a youth movement who are interested in the climate change work and what's happening. We were very curious back in the day, about 10 years ago. And then with that movement, we became a civil society, and then we ended up being a think tank working mainly on the evidence-based research work, policy analysis work, and also the capacity building work. All these topics were mainly interlinked. Once we started this evidence-based research work, when you go to the ground level, we see the needs of these people, and we see these capacity needs of these people. They may not know the technicalities of this, what happens to them, what they are facing, but they feel it, what they are doing it. So food systems, agriculture has been always close to our hearts when it comes to the research studies and everything. So we saw, when we are doing the data collection work and everything, and we saw the needs of, because they are basically entrepreneurs, farmers. Once they in this whole food system from farm to fork, there are a lot of, in this value chain, there are a lot of people who are part of these the movement. So we need the capacity needs of these people. And then as a result, we initiated a project called Ethical Legs. It's an accelerator program, including accelerator program, and also we wanted to have sort of a climate and innovation sort of a hub, sort of a setup where they get this capacity need. As a result, we initiated it, and then we created, having individual approach to these people. We created the cohort as you suggested. And one of the issues that they had with this sourcing these ingredients and stuff, and then getting the capacity gap, how to get these technical needs, capacities. They may know how to source their ingredients, but they don't know how to pitch it, where to pitch it, and then the marketing aspect of it's a different sort of ball game when you started it. But the closing that gap was very much essential. So we are at the moment working with a lot of the people, cohort members who are in this cohort system. So we had our plan is to replicate this thing in across. We are at the moment working in the African region. Mainly we are based in Niger and also in Germany as a project office. So we want to replicate this system where to address the technical needs and capacity needs. And also financial aspect is as well, because of the time constraint. I'll stop.
So lovely. Thank you very much. And okay. So no, wait one moment. Let's just offer this gentleman here the mic, because just.
Yeah, thank you very much. My name is Akio Takemoto, United Nations University in Tokyo. So I'm I'm a bit confused about definition of nature positive. So I think positive means that should be quantifiable uh, by comparison between baseline scenario and alternative scenario. So I'd like to know your idea on the definition of nature positive. So thank you.
Okay, there are actually scenarios on the baseline. It simply means actually not just being neutral, but to bring biodiversity back and to start bending the curve by basically by 2030, so that we can have biodiversity back into a baseline level and actually have bent that curve by 2050. So it's based on scenarios and models. But simply put, what it really means is that activities, it's no longer good enough just to mitigate the harm that you're doing with biodiversity. We really need to actually become positive, putting the diversity back into the system, because we've pulled the Earth way too low already in the global system. So that's what nature positive is. Thank you for that. It's sometimes really clear. And yes, please.
I love this question because I'm confused as well too. I think so many people are confused as to what the definition of nature positive is. We were in charge of Action Track 3 for the UN Food Systems Summit, and we wrote a whole white paper on what nature positive food production it was. And then you read it, and at the end of it, you're still like, but what is nature positive food production, right? And then regenerative food production, what is that? What is the definition of like regenerative? Agroecology, at least there's a set of 14 principles from the FAO that outlines what it is. So there's some definition of that. But then there was climate smart agriculture, which was implemented a number of years. How is climate smart different from nature positive, different from... This is a mess right now, I think, that we need to start sorting out. How we're maybe starting to think about it at WWF, and don't quote me on this, but I see nature positive as this large umbrella term, this large tent, which has a certain set of principles around it, which I think you outlined at the very start of this, right? Underneath that tent falls agroecology, regenerative, climate smart, organic, anything which is pushing nature in a positive way. We're welcome to all approaches out there, right? And I think that once we get bogged down in this terminology of one term versus another term, we start debating that, and we divert ourselves from the actual action of wanting to make the world a better place, I think, so.
Yeah, thank you. That's what bogs the cops down. Okay, I think we had a hand. Yeah. Yes?
Thank you for this very clarification of the definition, because really there is a lot of confusion. And my question was about, we would like to highlight more the nutrition, not the food, especially that I'm living in a rural area, and with the Bedouins here in Weba, we don't have access to many things. So we have to figure out what is the nutrition and food chemistry. The people should understand more. And we are for the regenerative agriculture rather than the organic, which I started with organic, but now we shifted to the regenerative agriculture. Thank you.
Thanks for that.
I don't confess to be a nutritional expert, but I think the question of nutrition is extremely important, especially in the context of Africa, where, I mean, FAO has shown that for the first time, I think in decades, where we're starting to see that levels of malnutrition are increasing on the continent. So it's absolutely important that when we want to transform our agricultural systems, we want to make sure that people are actually having the right type of food that they're eating. And that speaks also, which is essentially a Western-driven concept, that we know we need obviously more plant-based food. But where we work in Uganda, we find that, you know, basically there's malnutrition, kwashiorkor, and so on, because children are not actually getting enough protein intake. So a lot of the nutritional stuff is very context-specific, and at these kind of platforms, we really need to make sure that we articulate those issues very clear, that including poverty alleviation, are very important if we're going to transform the agricultural system.
I just want to touch on this point too, because nutrition is so important, and like the use of terminology, even plant-based, I think can be problematic sometimes because Coca-Cola is plant-based, right? Chips, Fritos chips are plant-based, right? They're not nutritious though, right? So I think we really need to start hammering home this nutrition, 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 and we don't do it enough. And we have to say it in the same breath as we're talking about biodiversity and climate and everything else, because what's the point if we solve climate change at the expense of a healthy global population? It doesn't make any sense. So.
Absolutely, and it really stretches us beyond to the food system rather than the focus always on the agricultural system. It really stretches us.
Yes, thank you. Romano Crop Life. Brent, you just mentioned before something about scaling solutions. But Mao was mentioning the example of a smallholder with no credit history. So are we talking about solutions that are scalable for all the world, or are we talking about an agriculture that is made of very local things? And so there are no solutions to scale, but a more complex implementation.
We're leaning towards the latter part of that in terms of like there is not a single solution from our perspective to scale. And again, once we get stuck down the road of like it's going to be this that's going to solve the world, and I think we're starting to fall down that trap. Oh, it's technology. Let's just scale CCS, or it's going to be regenerative agriculture. Let's just scale that, because it's so context dependent. How this plays out in different countries is so localized, right? And this is where I believe we need to start pivoting towards the local implementation to figure out what works in that particular place. However, I believe that there are groups of countries that share similar characteristics, food system characteristics, that we could then learn from those food system types, from those countries, and we can potentially scale among those particular countries and those food system types. However, if you're a UAE versus Colombia, probably very different solutions, right? Whereas like the UAE and Morocco and Iran and other places might be able to share some lessons learned. So it's a very important point that you make.
I mean, you have tackled it all, but I think that the issue that is missing in all this conversation is obviously the idea of footprint. Because, many countries don't actually have the requisite land to produce the food that they actually want. And so, therefore, they have to export their footprint to elsewhere, to other countries, to be able to satisfy their own food needs. And that obviously has implication on how do you play that global dynamic versus the need for local, meeting local food security needs and scaling up of solutions. But generally, where we come from, for us, our key thing is that climate has impoverished certain populations more than others, and therefore, from an implementation perspective, how do we scale up horizontally? Like this vertical scale up and horizontal scale up. If a solution works for one community, can we take the next to the next to the next? Because I think that's the only way this is going to work. It's not an academic exercise where someone is saying this is actually what we need to do X, Y, Z. We need to do radical experimentation, test, fail, reinvent ourselves until the really effective solutions emerge with time.
Thanks, Mao. We are reaching almost wrap up, but I would like to take a question from the audience, from Samara.
Yes. There's a question. Which collaborations beyond those are needed to connect nature positive practices and financial systems, and which policies are needed to make this happen?
Okay, that's a very interesting question because it actually has come up here. We've been speaking a bit about how we need to bundle finance more, and I think that we should think about that. And I think that you mentioned it, and also especially around the conventional is not working, and we're not supposed to be necessarily only in the system. So would you like to answer that, and then I'll give.
I'm so sorry. I remember there's a policy and element to it, and they're linking that to the financial. Oh. Oh, of course. Look, one of the things I raised in the GCF evaluation session today was how they actually go about accrediting entities. So they will accredit a nonprofit that has no experience in terms of deploying finance, for example. Or they would accredit a financial institution that has no experience in implementing climate-type solutions. So I don't think it can be overstated that we need to collaborate much more effectively, because at the end of the day, the problems we face with are wicked. It's not a one solution thing like you suggest. It's not like one idea, let's expand that. And from a financing perspective, I think there's a lot that could be done in terms of introducing innovative financing mechanisms. Things like index insurance that, for example, are helping smallholder farmers to be more credit worthy, or blended finance, where some investors who are risk averse, their investments could be de-risked through public finance spending. So I think that collaboration is important, and without collaboration, we'll never be able to achieve the kind of outcomes that we're looking for.
Right, I've just got the warning, so I'm going to close. Well, first, I can take a last question from the audience, if anybody has. There we go.
Hello, thank you so much for this interesting discussion. Quick question about Regen Agri, because we are working, I work for a development bank, so we have lots of clients who are very interested to start Regen Agri practices. But what we see is the problem of pricing, because they need to have a good incentives to introduce those regen practices, because it takes at least 3 years to actually go into the practices, lose your yield, and it has to be priced well. And what we see in the market now, that the voluntary market is not taking off, the price is low, the certification price is extremely high, and the whole process is quite painful. And also there is an issue of permanence. Nobody wants to buy agri-related credits, because 1 year you do the practice, next year you can easily change. It's not the same as industrial situation, or when we talk about air transport. So how do you see this problem to be unlocked? My question. And also I understand that in Europe we have subsidies, whereas in the rest of the world subsidies are absent. So it's much more difficult for farmers to change.
I can, when it comes to the agriculture and the finances facility, something that I can bring out with the work that we have done, the case studies and the research studies that we have done, is introducing the CDRFI models and insurance schemes that we can. I have to mention Sri Lanka has one of the oldest legislation in the South Asia. We have crop insurance since 1958. But the expansion of the scope and the based on the needs of the farmers has not been done. So throughout the work that we have identified with the data collection work and stuff, we need the expansion of this, the meaning of the insurance scheme, the scope of it. So at the moment we have for our limited cash crops and also for the limited scenarios. So that's something that we need to build on as one aspect, as a social safety net. So in order, even if they want to transform the agriculture practices from whatever the existing practice to the regenerative or nature-based solutions, so they need to have the confidence and the safety in the financial safety with them. Otherwise, it's very difficult to take that leap to make the transfer. So those are the solutions that something that we can also implement in every aspect of the food system.
It is going to be painful. 100%. Anybody that says that it's not going to be a painful transition is lying, right? And I think that there is no clear evidence that we can do this everywhere for all people, in all systems, in all countries, and do it in a way and quickly enough that we're going to be able to bring the money to the farmers quick enough before they're just going to say, oh, I'm just going to do industrial because the money's coming in today. We know that we have to do it. That's where we know today. We know it's an important thing. It's going to reduce impacts, but I think we also have to be very honest about the bumpy road ahead of us in terms of and being able, resilient enough to weather the storm.
Okay, I'm getting signs to end off, but and that was a good note that, yep, to do this transition, to carry this risk is going to be hard. We really need to work together because we really, what your question is showing is really that we have to squeeze the system from so many angles, creating the demand, also to create the financial flows, to restructure finances. So I'd like to say thank you for attending. I also want to say that if you would like to read a bit about how we got to those entry points, there are some cards here with QR code on them, which links you to a report that you can read. Thank you very much for attending, everyone. Thank you to our speakers. Have a good time.
And one of the things they started doing is develop strategies and also look at science-based targets. And within science-based targets, we also want to encourage them to think about biodiversity, for instance, or nature-based solutions. So this is only starting. So is there anything you could recommend as well in terms of, because I understand it's like,
We see that the problem is it's just always so context specific.
Yeah.
I do have what I call, what I put together is good practices and indicators that are linked to good practices. So I've got a report here that's about managing healthy ecosystems in the biome compromise.
Is it one video that was the backup?
I've got the backup video, but there was also 2 backup presentations, or is that just?
I'm not sure, to be honest.
Don't worry, it's just this main one. I've got them anyway, so don't worry, don't worry.
Yes, I think it was supposed to come in. Let me see if there's any message of Ingrid here. Oh, she added slides.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
Maximo.
Okay, so I'm gonna call you to the stage in a second. I think it's.
It'll be okay. I've got them all.
Yes,
there.
it's when they start talking about their work.
Okay. If I've got the wrong thing up, just give me a wave or just let me know. I'll be listening.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we're starting now. Okay. Hi everyone, and welcome to the session Food Systems Career of the Future, Insights and Aspiration from Youth Leaders. I am Mariana Bernal, and I work in the policy team at GFI Brazil. And for those of you who are not familiar with GFI yet, we are a nonprofit organization, and we work across 6 regions all over the world, trying to promote alternative proteins as a way to secure a more sustainable and just food system for all of us. And we're here today to learn about the work of these real food systems transformers from across the globe who are paving the way to a tangible and possible food future for the planet. And I'm here today, and I'm glad to call you up to the stage. I'm here today with Maximo Mazzocco, founder of Eco House Global and Global Ambassador at the UNDP Generation 17. Momi Atheling, Program Manager of Environment and Natural Resources at Sustainable Maloca, and also an MPH candidate at Harvard University. Vimbai Caroline Caetano, who is a horticulturist at Caro Seedlings and Vegetables. And joining virtually, we have Anchang Mumok Maximus, the co-founder and director of research of the University of Nigeria Alternative Protein Project. Hello, Anchang. You're with us?
Hello.
Yay, that's
Good
great you could
afternoon,
join
everyone.
us. Welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, so I would like to give them a moment to explain their work at these organizations. So can you, each of you, please introduce yourselves and introduces your organization and talk a little bit about how your organization is engaging with the transformations with our global food systems. I'm starting with Maximo.
Hello, hello. Sorry. Hi, I'm Maximo from Argentina and Planet Earth. I'm a UNDP Youth Global Ambassador. There, no? There. Ahí está. The founder of Eco House Global, a non-profit from Latin America. We work with more than 40 programs. We specialize in politics, education, and ecological restoration. And we also co-organize several federations and alliances and networks. Amongst them, the Youth Alliance for Transforming the Food System, that has another name in Spanish, but I'm saying that in English. And very happy to be here. We work every day of the year so we can evolve in the way we grew our food, so we can be sustainable.
Yes, Mommy, please introduce yourself and your organization.
Thank you. Aloha kako. My name is Momi Aflin. I'm from the island of Molokai, and I work for two organizations, for Sustainable Molokai and Ainamo Mona, both of which are grassroots organizations focused on engaging the community in environmental restoration, among other things, especially as it relates to food systems. I'm also a master's student focusing on planetary health and nutrition. Thank you.
Welcome, Mommy. Now, Vimbai.
Good day, everyone. My name is Wimbai Kaitano from Zimbabwe. I work under Kero Seedlings and Vegetables. We are involved in the vegetable seedling productions, where we get to assist farmers to play their roles towards contributing food systems and also the crop production itself. And we get to liaise directly with the consumers or through retail.
Welcome, Vimbai. And Anchang, can you please talk a little bit about yourself and what do you do at your organization?
Okay, my name is, can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my name is Anchang Momoko Maximus. I am a PhD student in food engineering and processing, Department of Food Science and Technology, University of Nigeria, Nsukka. So I'm equally the co-founder and the director of research of the University of Nigeria Out Protein Project, and then we are out to create an exciting environment on our campus to advance the field of alternative protein research and innovation. Thank you.
Thank you, Anchang. And also, I would love to set the stage here to hear more about the history of our panelists here today with us. So, Mommy, can you tell us a little bit about your story and how you got engaged with the food systems atmosphere?
Yeah, sure. So I actually started out wanting to be in medicine. And while volunteering as a scribe during some time after undergrad, I also was working in food systems and discovered that there are so many overlaps between what we were seeing in the clinic every day and a lot of the problems going back to issues with food. And so naturally my transition kind of went from being directly involved in medicine to looking at things on more of a broader scale through the lens of public health. Yeah, you can see here some of the work that we do. So on the right-hand side here is the traditional ahupua'a, which is a traditional land division containing all the resources necessary for a community to sustain themselves. And that includes the food system here. And this is where one of the places that I work at the organization Ainamo Mona in the ahupua'a, or the land division of Ka'amola, where we're working to restore not just our marine food systems, but also our terrestrial ones as well. And you can see there's a big discrepancy between what that abundance would have looked like on the right and what it currently looks like now. And that's largely related to our health in Hawaii, where we import over 90% of our food.
That's very nice. What about you, Vimbai? Can you tell us a little bit about your story and how you got engaged with this work that you do?
So for me, it started as a way of creating employment for myself, contributing significantly in the food system. So like I said, we do seedling production. So it's about encouraging farmers to move away from the conventional way of farming and then using seedlings. And through the use of seedlings, we create relationships with them. We encourage each other on ways on how to be productive. We cannot talk about functional food systems without also bearing in mind climate change. So we also get to share ways on how we can mitigate climate change, like water management itself. We cannot talk about farming without considering water management. So what are the ways that farmers can actually adopt for them to be efficient and effective? So the use of drip irrigation, microjets, and even vertical farming, because we also want to utilize the land to its maximum so that they can also continue to be productive and also to contribute towards the economy and being sustainable, creating employment as they are involved in the food systems, encouraging greenhouse farming. Of course, greenhouse farming is not for everyone. Not everyone can afford it, but those who can, they do that. They control water because now water management is controlled and pest management is also controlled. And also, we are also encouraging people to live healthy, because when we say we are contributing in the food system, are we also considering the health aspect of things, right? So what is it that we are growing that is going to contribute towards the healthy livelihood of people? And then we get to grow those things consistently, encouraging others to live a healthy lifestyle.
That's very inspiring. Thank you for sharing. What about you, Maximo? What brings you here?
Hello, hello there. What a lovely beach, no? Um, I come from a country that is the number one country in the world that uses more agrotoxics and biocides per hectare in the world. So it's a little bit difficult not to get involved. Also, we produce food for 5-6 times people that is in the country, and half of the population is poor. So another reason, like here, hey, something here is not okay, no? We are polluting our air, our water, our land, ourselves, other species, and we are not even sustainable in the traditional way of the word. We are not developing. So we get involved since many years ago at educational level. We work with more than 100,000 students every year. Also with the producers, with the consumers, and in the politician level. That is the last couple of years our main role, and where we put more energy to make state policies surrounding food systems.
Thanks for sharing. And Anchang, I would love to hear how you got more involved with alternative proteins and with the Alternative Protein Project. Can we see Anchang?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes, we see you.
Okay. So firstly, I've always been interested in food sustainability and food valorization. So this is because I come from the part of the world where food losses along the food system is almost half the quantity that is reaching our tables. So when you also look at the trend in the world population since 1950, you are going to realize that the population growth in developed countries has really been this stable compared to the way it is in the developing countries. And then this is to tell us how much of how much food will be needed to feed the fast-growing population of developing countries, and then how much is critical to transform the current food systems. So I have not really known the alternative protein field approach, which is the Good Food Institute approach, until I was looking for funded opportunities online, for to conduct research in Europe, and then I stumbled on this opportunity at Cool Event, and then they needed a student to conduct research in alternative proteins. So I never knew much about it. So I became curious and I wanted to know more about it. So I stumbled on a Good Food Institute website. So I went through the website and the resources they had. And then I saw alternative protein as a million in one approach to transforming the food systems and then also helping to attain all the sustainable development goals. So this alternative protein, they have really been pinpointed as a catalyst, to transforming the food systems. But when you look at Africa, you see Africa really lagging behind in terms of accepting this new approach. And when you look at the space, like out of 1,189 companies in the alternative protein space, you see just 8 that are found in Africa. So one is in Nigeria, one is in Ghana, and then we have 6 in South Africa. So this tells us how much opportunities will be available if we unlock this new approach to transform our food systems, and then it's going to help us to reimagine the future of our food. And then it's going to open a lot of future careers for young professionals. So this is really what got me into this space. Thank you.
Thanks, Anchang. And I would like to turn things over to Vimbai. Vimbai, what do you see as the greatest challenge for continued partnership between all the actors involved in the food systems?
Thank you. I think sharing a common vision, really, because when we look at food systems, it's a very broad subject. Like what my colleague was actually referring to about food losses. Earlier, I actually attended a seminar where that was being talked about. It's not everyone who is going to be embracing the fact that there are so many losses that are happening on the food chain. So if there is a lot of discord on what we believe in and what we want to achieve, it will be difficult for us to have something that is sustainable. So there is that need, I think information dissemination really, to talk about what food system is really all about, and so that people can get to see what they can contribute towards the sustainability of food systems. Because right now people have got different views and everyone wants to do what they want to do, but if we can find one voice and see how best we can come together in building something that is sustainable.
Thank you. I think this connects a lot to Mommy's work. So, Mommy, if you could share with us also your views on the role of community in this work that you do, we'd like to hear more about that.
Yeah, sure. So I think coming from like the grassroots perspective, a lot of what we see in our ability to respond timely becomes from being able to utilize local knowledge to solve local problems and create local solutions. And that was really important, for example, when the pandemic hit and there was a lot of concern in our community about whether or not the barge that usually comes twice a week would be able to make it to deliver groceries anymore, and what we would do given our dependence on 90% of imported foods. And so during that time, we were able to pivot and utilize the knowledge of local farmers and local fishermen to bolster our current food systems and really grow our food sovereignty. So for example, at Sustainable Molokai, one of our teams worked to mobilize fishermen who were catching invasive fish and source that from there to feed our food banks. Another example is with our, we have a large deer problem. They were introduced some time ago and have become a major part of the culture where it's big for hunting to access affordable protein. And one way that we engage with that is through working with local hunters and the Molokai Hunting Club to be able to source meat for our community that's sourced sustainably and is also sold locally. So I think the biggest advantage to having a grassroots perspective and working in food systems is really the ability to create hyper-local solutions that fit and are able to respond quickly in times of need.
That's very interesting. Thank you. And Maximo, I would like to hear from you and from your experience, what do you see as the main role that the governments and policymakers in general could have in food systems careers, and to actually promote these kinds of careers where people are more engaged with the food systems that they live in?
So, what we have in Latin America, it's a lack of implementation. Sometimes we have the policies or the laws, but they are a white paper that it doesn't have a lot of value because they are not implemented. I will give an example. In Argentina, we have a forest law. So, since the forest law have been sanctioned, not even 1 year, not even 1 year, the law has the budget that the law says. The biggest budget that we had for that law in 1 year was 7% of what they should. So how will you protect the forests that they are being threatened because of the food system that we have, because we open the forest with the forest state so we can grow soy or put cows or whatever? How are we going to do it if we do not finance our policies? What we see is an amazing lack of education and capacity building in our politicians, because we meet with them every day of the year. Sometimes it seems like we live in another world, like if we have another information. So for us it's very important to accelerate the education process. In Argentina, we have now an education for sustainability law that will start being implemented next year from 3rd years old to last years of college. And it has a big focus on food systems, agroecology, and other ways of development. That's the big issue. We only know one way in these kind of countries, and the people goes with what they know, because we need dollars, we need money, we need to export, and they are afraid to change. They don't have time to change. We have 50% of the population poor. So we could talk a lot about politics, but these are some stuff that we see every day, and I do not have a political party. I'm just saying it with my humble point of view.
Thank you. Yeah, it's become clear that capacity building is it's a bottleneck for us in food systems careers. So connecting to that, Chang, could you please share your views on what universities and research institutes can do or should be doing more to improve food systems?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. It has been proven beyond reasonable doubt that the current food systems cannot support the future growth in population. This was clearly seen during the peak of COVID-19 and just recently the outbreak of the Russian-Ukraine war. So, in fact, I know many times I went to bed when hungry during the COVID-19 period. And so the universities need to reimagine the way they expose students to food systems career. The universities really have to reimagine how they prepare students to the new food system. And then, so what have we been doing in our own parts to put this into practice? First of all, we already have the University of Nigeria Outputting project, and this is a youth-led group that is spearheaded by the Good Food Institute, and then it's there to serve as an engine to accelerate global transition of the future of food, through alternative protein, education, research, and innovation. And so we are doing this by encouraging students, not just undergraduate students, master students, PhD students, to pick up research topics in the field of alternative proteins, encouraging researchers in our campuses to engage in alternative protein research. It's only from this research that we are going to get new startups in the field of alternative proteins and possibly a new approach in reimagining the future of our protein and our food supply. So we are also helping departments, through the support of the Good Food Institute to get collaborators, research collaborators in different universities, especially in Europe and other developed countries where they have advanced knowledge and technology in the field of alternative proteins. So we also have we are also collaborating with alternative protein companies around us, those who are involved in the space to give internship opportunities to our students, especially undergraduate students, so that they will get exposed to the field right at the early stage of their careers, so that they will be really instrumental in the new food system that we are trying to build. Though we are also trying to uh, uh, create an exciting and a very interesting environment in our university where everybody that is really interested in the future of our food is actively involved. Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear from someone who is actively involving students and the academia community to such work. So I would like to connect to that and ask our panelists here inside, what kind of piece of advice would you offer for young people who are willing to get more involved and want to pursue careers like yours? So, Mommy, can you share one piece of advice that you would give for younger people who might be watching us right now?
Yeah, sure. Well, I think my biggest piece of advice is that there's no one direct way or path to get involved in food systems. For example, I work in more of the community engagement side of things. My coworkers who are doing the work on the ground, doing the farming, doing the mariculture are doing the real hard work. But there are many different angles to come at this from, whether your experience is in digital design or in communications. I think there's a role for everybody to be involved in food systems if it's something that you're interested in. And I think, in my biased perspective, getting involved in your local grassroots organizations is a great way to start and to learn really like what is happening on the ground in your own community.
Thank you. What about you, Maximo? What would be your piece of advice?
My piece of advice is that I humbly believe that we are a reflect of how we treat our soil and how we treat the other species of the planet, our friends, the animals. So I would advise that if we want to get into food systems, it's very important to not be hypocrite when we can. And if we want to change something in the outside or ask someone to change something, see if we are changing that also. I cannot tell the politicians, hey, do organic food system if I am not trying to buy organic food from all the places that I can find. That in my case is very easy. In other cases would be different. So the typical phrase, be the change that we want to see in the world, that would be my advice, because we need more people that puts the t-shirt on. This is a football analogy. I'm Argentina. So that puts the t-shirt on and show with example how we need to act and be. That's my humble recommendation.
Thank you. Vimbai, what would be your piece of advice?
For me, I would say there is no idea that is too small. People should just start from wherever they are, grow the idea, network with those that are already in the food system, because I believe that is also how you get to realize your potential and work towards growing that potential and be eager to learn each and every time, because as you progress, you also need to advance your learning and improve on communication skills, because as you do that, you'll be able to network with different kinds of people and see how much change you can bring.
Thank you. And Chang, I have a different question for you, because I believe that you are already inspiring lots of people around you with the alternative protein project that you lead. So I want to know, where do you see yourself in 10 years from now?
Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. I see myself, in fact, I've already started a journey and I don't see anything stopping it. So I see myself in 10 years deep into the food system, like deep into alternative protein field. Like now, I'm doing a PhD project, not really in alternative proteins, but if you ask me to choose another project now, it would strictly be in the alternative protein field. So I see myself in the future like a mentor, mentoring young scientists who wants to take up careers in the alternative protein field. I also equally see myself like in 10 years being like someone who will give advice to startups, to companies, to people who want to start up alternative protein companies, to actively be involved in alternative protein training and education, and then also to serve as in policy making, in regulatory bodies to alternative proteins.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to now open to questions from our audience. Does anyone have any questions for our panelists today? We have a question over here.
Right. Thank you very much. Wonderful presentations, and I like the aspect of having youth speaking, but you probably are the rational youth, the ones that have taken the lead. But behind you, there are lots of other youth that may not see any value in food systems. How do you think you can create a critical mass of youth that would think like you? I mean, there aren't many of them really. So what do you think you can do to be able to actually attract youth to be able to think just like you?
Who wants to answer that? Maximo?
Hello. So I'm doing this since 17 years old. More than 10 years ago I started. I saw how everything changed, how we grew in numbers. We grew exponentially, especially the last 4 years. Not even the youth, from every generation, we are like shifting little by little the paradigm to this new era of regeneration, sustainability, or new economies, or whatever we want to call them. How we get more? Getting out there, getting the word out there and giving the example. What we need right now are good practical examples of how we should do stuff. In a micro, but also in a macro way. We would need like a whole state that compromises. For example, in Argentina, it says we are going to do agroecology and we're going to do it like this and this and this. And in 4 years, 8 years, show how can we do things in another way and being profitable at the same way, because it seems that the market will continue, and I believe that we should change the way we organize ourselves, but it doesn't matter. And there are 4 reasons, I will not say the 4, why we grew in number. The first one is the communication, the globalization. Now any one of us can do a video and have 500,000 views for almost free, because before we needed to be in TV or know a producer or whatever. Now anyone can do that. Then the science, use the science in our favor. All the people that worked from the history of humanity, and we need to understand what we have from our past, get the best of that, so we work in our future. The consequences are one of the reasons also why we grew. Now we are seeing what is going on. Now we are seeing that crops fail. We are seeing that we don't have water. We have dries, or we have a lot of water in little time. So the consequences, unluckily, are part of what we are waking up, because now they are affecting us. And also, the other reason is the involvement of youth. The youth are the ones that are native digital natives, and I speak Spanish every day, sorry. And also, the youth is the one that is driving change, is pushing every day with ideas, innovation, intergenerational change. So we have to invest a lot of them. And I believe that when you talk with someone from new generations, you explain 2 minutes, 5 minutes what is going on about climate change or whatever, and they get involved. They care. They care. They care. Okay.
If I could just add on to that, I think one of the big goals that we have at the organizations that I work for is to involve youth early on. And so at one of the organizations at Aina Momona, that looks like we have an on-site school in addition to our work. And that's children all the way from maybe preschool age up until through middle school. And they are being involved, learning. Part of their curriculum is working on the farms, working in the fish pond, the mariculture, and learning how to harvest those foods, how to grow them, and how to prepare them for themselves. And you see students getting excited about being able to know where their food comes from and taking pride in the growing process. And so I think that's part of the first step. And the other step is to tie it into things that people are excited about. A lot of people where I come from are excited about fishing and about hunting and maybe about farming, but there's a lot of stigma about maybe going into farming and what that career looks like. But tying those things into climate change, into things people are excited about, has really helped us to, recruit more people to be working with our teams, and especially amongst like high school students.
Okay, just to add on as well, I think it's very necessary for us to not sugarcoat our journeys. People really need to know what it takes to be in the food system, how the journeys are like for us to be where we are today. Also, that will inspire someone to say, if I am going to take this route, yes, there are going to be obstacles along the way, but we can still make it. And I really think we ought to break down what food system really is. Because if someone is to just hear food system, they'll just think it's this gigantic thing, I cannot even find my way in it. Yet, there is so much that we can all do. Not everyone can be found on production. Some can be in production, innovation, marketing, branding, all of that. They all have a part to play. Others are very good on the digital media, right? They will find ways of how to communicate to the world so that people are aware of what's going on in the food system. So all of that, I think it's really important to break it down to say what really is it about, and people will find their way and see how much they can contribute.
Anchang, do you want to add to that too?
Yeah, let me just add based on a small experience I've had. This issue of alternative protein around, our own chapter hasn't really been, or it's just a new chapter, but students are really, really very receptive. Students are really concerned, like youth, they are really concerned, and then they really care about the future, the future of their food. So it's really going to be easy, when you engage them early in their careers. So that is what we've been trying to do, and then they are really receptive, and then they are ready to take the change.
Thank you. We
Yeah,
have
thank you.
one more question from our audience. Anyone?
Hello. So first of all, congratulations for this work that you are doing. I am very impressed by the young leaders taking the space and actually carrying the future, because the future is also belongs to the young people that are going to be in the world, living all the problems of the environmental change in the future. And considering that you are the new generation of leaders, which message do you have for the old generation of leaders, for the people that are still in power and they have, the pen to sign the papers that are going to change things? What you would ask them if you could?
Thank you for raising that question. I think from the session that I was in yesterday, it was talked about. It's very, very important to have the youth be on that panel, to have a voice, because at the end of the day, it's us who are going to be left, and we have to rectify the mistakes that they made. And we are seeing how the world is changing. We have our own ideas. We've got new ideas, fresh ideas that excite us, that we want to implement. So we must be given a platform to voice out what it is that we need to do and be supported. You know, like when a youth, when they bring their ideas, it's always good to just give them room to implement what it is that they want to do and to see them through. If it fails, it fails. But you would have at least given them room to show what they are made of. So I think it's very, very important to allow the youth to recreate things and make changes, really.
When my father was my age, he was dealing with the ashes of the Second World War. He was dealing with the dictatorship in my country, with the Malvin's War in my country, etc. There's always been problems. When my grandfather was my age, he was in the Second World War or the First World War, and we can continue. So we always are inheriting problems from the past. What I would say to the present that is older than us is that stop saying that youth is the future and you will take care of this. No. My aunt is 55 years old and the life expectation is to 90. So you have 35 years old living to rectify this. Don't pass the ball to us because you have the resources, you have the contacts, you have the everything. So act, don't say. That's what I would say. And I would say this with when it maybe it's polemic, but the people that can, of course, that can do it, I believe that if they know what is going on, they do not deeply love their descendants. Because if they can do something about it and they are living the world as they are living, you love your children. You love your grandchildren. You love the friends of your children. I'm being polemic, yes, but I would say that. I will ask that question. That's the question that I would ask. Sorry, we had to say this. 70% of the species in Latin America in the last 50 years decline like this. So we are extincting other species, and we are extincting ourselves if we extinct other species. I don't want to be fatalist, but I don't know. Do something. Do something about. And involve youth. That I would say. Involve youth in every decision-making process that you have. That's what will be my message.
Yeah, thank you, Maximo. I think I agree a lot with you when it comes to thinking about how much you love your future generations. One thing we always ask in our planning meetings when we're engaging with the community is we ask our participants, who are naturally really good at this, it's not usually something we have to say, but to think with the knowledge of 7 generations back and with the future in mind for 7 generations beyond yourself. And I find that that's a really useful tool for engaging both our kupuna or our elders and also the youth as well, who all have a lot to say about that. In terms of speaking directly to some of the older folks who are in power, I think a lot of times I've found one of the effective ways to go about it without damaging people's egos, which tends to not result in much of a productive conversation, is to ask them what they wish they would have known. How would this situation would have looked different if you had known X, Y, and Z when you were younger? And usually they'll point to, oh, we didn't know that the pesticides were doing this, or that the way we were fishing would result in this. And so now I wish that the current generation would do this. And in having those conversations, I think it opens up room to have a more authentic dialogue about where we're going, what paved the path for us to be here, and how we can change it going forward, while involving youth, of course. Thank you.
Thank you. Anchang, do you want to add anything to that?
Yeah, I would like to add something to it. You know, when you look at most policymakers in Africa and most other countries, developing countries, you see that they don't really involve the youth in policy making. You know, they don't involve the youth in decision making. they sit and then they take decisions for the youth, but they don't really involve the youth in the decision making. So if I'm sure, I'll ask the older generation to involve the youth, in give the youth the chance to be involved each time they are taking any policy or any decision about the youth. Yeah, thank you.
Guys, I have to wrap this up because our time is almost over. But I would like to thank all our panelists to be here today. I knew that I was going to be super inspired by this conversation. But as food is a matter so close to my heart, I'm even more happy to have you here. So thank you so much. And we have some resources to share with our audiences. But I would also like to tell our audience that our speakers are available to discuss it even further. So you have our contacts, we have our resources here. So thank you so much for being here today. Thank you.